Tolong bantu cek ya guys. Vanessa, kamu yang B-nya udah nyala belum?
Belum nyalain.
Ya udah, kamu mau ngeliatin dulu bentar, nggak pakai yang A, cuma kayak ngeliatin sekitar doang kok, biar kamu gak ribet kayak yang B. Oke, itu aja. Thank you Vanessa. Moving on ke Samantha Pujimia. Halo Samantha. Oke, thank you. Dan next ke Rizika Pramesti.
Iya Kak.
Oke. Coba boleh lihat ke arah yang sebelahnya kamu nggak? Oke. Thank you. Kita ke Jeremy Purnawan.
Hadir, Bu.
Oke, boleh lihat yang B-nya ya. Kamu udah nyalain yang B-nya belum?
Belum, sebentar.
Ya udah nggak apa-apa. Kamu mungkin bisa. Oh ya, thank you ya. Mungkin bisa ngeliatin dikit. Oke, Jeremy. Thank you. Kita move ke Syarifah Ziva Alika.
Halo Kak, hadir.
Oke, thank you. Boleh liatin ke sekitar kamu dulu. Oke. Ya, kita next ke Anastasia Angelin.
Hadir Kak.
Boleh liatin ke sekitar kamu dulu. Oke. Thank you. Kita next ke Arya Bati Azuro.
Hadir Kak.
Boleh liatin dulu Arya. Oke, thank you. Boleh ke Bianca Anastasia Johan.
Hadir Kak.
Oke. Boleh liatin dulu sebentar. Oke, thank you. Kita move ke Andi Al Amanda.
Oh Kak.
Oke. Thank you. Next ke Russell Alessandra.
Hadir Kak.
Oke, kamu pakai 2 device ya? Oke, thank you ya. Kita move lagi ke Rafael Nararia.
Hadir Kak.
Thank you. Kamu udah nyalain yang kamera satu lagi belum?
Sudah Kak.
Oke, thank you ya. Kasih ya teman-teman. Aku udah lihat semua namanya sesuai. Kameranya juga udah oke. Oke, kita udah selesai roll call-nya. We'll be moving to the next session, which is welcoming. Hi teman-teman, good morning. I hope you had a good night's sleep last night. I didn't. My friends didn't. But I hope you guys did. How was it? Was it good? Kalian bisa kasih reaction kalian gimana perasaannya, atau kalian chat. Gak usah terlalu nervous, gak apa-apa guys. Nyantai aja. Oke aja Kak. Kamu thumbs up. So again, my name is Kanita Faustina. Kalian bisa panggil aku Kanit atau Kanita. I will be your company for today. Again, aku harap kalian gak bosan ngeliat aku terus ya. So, I'd like to congratulate you guys. Congratulations for the top 20 finalists and welcome to the final round. Oh, still kind of sleepy. I know. Kita juga sleepy, tapi yang siapa tuh yang ngomong very nice sleep? Wow, keren banget. Aku enggak, tapi I'm glad that you did. Congratulations teman-teman. I'm actually very proud to see you guys here. I'm very excited buat ngelihat performa teman-teman hari ini. I hope you guys udah makan atau yang puasa udah sahur ya. So, aku bakal ingetin lagi kalau if you need to do something, please do it now. Kalau kalian butuh prepare apapun, minum, makan, cemilan, boleh sekarang juga ya. Biar nanti nggak harus izin. Dan kalau misalnya kalian ada yang urgent, boleh izin ke chat, nanti panitia bakal ngecek dulu dan kalian nanti bisa diizinin gitu deh. Intinya kalau ada apa-apa tolong izin dulu ke kita. And yaudah, my biggest appreciation for you guys. Thank you for doing your best. Thank you for studying semua tema-tema yang tadi malam. Bahkan aku aja pusing ya. Tuh. Oke guys, udah belajar cukup. I'm obviously not alone. Ada juri-juri yang bakal nanti nemenin kalian dan juga my biggest appreciation for my friends yang sekarang banget lagi nontonin kalian. We've been working days and nights for this, and so I hope you guys enjoy today. Have fun ya guys. Abis ini juga bakal ada salam dari teman-teman aku dan ada pembagian mosi. So make sure that kalian nggak ada yang pergi ya, karena it's very important. Bye. Oke.
Oke, halo, selamat pagi teman-teman finalis English Speech Pre-Event OGG FITB ITB 2023. Sebelumnya aku mau perkenalkan diri dulu, nama aku Rani Saiburi. Aku dari FITB 22 sebagai kabit acara OGG 2023 ini. Pertama-tama aku mau ngucapin makasih sebanyak-banyaknya atas partisipasi kalian untuk rangkaian kegiatan OGG FITB ini. Semoga dari lomba yang kalian ikuti ini, partisipasi kalian di sini, kalian bisa dapat banyak wawasan baru, pengalaman baru, teman baru, dan pastinya banyak hal yang bisa bermanfaat untuk kalian ke depannya gitu. Oh ya juga nih, buat kalian yang mungkin tertarik untuk ikut olimpiadenya, hari ini banget kita buka batch 2 main event OGG FITB ITB 2023, di mana di sana ada olimpiade geografi dan geoscience. Mungkin buat kalian yang suka ilmu-ilmu geografi atau ilmu-ilmu kebumian, boleh banget join, ikut partisipasinya, karena tanggal 2 Mei nanti kita bakal seleksi regional. Selain itu, kita juga ada rangkaian kegiatan GeoFest yang bakal dilaksanain langsung di kampus ITB Ganesha tanggal 27 Mei 2023. Aku tunggu ya kehadiran kalian. Selamat bertanding, have fun and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Rani. Nah, sekarang bagian diri. Greetings to all finalists of English Speech OGG FITB ITB 2023. Congratulations and welcome to the final and grand final of English Speech. Okay, I'm sure you've already met me before, but please let me introduce myself again. I'm Bruce Devina Sharla Anggana. You could call me Sharla. And I'm from School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development. I'm here as the PIC of English Speech and one of the judges in this final and grand final today. I just want all of you to know that you have done a great job, and we as the committee of OGG couldn't be more proud of. Thanks.
Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Devaro, and today I will be sitting as the second judge in today's judging committee. I am from the Faculty of Earth Sciences and Technology. And I think, I have accompanied you last night when explaining about the themes of the study guides. And I believe that you all must have been doing very great research, very great learning from between previous night and today this morning. And I think I just want to say, let's just have fun and do great speeches today, okay? Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself once again. My name is Muhammad Irfan Abdunafi. I'm from Faculty of Mining and Petroleum Engineering, batch 2022, and I'll be here as the third judge. And yeah, welcome everyone, and congratulations to all the 20 finalists. And I'll be looking forward to a great speech. Thank you.
Ya, kan. Oke, balik lagi bareng aku. Di sini aku bakal nyampein ulang tentang peraturan untuk tahap final. Kepada seluruh peserta, harap memperhatikan kembali dan untuk harap dipersiapkan langsung ya. Oke, untuk peraturan bisa langsung dimulai. Pertama, serta dalam keadaan siap untuk mengikuti tahap final. Untuk opsi pertama, kalian menggunakan dua device, di mana device pertama menunjukkan tampak depan, dan device kedua menunjukkan tampak belakang, dengan layar dari device pertama terlihat. Lalu ada opsi kedua, di mana kalian menggunakan satu device, di mana satu device ini menunjukkan tampak belakang kalian, lalu menunjukkan seluruh badan kalian, naskah, dan alat tulis yang akan digunakan nantinya. Selanjutnya, serta harap menggunakan format nama Zoom yang sudah ditentukan. Oke, tadi sebelumnya mungkin sudah dicek, aku ingatkan kembali, untuk yang menggunakan opsi pertama, di mana kalian menggunakan dua device. Device pertama menggunakan format nama A_finalist_ nama lengkap, dan device kedua yaitu B_finalist_ nama lengkap. Untuk opsi kedua, kalian hanya menggunakan satu device dengan format nama finalist dan underscore nama lengkap. Selanjutnya, peserta menggunakan pakaian formal. Seperti yang ditunjukkan pada layar, itu ada contoh yang menggunakan jas, ada yang menggunakan kemeja, dan jika kalian ada yang berhalangan, mungkin bisa menggunakan seragam. Mengenai lomba kali ini di tahap final, kalian akan menyampaikan pidato sesuai tema pilihan juri secara langsung. Nah, saat penyampaian nanti, kalian dipersilahkan membawa naskah atau catatan yang telah kalian siapkan. Namun, tolong dicatat kalian ini hanya diperbolehkan dalam bentuk cetak atau tulis tangan. Jika ada peserta yang menggunakan iPad atau di print ataupun dalam laptop, itu dilarang. Selanjutnya, peserta akan diberi waktu selama 30 menit untuk mempersiapkan pidato. Di mana di sini kalian tidak boleh menggunakan internet dan hanya menggunakan materi yang sudah kalian persiapkan semalam. Oh ya, untuk pembagiannya nanti akan disampaikan dan kalian akan dibagi ke breakout room sesuai dengan tema yang kalian dapat. Durasi speech untuk di tahap final sama, yaitu 7 menit, dengan toleransi durasi kurang atau lebih 10 detik. Harap diingat, tolong perhatikan durasi ini saat kalian menyampaikan speech nanti. Kami panitia akan menyiapkan stopwatch, dan stopwatch itu akan terus berjalan selama kalian berbicara. Saat penyampaian speech, terlihat full body, dan kalian harus berdiri. Jadi kalau ada yang duduk, panitia akan langsung mengingatkan untuk menunjukkan seluruh badan kalian. Dan selama penyampaian speech juga, jika kalian menggunakan dua device, kedua device itu harap on cam.
Okay, we'll be moving on into the theme for today. I'm sure you already have some guesses from doing the study guides last night, but this morning, I will be clarifying each of the context for each theme. So we can just go ahead to the next slide. Okay, the first theme, avoid the unmanageable. It's actually talking about the geographical location of Indonesia. Geographical, not geological, because in the maps that we have been providing to you in the study guide last night, we are also talking about geotourism, in which a geological location is used as an economic resource. It means that we are talking in the context of geography here. which includes economic aspect, social aspect, etc. So it suggests that our geographical location, we have some responsibility to mitigate the risks, to mitigate the challenges posed by our country's position in the Pacific Ring of Fire and in the tectonic plate, etc. Because we have so many dangers of potential disasters, basically, because of our location. But also, our location provides us with an abundance of natural resources, with an abundance of energies, and also like geotourism opportunities. I believe like Bali is one of the most popular tourism destination in this world, etc. But when you are talking about these huge benefits, like our many resources or our many tourism attractions, we have the downside should also be kept in mind. So in this context of this theme exactly, the speech could focus on the importance of disaster preparedness and how you will use the land that we have as sustainably as possible with the best practices in order to maximize the best of our opportunities, but also while mitigating such risks that is posed by our geographical location. Next time, please. The second theme, managing the unavoidable, it's talking about man-made disasters. We already talked about Lumpur Lapindo or the Great Smoke of London. What it's suggesting here is that individuals, organizations, government, they have to take responsibility for their actions, and they should manage the risk associated with human activities that can lead to geohazards, for example, like mining, deforestation, urbanization, oil exploration. They can increase the likelihood of natural disasters such as landslide, floods, and soil erosion. They can disrupt, the natural habitat of the animals living around them. So it is very essential to understand that these disasters, they are not random events, but often they are the result of the perpetuation of human activities. So in the context of this theme, the speech could focus on the importance of sustainable development and right regulation in order to ensure responsible resource management in order to minimize the risk of geohazards. It could also explore other such potentials like remote sensing, GIS, satellite imagery in order to predict the occurrence of geohazards. Basically, how humans can help to control and shape, the risk of geohazards, but also at the same time, they can also perpetuate it. So by recognizing these potential impacts of our actions, we can take proactive, preventive steps to mitigate the risk, and thus we can create safer, more sustainable future for all. That's what we want you to do in the second theme. Next slide, please. Okay, the present is the key to the past is rooted in the geological theory of uniformitarianism, which suggests that the same natural processes occurring in the past continue to operate in the present. So we are not exactly using the geological theory today, but we want you to take this in mind symbolically, that we can learn from the past in order to avoid making the same mistakes here in the future. Because basically, what's happening here today has already happened in the past. So we need to take a long, good look at the past. We have to, really study it in order to prepare ourselves for the future. Basically, how we treat nature, how we address like climate crisis, like one of the examples given regarding global warming. So in the context of this time, the speech could explore how human activities have contributed to maybe climate change, and how in the present offer an opportunity to learn from the past, from such past errors, from such mistake, from such extinctions maybe, or happenings that happened in the past. So basically, it highlights the importance of taking a more sustainable approach to resource management by comparing examples with real things that happened in the past. By studying the past, we can gain insight into the long-term consequences of our actions, and thus we can make more informed decisions in order to shape our future. The message that we want you to give here today in this theme is that the present is indeed the key to the past, and by learning from the past, we can create a better future for us all. Next slide, please. Okay, the fourth theme is titled Evil Twin. So this evil twin refers to ocean acidification as the lesser-known twin to global warming. And despite this being such actually important and critical issue, it has sadly not received as much attention as global warming. Ocean acidification refers to the process in which the pH level of seawater decreases due to the increased absorption of carbon dioxide or CO2. The chemical reaction, have already been shown to you in the study guide last night, and I believe that you have already done your research regarding the correlation of with exactly how carbon dioxide really, affects the acid level of the water. So your speech could highlight the level of threat that is still not taken seriously enough regarding the lowering of the sea pH level. In the context of the same exactly, the speech maybe explore the causes of ocean acidification and its consequences on marine life. The speech could emphasize the urgency to reduce of carbon dioxide emissions and to promote a sustainable practice to mitigate this ocean acidification impact. By acknowledging ocean acidification as the evil twin of global warming, we can take concrete action to address this critical issue and protect our planet, not just the land, but also the ocean. Next slide, please. Okay, the fifth theme is titled There is No Future. It challenges the notion of Indonesia's continued dependency on coal, on oil, petroleum as energy resources. The speech here today will argue that these non-renewable resources pose significant threats, significant dangers and hazards in the environment, to human health, to our economy in the future, because they are basically unsustainable. It will call into question the option of maybe making such energies greener, like coal gasification, like we have already mentioned to you in the study guide last night, or carbon capture and carbon storage. But the important thing here is that these technologies, they are not yet implemented fully and thus must be approached very, very carefully. Furthermore, the speech could also highlight the need to transition to maybe clean, renewable resources based on solar, wind, hydro, geothermal. We'll also argue that such resources not only reduce environmental impact, but create jobs and economic opportunities in rural areas especially. So the speech will conclude by calling for urgent action to transition away from non-renewable energy sources and the need for government, businesses, and individuals to play their part. So basically, you are criticizing whether the crossroad that we are at of continuing with oil and gas or making the transition fully. How can we approach these two options very delicately, and thus you must provide a solution that will be the best for Indonesia in the long term. So that's one of the themes today. Now we will be the assignments of the themes. Okay, we will be doing it exactly now. So for the first theme, which is there will be Rafael Nararia Airlangga, Samantha Pujimia Pakpahan, Vanessa Cheryl Lestianto, and Hafiz Dwi Febrian. You guys will be making a speech based on the first theme, which is avoid the unmanageable. So next, please. On the second theme, Russell Alessandro Wiherman, Rizika Pramesti Glamaraski, Razan Alif Azima, Nur Haslin Harun Chotip. You guys will be making a speech based on the second theme, which is manage the unavoidable. Next, the third theme, there will be Andi Al-Amanda Ismarani Divanti, Jeremy Purnawan, Kalisha Diarani, and Naura Atirahu Zahra. You guys will be making speeches based on the third theme, which is the present is the key to the past. Next, the fourth theme, there will be Bianca Nastasia Johan, Sharifah Ziva Alika Wulandari, Iris Medina Aziz, Jessica Chandra Octaverina. The four of you will be making speeches based on our fourth theme today, which is evil twin regarding the ocean acidification. Next, please. Okay, last we have Arya Bati Azuro, Anastasia Angelin Valeri, Dea Fitria Ardila, and Maximilian Petasasihotam. You guys will be making speeches based on the fifth theme, which is there is no future, but the potential of development regarding coal, oil, and non-renewable energy sources usage in Indonesia. Thank you.
Oke guys, sebentar lagi kita bakal buka breakout room according to the themes. Kalian tadi udah ingat kan temanya apa aja? Just to remind you guys. Nanti untuk tema ke-1 temanya itu avoid the unmanageable. Tema kedua itu manage the unavoidable. Tema ketiga itu the present is the key to the past. Tema keempat itu evil twin. Tema kelima itu there is no future. Ada yang perlu diulang, ada yang tadi nggak inget temanya apa, atau mau nanya, mastiin ulang? Boleh ya kalau mau. Oke, Razel.
Untuk judul dari tema ini, apakah benar-benar harus kayak sama gitu dengan yang
telah disesuaikan gitu?
Boleh
Atau apakah judul dari tema tersebut bisa diganti kata-katanya selagi intinya itu sama?
Okay, maybe I will help to answer the question. So basically, the themes given today is exactly like it suggests. They are only themes. You don't have to, take the title of your speech verbatim from the themes, but rather you use maybe the materials that's included in the themes to create and construct your own speeches from there. So it is very okay to develop however you want, as long as what you are talking about in your speech is included in the context of the theme itself. So yes, the title is not taken verbatim from the themes. You have your liberty, you have the freedom to choose your own title, to construct your own speech, but you just have to make sure that they are exactly relevant to the themes that we are asking you to do. Thank you.
Hope that answer this question. Breakout room-nya udah dibuka. Kalian boleh mulai masuk sekarang. Nanti bakal ada panitia juga di setiap breakout room-nya kan? So if you want to join the breakout room now, boleh banget. If you have something to ask regarding kalian nanti masuk breakout room mana, boleh sekarang ya. Can you use, ada pertanyaan, use a device for timer for practice, sorry. Boleh pakai, boleh ya, Jeremy?
May I ask, can you use a timer on like a second device to practice first?
Yang first device, yang kelihatan layarnya.
Okay, so buat timernya harus di first device yang kelihatan layarnya ya. Jadi kalau misalnya kamu pakai timernya online dari laptop, make sure that kita bisa ngelihat kamu di laptop tuh bukannya timer. Gimana, Jeremy?
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Moving on, Anastasia.
Okay, for the context of the themes, will it be presented on the breakout rooms, or are we supposed to take a note on the paper? Thank you.
So, nanti kamu take a note atau bikin naskahnya dulu boleh. Nanti kita bakal move back to the main room dan tampilnya bakal di main room. Jadi sekarang breakout room tuh tempat buat kamu dan teman-teman kamu yang timnya sama, itu buat bikin naskahnya dulu.
Okay, Kak, thank you.
Oke, tadi aku lihat ada yang raise hand juga. Boleh banget. Ada problem kalau misalnya itu. Oke, Syarifah juga.
Okay, so hello, good morning everyone, and Kakak, I want to ask confirmation. So regarding the context slide in the PowerPoint about the theme, will it be shared to us, or do we need to check like some screenshot regarding the context slide of the theme? Thank you.
Okay, for the theme, gambar pembagiannya itu bakal dibagi segera di WhatsApp. Dan mungkin nanti di breakout juga bakal dipastiin lagi oleh panitia apakah peserta-peserta di breakout itu sudah sesuai dengan temanya atau belum.
So, buka WhatsApp-nya guys. There any more question? Udah oke? Ya. Jadi, breakout-nya? Oke, udah boleh join breakout room ya? Sorry. Oke. Oh, di assign. Nanti clearing juga aja sih. Iya. Kita bakal clearing Gua nanti keliling buat ngecek semua kandidat udah masuk. Semuanya udah masuk. Gimana sih kok gua nggak bisa join breakout? Akhirnya gimana join breakoutnya sih?
Di breakout apa? Pencet ke breakout roomsnya.
Oh, nggak ada. Oh bisa deh. Oh bisa. Gua yang masuk dulu deh, gua mau orang udah masuk apa belum?
30 kok dimulai dari kapan?
9.40 deh.
Ini biar aku bisa itu di satu aja.
Ini dia harus pakai apa? Boleh oke.
Harus udah dibacain kok peraturan tentang untuk. Gak usah dibaca aja ya mereka
Langsung
Oh, cuy, gue gak bisa duit cuma. Oh, Rido, minta Rido. Udah dikirim.
Video 5.
Ada yang mau terlalu gimana?
Yang keempat ya?
Gua kedua foto gua yang keempat di web tuh ada
Ini kan lebih ya?
ada. Aku mau minta tolong update. Kenapa ini masih ada yang di unassigned? Masih ngeliat?
Paling aku manual aja.
Udah mulai. Udah dikirim. Masih ngeliat apa ya dari sini?
Guys, yang panitia aku aslinya random aja atau enggak?
Iya, nggak punya. Belum semua ini. Itu si Laura tuh beda.
Gimana sih dulu apa yang
Ada yang sekretar finalis sama B underscore finalis. Itu tuh si Arya tuh,
Iya.
Tapi nama dari ketiga divisi sama kan. Arya tuh jadi underscore.
Pak di VST itu kan soalnya.
Kalau ini Maximilian kok nggak dulu ya? Udah gua assign juga nggak boleh. Karena kayaknya nggak ada yang kayak gitu. Ini ada yang media. Ya maksudnya dia udah join di A. Nggak, dia ada media sudah join dulunya. Dia sign aja deh. Maximilian tapi dia saya tuh boleh tuh desain itu kalau udah gua assign nggak bisa. Coba sama lu Fer. Dari lu maksudnya apa itu?
Sama aja nggak sih?
Kalau hanya cuma satu device berarti ngikutin peraturan yang satu device.
Dia finalis tapi ada B juga.
Ya kalau biar berarti dua device. Tadi satunya mati kan? Iya berarti dia harus ngikutin satu device kalau. Tapi sih maksudnya kok bisa mati? Siapa? Makanya gue suruh siapa?
Arya. Ini gak belum pakai aja.
Itu ingetin berarti gunakan peraturan dan
Udah selesai sisa masuk.
sama itu masuk mana sebenarnya? Timuan.
Gunakan peraturan.
Putih-putih ya?
Sijnya sih diganti.
Aku lagi
Template ini. Maksud gue tadi kalau misalnya mau pakai ini gue bisa buatin PNG-nya.
Tapi emang
Kalau enggak dia kan mau jadiin filter kan?
kalau untuk panitia stay di gua salah sih. Kalau panitia stay di satu berapa? Jangan terlalu biar Max itu 5.
Project itu bro.
Harus ada semua panitia dulu yang masuk buat ngasih tahu. Jadi broadcast aja tuh. Oh ya udah broadcast aja. Finalis yang apa? Bentar.
Putih jadi
Ini orang udah tiap pun udah ada orang. Kamu berapa?
Udah 4 orang kan?
Room 3 siapa di room 3?
Belum ada.
Jadi terus bisa apa?
Oh, Maxi Pak
Iya.
Ya.
Room 2.
Apa kata masih?
Room 2.
Ya udah gua dulu deh.
Room 2. Nah, siapa room 1?
Ya udah.
Kok bisa?
Kalau nggak salah berarti
Room 2 kali room 1 boleh dulu.
Sekarang tuh ada keempat ya kan?
Apa itu satu bukan sih?
Masih 55 aku 5.
Syarif Fazifa nih, aduh kagak ada nih. Yang ada di bahasanya kan ada di bahasanya kan? Iya.
Jadi bisa jalin record ya? Dari terima caranya.
Gue broadcast suara ya. Halo.
Halo. Oke, jadi 30 menit kalian untuk speech building sessions akan dimulai pada waktu 9.45. Diingatkan bahwa seluruh kamera kalian harus menyala dan kami panitia akan mengawasi dan memonitor kalian selama proses pengawasan dan harus terlihat sejelas-jelasnya. Diingatkan kembali saat speech building session, kalian tidak boleh menggunakan internet dan hanya boleh menggunakan catatan atau rangkuman yang kalian lakukan dari study guide semalam dalam bentuk cetak atau dalam bentuk tulisan tangan. Sekali lagi tidak boleh menggunakan internet. Terima kasih.
Cuma kalian make sure dulu anak-anak kalian dengar apa enggak. Dari startnya harus semua udah pasti dengar. Oh ya. Iya mak mau gitu. Ini udah boleh, ini baru boleh sekarang. Di mana ada screenshot, mungkin bisa dijelasin. Mana boleh mulai ya, sebelumnya. Sama kita kira-kira aku mau lihat video kamu ya. Jadi sudah sendiri. Maksudnya kamu pakai dua video ya? Yang paling boleh device-nya join nggak ya? Device yang kamu yang satu lagi udah join di sini. Oh, ya ini ada. Berarti soalnya masih apa? Boleh nggak join?
25 ya.
Can you lower your camera so we can see your surrounding better? Okay, thank you.
Biar bisa operasi kedua. Tiba-tiba harus window nggak bisa, harus full screen, recorder nggak bisa di window. Aku yang harus di betul layar. Bisa harus cokin dulu sih. Gua budget.
Coba full ini full screen.
Ini spesial sekali ya.
Cara membuat itu adalah
Ini boleh di mana? Ini jam berapa room? Apa? Jam berapa room? Enggak tahu.
Coba lu turun 3
Ini di sini nggak ada tampilan apa-apa. Gitu. Wah, nggak ada nampil apa-apa.
Oh, bentar, itu late.
Di tiap rumah ada yang konten kan kalian?
Gua nggak salah. Gua dari tadi. Gua nggak pernah ngomong dari semua. Ini ketiga jam. Kak boleh ambil. Kok boleh izin ambil apa? Boleh izin ambil apa? Dia siapa yang mau?
Ini mau dipindah aja nggak sih?
Bentar masuk ke berkat rumah. Setiap 5 menit bakal diganti. Ya Allah puasa.
Jangan pusing semua tuh kasihan. Gak apa-apa nanti di setiap breakout ada korban kasihan itu sama satu udah pada gue suka banget sama visual dengan masker dia baik-baik aja. Stresnya kelihatan.
Gue dari hari belum makan berat, gue sahur tadi enggak, kemarin buka juga enggak.
Gue suka banget sampai
apa? Udah gue mau buka.
Gak bisa diganti ke puasa lo.
Tapi diri satu ruangan sendiri gak bisa dibuka puasa.
Podcast voice ya. Okay, so you only have 20 minutes more to do your speech building session, and it will conclude in 10:15. So once again, you have 20 more minutes.
Enggak, juga belum makan 2 hari gitu. Juga belum makan 2 hari.
Ada cuma jajan doang sama buah. Buah doang aja. Semangat
Enggak, kalau jika sudah tidak makan 2 hari bakal boleh untuk memakan 1 doang. Iya sih.
Tanya kabar dia. Tanya kabar.
Orang sakit. Lu sakit dulu.
Geografi udah kan?
Soal.
Dosen sudah.
Ini enggak yang lebih apa kan?
Saya semalam tuh baru dikoreksi satu berkas. Sisanya tuh masih mau proofreading lagi ke Evan. Jadi gue follow up. Saya semalam gue ngecek di komisi belum balas kayaknya belum on. Jadi ntar gue follow up dulu. Yang pertama siapa?
Sebelum lebaran.
Bisa bilang sama Jati ya.
Bukan. Ego sense dulu sebelum lebaran.
Emang orang gila sih tapi.
Jati dulu nah ini kan.
Dia tuh mundur
Siapa sih Jati tuh?
Yang lagi di Togi lah, yang lagi chaos yang lagi tekpres lah.
Tapi staffnya gimana?
Udah nggak dapet
semua.
Mau outsource lu?
Outsource soal.
Bisa.
Clean.
Clean masih. Bisa kok bisa.
Dia memang nggak bisa bikin soal geografi.
Bisa. Rate-nya tuh 50 soal gitu.
Tapi geosens tuh tahu diapresiasi sama kayak
Diapresiasi apa?
Kata dia keren soalnya bagus. Cuma yang bahan eval tuh cuma satu doang, soal meteo itu terlalu simpel, nggak dikasih case gitu.
Itu ada buntu. Ada buntu aja.
Nggak tahun di sana.
Geografi ya?
Soalnya kira-kira berapa?
100.
Kalau untuk subtes yang mau dimasukin ke web itu cuma 50 tambah 5 esai. Terus itu nanti sistemnya kita ngasih auto jawaban gitu.
Harusnya bisa.
Jadi kayak di data kita tuh kayak udah ke data gitu, mereka tuh berapa benar berapa salah berapa gitu. Jadi nanti langsung di sort dari yang paling benernya PG paling banyak.
Minum pak.
Sama nanti ada esainya, kalau esai kan masing-masing. Gue ngeliat soalnya. Anjing, kata gue ini gimana nilainya?
Udah ada marking sheet-nya.
Andre nggak ngasih marking sheet-nya, harusnya tuh ada supaya bisa dicek langsung ke Eko kan.
Iya.
Nggak ngasih dia. Andre ini kayaknya agak-agak ngau nih. Wafi juga hilangnya.
Itu yang jangan lampu.
Anjing, orang udah lebaran.
Jangan lampu.
Udah gak
Jangan lampu rusak. Di speed up masih titik sampai 5. Kita rame terus negara speed up itu.
Takutnya
Jangan lampu.
Gua nanti gua masih beban
di begal. Di begal.
Enggak bisa.
Takut kan ada Pak, cocok
kita sama.
Halim kalau gak gitu rapi. Halim jangan bikin aku besok kalau main event rambut masih kayak gitu.
Gue bilang gue bakal bawa lu ke Anata sebelum lu duduk deket Deka.
Udah bawa aja.
Body facial juga
Botakin aja.
Facial gue.
Botak mau nggak ini? Nanti dia nggak bisa jadi keyboard.
Bukan yang potong mangkok.
Anjir.
Muka aja.
Mulet nggak sih?
Bener mulut anjir.
Mulet aja di mulet.
Yang cocok mulet tuh jati nggak sih?
Rambut sama aja.
Rani. Jati mulet.
Jadi cocok sih.
Cocok sih.
Jadi itu bagusan rambut pendek aja. Kalau sekarang kan berantakan.
Iya, itu dia nggak pernah sisir.
Rani, kan mau beda kan?
Itu krimnya nggak salah yang sama gitu.
Iya.
Dia kan
Gini. Kesana. Jati.
Lu belum pernah lihat dia botak ya? Gak mau juga gue. Katanya sih jadi sih masuk box ya gitu.
Udah gila, ajuin aja ke bawah Pak.
Firly, kamu mau segera botak. Kamu kan segera botak.
Dia usir.
Kalau pasti.
Kalau usir botak.
Emang sebut?
Botak Osher.
Harus botak juga.
Iya juga.
Riton.
Oh iya
Riton dan
Iya.
Tapi dia kan selama
Gak mau pengaruhi ya di rambut kan?
pas audio.
berarti bangku botak dong dulu.
Itu biar menunjukkan.
Emang botak kan?
Emang botak
Kan lo nanya
Sipu kan yang pendek kan ini rambutnya.
Oh iya.
Sampai sekarang
Sekarang udah ada rambutnya.
Jadi tadi anjing. Dia tuh nggak drafting sama sekali.
Itu dia udah siap. Soalnya dia yang belum tuh. Iya yang belum lucu banget sumpah. Nggak kayak gitu tapi tangannya tetap biasa bilang. Gua tahu Bang. Kayak dia materi yang dia paling banyak materi ini. Pas dia kayak gua ada feeling nih gua bakal ini benar. Ya itu dia
Hasilnya gini aja, kita udah research dari tadi kan. Terus lalu salah konteks mereka.
Ya udah lu sih tadi di konten yang gua buatkan 60% itu
Itu lo datang.
Kapan dimulai?
Kalau dia ditempel pensi.
Tahu nih.
Bagas.
Nggak boleh.
Tapi kayak suara pertamanya 50 ya Allah.
Terus semua suratnya diulis di bagian di
Aneh banget.
Ini apa jadi kopi?
Tadi kayak preman banget anjir.
Gua dimarah-marahin anak mesin.
Ya tadi saya
Gua audiensi tapi audiensi sama anak mesin.
Audiensi apa sih?
Gua mimpi.
Itu mimpi orang sakit anjir.
Lu boleh nggak puasa?
Gua dimarah-marahin anak mesin.
Lu masuk yang mana? Lu masuk yang mana?
Apaan tuh?
Yang di Zoom-nya tidak berpuasa.
Makasih.
Ini banget gila.
Kata-kata sih lu juga cocok jadi
Ya ini bener. Tidak sengaja maksudnya gimana? Ada orang nggak gila nggak sengaja.
Oh DGJ beneran.
Dia X tuh apa X?
video tuh bakal tentang itu kalau kode diganti puasa.
Oh ada gitu kan anjir gua tahu.
Lu Islam apaan anjir?
Jadi kayak kan ada kan yang dia nggak perlu puasa tapi dia cuma balas.
Nah ini udah jelas ini gua. Nifas. Nifas apa? Nafas.
Bukan itu lu kan nafas tuh kalau habis ngelakuin itu kayak menstruasi itu tapi ini bukan menstruasi namanya nifas tapi
ada orang yang sakit yang punya harapan sembuh dan gila.
Amin.
Gila cowok.
Itu kayaknya itu parah tapi ada
Gue mimpi tadi malam tuh. Gara-gara gue sepanjang jalan.
Tapi gue pernah mimpi banget langsung ke dalam mimpi gue, tapi dia jadi baik.
Gue pernah nyasar marah-marah ke gue gara-gara apa ya? Gue gara-gara Adita. Terus marahnya ke gue. Terus gue marahnya ngeri banget. Gue gak pengen kayak bosan capek banget.
Gue apa ya? Tapi gue ingat tadi tanya kita kan lagi bahas OGG. Gue udah tahu ya, udah kan udah dia datang terus kayak udah bagus terus dia kayak senyum ada kayak
Anjing random banget tuh.
Tadi malam kan gue kan ke taman gitu, kayak lama gitu kan baterai gue habis tadi malam. Jadi kayak ternyata gue ke taman sampai jam 1. Jadi kan kayak gue tuh di taman kan.
Halo, kalian sudah memiliki waktu 10 menit lagi ya hingga speech building session ini ditutup. Oke, 10 menit lagi. Terima kasih.
Kayaknya gara-gara itu deh, makanya gue mimpi pagi. Soalnya cutting SMA gue, kakak SMA gue ada yang anak mesin.
Oh iya, ini akrab anak.
Berarti yang kita mau setelah itu udah semua.
Iya, setelah itu udah kita
gue buat dasar
Gue lagi nunggu vlog tadi. Kita seru. Coba beli. Aku lagi nunggu yang baru. Hasil yang baru gitu. Kayak itu tuh pertandingan habis 2 season.
Iya.
Iya, aku nggak di belum beres. Sedih. Gue juga gitu aja, gue kira apa sih HQ buat bocah banget kan? Nggak anjing, seru cowok. Gue kira suka poli gara-gara HQ anjing. Itu kayak
Tapi cewek-cewek pasti pada suka nonton hiking.
Iya. Orang-orang terus kalau Judas gitu kan, kayak bad boy shop siapa sih, gue lupa dah nama karakternya. Hinata Shouju, Kageyama. Ya Kageyama berapa banget. Anjing.
Nggak bisa aneh ya, tapi kayak cool boy gitu lah pasti.
Kayak cool boy idaman gitu.
Iya. Gue sukanya ini sih bukan dari ya kalau dari Karasunonya gue suka ibu. Itu apa ya? Bisa diedukasi sebenarnya sama Ken mah.
Ken mah. Bagus SMP semua.
Center semua ini sih biasanya center hiking.
15 center semua orang yang di highlight center semua. Yang di highlight center semua kan. Kecuali si Kageyama center dia. Ken mah Kageyama center dia.
Ken. sih biasanya. Gue suka setter
Gue kurang suka art style di manganya.
Iya. Kayak apa ya?
Kayak One Punch Man tapi waktu yang belum di recreate sama sama. One Punch Man kan awalnya kan sama siapa sama ini kan. Apa? Jadi One Punch Man itu sebenarnya ada di jenis komik. Ada yang masih dalam bentuk kasarnya sama yang udah dibagusin. Gue lupa manganya siapa.
Gue ini sih manganya belum gue lanjut. Gue rada pusing ya baca manga itu. Soalnya tuh kayak orang main bola tapi di komik gitu loh. Kayak gue kurang paham gitu kan. Baca kadang. Jadi mau bola dilanjutin.
Waktu itu gue kurang suka soalnya identifikasi orangnya susah. Identifikasi orangnya susah. Oke, ini Hinata, ini kayak gimana? Kayak lo harus ngafalin lagi orangnya kayak gimana.
Nah, halo, reminder bahwa waktu kalian tersisa hanya 5 menit lagi ya. Akan selesai pada saat 10.15 sehingga tersisa hanya 5 menit lagi. Terima kasih.
So eksperimennya belum beres kan dia.
Tes. Tes. Udah belum? Oke, waktu kalian tersisa 5 menit lagi ya. Speech building session akan selesai pukul 10.15 sehingga waktu kalian tersisa 5 menit lagi. Terima kasih.
Karena bocah apa nih ya? Kita kayak nggak mikir-mikir oh dia emang nggak sok awal kita bukan sekalian orangnya konyol gitu kan. Gue sekarang ini gue udah lama sih nggak baca komik, terakhir komik aja gue manhwa lagi. Tapi jeleknya manhwa tuh satu, dia ceritanya tuh kayak mirip-mirip semua. Pasti ribut antar sekolah gitu atau ribut antar geng. Kalau baca manhwa iya menjadi sedikit realis lah kalau manhwa tuh.
Kayak mendalam itu kayak gue tiap beda gitu loh.
Iya benar.
Tergantung siapa yang gambar.
Iya benar.
Cara lainnya gimana ya?
Suka manhwa kan suka mix jenis gitu kan ya.
Nyalain on ini kan dicetek kan?
Apaan? Iya nyalain. Cuma tetap aja lu bagus. Intinya apa namanya? Oh gitu. Gambar so bagus. Manga kan ya tadi tergantung manga siapa. JK bagus anjir. Jadi masih ongoing kan?
Masih juga. Dan ini kan
season 2-nya sih gue kayak
ini mau profesi.
Iya, emang jelek. Gue tuh baru sebenarnya gue tuh pertama teksturnya gue tuh nggak begitu lama ya baru kayak sekolah ya. Aku baru SMP kelas berapa?
oh ya
Aku BMS kamera juga.
Nah, justru gue kayak awalnya kan gue nontonnya dari yang movie dulu kalau gue
bagus sih ya. Terus
gue nonton yang movie dulu semua yang Saksikan terus itu dibeli kayak gitu nah standar sih ya.
Ghibli standar banget.
Ringan terus pokoknya adalah movie banget.
Terus
nonton series ya kan, tapi gue baru genre kayak romance gitu, gue pikir gue cocoknya terus pas gue nyoba yang action, gue ternyata lebih dari action.
Oh iya.
Gue lebih seneng yang action, pokoknya harus ada gelutnya, harus ada bunuh-bunuhan gitu. Itu kayak gue nonton aja jadi kayak males gitu. Setelah nonton itu kayak terlalu biasa aja. Gue lebih seneng.
Gue maksudnya yang komedi, action, romance, gue slice of life.
Oh, gue sama ini sih ya, ini kayak bukan fantasi, kalau gitu sih.
Gue lebih suka yang fantasi.
Paling baru yang kayak Dennis gitu, vampir.
Gue mau konsul kalau yang horor Jepang mah ngeri anjir, sekali horor tuh ngeri.
Gue tau Hana Kokun sih,
itu mah biasa sih menurut gue.
tapi iya sih itu masih ada ya,
ada yang bisa yang benar-benar jorok banget, ada satu manga tuh sadis banget, kayak lu bisa buta anjir.
Tommy
Yang dulu tuh tengah jorok itu, gue lupa, pokoknya emang terkenal karena sadis ya gitu. Anjir berat banget.
Pada seluruh peserta
Pada seluruh peserta, mohon berhenti menulisnya. Waktu persiapannya sudah selesai. Jika ada yang terlihat menulis, maka akan ada penalti tersendiri.
Sorry, we are having a bit of a connection trouble here, so can you please just wait for a few more minutes while we fix the problem immediately, okay? But keep in mind that speech building session has already ended, so you cannot write or you cannot prepare your speech anymore. You can only just look and review your notes as you prepare as you await your turn to do your speeches. Thank you. Like now we're experiencing some connection trouble, so please just wait a few more minutes while we try to immediately fix this problem. Thank you. And please remember to still, turn on your cameras because we will still be monitoring you, okay? So make sure all of your cameras are still turned on.
Okay, sorry for the inconvenience. Kita langsung mulai aja ke sesi penyampaian speech. Pada Maximilian Perkasa Sihotal, asal sekolah SMAI Al-Azhar 19 Ciracas, dengan tema There's No Future atau tema kelima, silahkan maju dan sampaikan speech-nya.
Ini disampainya di main session kan?
Halo, iya di main session ya.
Oke, sebentar ya, bakal di share screen untuk si durasinya, jadi kalian bisa keep yourself sama durasi. Oke, jadi untuk menanggapi dari yang pertanyaan di chat, untuk masalah jaringan itu hanya di device utama, sedangkan kita ada device lain, yaitu device backup, bahkan lebih dari 2. Jadi kepada peserta, tenang aja, kita di sini pasti menjudge sesuai dengan penampilan kalian nantinya. Kepada Maxi, apakah sudah siap?
Ini langsung kan?
Oke. Timernya bakal dimulai saat kamu berbicara ya. So whenever you are ready, you could start.
Do I have to present it with text or not?
Boleh diulang, Maxi? Maaf.
Apakah aku harus mempresentasikan dengan teks apa langsung saja?
Untuk yang dipresentasikan terserah kamu ya, yang mana yang sudah kamu buat tadi di 30 menit itu. Dan untuk Maxi juga tolong berdiri dan menghadap kamera.
Berarti mau lihat teks itu nggak apa-apa kan, apa gimana?
Boleh, asal yang teks itu di dalam bentuk cetak ya, dalam bentuk tulis tadi.
Dalam bentuk tulisan.
Teman-teman, aku ingetin sekali lagi, memakai naskah atau tidak itu diperbolehkan asalkan naskahnya catatan. Bentuk tulisan, bukan dari handphone, bukan dari iPad, bukan dari laptop. Itu diperbolehkan, tidak mengurangi nilai sama sekali ya. Untuk yang akan tampil juga dimohon berdiri menghadap kamera. Oke, whenever you're ready, Maxi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I want to talk to you about the urgent issue that affects not only Indonesia, but the whole world as a whole. Our dependence on renewable energy resources such as coal and oil, while these resources have provided us with energy for many years, we cannot ignore the fact that they pose significant dangers to our planet, our health, and our economy in the long term. Despite the fact, despite the efforts to make these energies greener through technologies such as coal gasification and carbon capture and storage, we cannot rely on them as a viable solution to the problem. Those technologies are still unproven and may not be enough to tackle the scale of environmental that has already been damaged. Therefore, it is crucial that we start transitioning to clean, renewable energy such as solar, wind, hydro, and geothermal power. These resources not only reduce the environmental impact, but also an economic opportunities, particularly in rural areas. Investing in rural renewable energy infrastructure and technology is not only necessarily for our planet's future, but also our economic growth and competitiveness in global market. As individuals, it is crucial that we start transitioning by reducing our energy consumption and choosing eco-friendly options, such as public transportation, walking or biking. By making these small changes, we can make a big impact and contribute to sustainable energy for future for Indonesia. In conclusion, we cannot afford to continue with business as usual. We must take action now to transition to renewable energy resources to minimize the negative impact on our environment and our planets, and also achieve a better future for ourselves and future generations. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for Maxi. Next, Jessica Chandra Oktaverina, SMAN 7 Mataram, dengan tema Evil Twin. Pada Jessica, silakan mempersiapkan dirinya, and you may start when you are ready.
Is my voice audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable judges, the organizing committee, and the finalists of the English speech competition by OGG FITB 2023. Before I start my speech, I will introduce myself. My name is Jessica Chandra Oktaverina, and I'm in second grade of Senior High School 7 Mataram. At this great opportunity, I got a theme about the Evil Twin. First, I'm going to talk about the meaning of the ocean acidification. Ocean acidification is a change of the seawater that can be harmful for plants and animals that live on the sea. Ocean acidification is one of the aspects of the global climate change. But how can global warming and the ocean can be related? The rising concentration of the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is driving up the ocean surface temperature and causing the ocean acidification. Ocean acidification is expected to have a negative overall effect on many marine species. This could alter marine food chain and food supply to humans. And then, what causing the ocean acidification is? Ocean acidification mainly caused by carbon dioxide gas in the atmosphere dissolving into the ocean. This leads to a lowering of water's pH, making the ocean more acidic. Many factors contribute to rising carbon dioxide levels, like the burning of fossils, such as coal, oil, and gas. These things are come from the human industry, which are the major causes. Ocean acidification is therefore the epitome of climate warming in view of its far-reaching impacts. In actual fact, both processes are attributable to the same problem. This describes the constant exchange of the carbon between the atmosphere, plants, on the land, and the ocean. Next, could the ocean acidification kill our seas? Carbon dioxide emission from human activities are the primary cause of the ocean acidification. With the increasing atmosphere of the carbon dioxide, it can absorbed by the ocean. In the past, ocean acidification occurred naturally, but over much longer periods of time, it is occurring faster now than later, less in the 20 years. Ocean acidification impacts important sectors like fishing or tourism. It is also could affect food supply and make global warming even worse. And then, what are small things we can do to reduce this disaster? The most effective way to limit the ocean acidification is to act on climate change, implementing solutions to reduce the use of the fossil fuels. I hope we can a bit more care about this concern. That is all at the end of my speech today. Thank you, and I'm sorry for the mistake. Good morning.
Thank you for Jessica. Next, moving on to Naura Atirahu Zahra, SMAT Ibnu Abbas Klaten, dengan tema The Prison is the Key to the Past. You may start when you are ready.
I'll start within 3, 2, and 1. Honorable judges, the committee of this event, and all the families who has been working hard to make this final stage today. My name is Naura Atirahu Zahra, and I'm from Senior High School Ibnu Abbas. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever heard that what we are living now is what we have done in the past? It related to the theory that came from father of modern geology, James Hadden. It's known as the principle of uniformitarianism. He believed Earth's landscape, like mountains and oceans, formed over a long period of time through gradual processes. The theory also states that these processes have occurred at constant rates throughout natural history. James Hadden explains this idea in his book entitled Theory of the Earth. It said, "We find no vestige of a beginning, no prospect of an end." He was the first to conclude that the age of the Earth must be so incredibly old that the mind can begin to estimate its length. This principle also symbolically says that we can learn from the past mistakes. As human, we often make some mistakes, and that's normal. But the bad news is many people don't learn from their mistakes. They keep repeating the same mistakes over and over. For a simple example, I'll start with the extinction of dinosaurs over 66 million years ago. Many people know it caused by the comet or asteroid slammed into Earth. However, the researchers show that its after effects such as tidal waves and earthquakes played an important role. One of them was the soot-rich smoke from first sparked by the collision. Soot is a fine black powder that's a product of incomplete combustion. Its major component is black carbon. The formation of soot can be a problem. In places such as chimneys, it can result in clogged chimneys that cannot draw out smoke as efficiently. Outdoors, soot is released into the environment when fossil fuel are burned for industrial purposes. Additionally, soot is a pollutant that has a range of environmental and health effects. Ladies and gentlemen, looking at our condition nowadays, I think I can say that we learned from the past. because we go on from the past. Because what happened today is deaths and asthma attacks in Canada every year, because it can enter the body through inhalation, ingestion, or through the skin and eyes. Furthermore, it causes breathing issues such as bronchitis, coronary heart disease, and even cancer. Ladies and gentlemen, are we allowed to stay still after knowing that horrible news? Or we want to be the one who participate in contributing and learn from the past? We, as human beings, have an obligation to take part in healing this beautiful earth. We can do simple things that matter to our environment sustainability, and one of them is by replacing our vehicle to more environmentally friendly one, such as electric vehicle or bike. The one who holds biggest power, such as industries and government, needs to participate as well. Filtering the waste material before throwing to the air. So let's learn from the past and play our each part to heal this world. Hopefully, by this energy and hard work, we can create a better future for ourselves and future generations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Laura. Next, we're going to Nur Hazlin Harun Khotib, SMAN 1 Jember, dengan tema Manage the Unavoidable. Pada Nur Hazlin, silakan mempersiapkan diri.
Okay, excuse myself, I'm going to change my Wi-Fi connection to my own data connection because I'm aware of what's something going to be happen.
Problem, you can go.
Wait. So the time is only 3 minutes or?
No, sorry. You have 7 minutes in total.
Yeah.
When you're ready, okay?
Good day to everyone here. Thank God for this super great opportunity so that I can speak in front of you today. I am Nur Hazlin Harun Khotib. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be here to open this speech regarding on how we can manage the unavoidable. Indonesia. We live in such a beautiful country based on the roadside, graced with the more nature and one person could enjoy in a lifetime. The mesmerizing nature and fascinating culture amaze everyone, including me, by the extraordinary diversity, various cultures and unique languages. Indonesia is a country that is unique and rich in characteristic. The natural beauty that is owned is also very enchanting. Towering mountains to climb, the beaches that with their own beauty, beautiful forests that is fun to explore, and abundant natural resources and fertile land are ready to be utilized for the good of its inhabitants. The wealth of Indonesia are support Indonesia to reach into its sustainable development goals. Every single thing you will probably find on internet about Indonesia in the beauty and natural wealth. But what if the country that provides natural beauty becomes a country that hurts natural life? I still remember how I love every single thing about nature, how I love every single time I get closer to the nature. But what happened now, it's not the same anymore. When somebody said to me, something big is going to be happening, and I said, where? What is something big going to be happen? And they said, save yourself, get covered, don't get outside. And all the media started to compete each other who get the information first. It's screaming in our head. What should I save myself from? From what? and they said, the nature. This conversation really breaks how nature that has given us everything. We should not be afraid of the natural disaster that may happen on Earth. We should not be afraid of the earthquakes, tsunamis, or even any other disaster. But what we should be concerned about is their impact on our lives and property. Instead, we should be scared of people that act arrogant and don't know how to teach themselves, how to knowledge themselves to avoid something that is not only can harm humans, but also nature. At the end, we always blame nature. All the beauty which should be our favorite becomes the most scary. And it's again and again because of humans, ladies and gentlemen. Humans greed from taking something that has given us a lot, that has given us water to drink, food, oxygen, and so much. But what something they got from our nature didn't satisfy them enough. This natural disaster has thrown several fields, dozens of factories and schools, countries, houses, and it has killed thousands of people. And don't forget about the air pollution that caused by these disasters. Moreover, the after effect, it's not only felt on the air, but also pollutants released to the environment cycles between air, land, as well as water, until it's finally removed from the system, deep ocean, sediments, and through entrapment in secure mineral compounds. These disasters can increase the release of the pollutants in living or non-living things. We absolutely can't manage this unavoidable disaster. We can't longer do anything to run from this disaster, except by trying to avoid this from happening again. This industrial waste can help to recover by doing land disposal, includes landfill, surface impoundments, land treatment, land farming, and underground injection. Furthermore, ladies and gentlemen, now look at your surroundings. Count how many things you have that potentially produce disaster. What can you do to avoid them becoming bigger things that can only hurting on life? How to manage them? How to manage disaster from happening? We absolutely can't manage this unavoidable disaster, you know. We can't longer do anything to run from this disaster except try to avoid this from happening again. Furthermore, government and all people in Indonesia need to increase public awareness of these environmental problems and the importance of protecting the environment, and to support the third SDGs, good health. Education campaigns should be implemented to inform the public about the impact of the environment and public health. Finally, Indonesia needs to invest in research and development of new technologies that can help reduce the environmental impact of soil erosion and other disaster that goes wrong. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we can take something good from what I delivered today.
Okay, thank you very much, Nur Hazlin. We're going to move to the next panelist, which is Hafiz Dwi Febrian dari SMA N2 Kota Tangerang Selatan dengan tema Avoid the Unmanageable.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. In the book, The Midnight Library, the main character is given access to books containing all what could have been of their lives had they made a different decision. From small things like, what if I had taken the test? What if I had studied the piano? To larger things like, what if I had married that person? Or what if I had started this business? The message of the book is that to live your life to the fullest and that second chances doesn't come easily. We must acknowledge, ladies and gentlemen, that everyone in this world has something they would rather do something differently in the past, especially humanity as a whole. If humanity were to be given a second chance, what would you think happened? I think one of humanity's greatest blunders is simply not planning ahead far enough Now, what do I mean by this? As a kid, I was fascinated with large natural objects like large mountains like the Everest and large barrier reefs like in Australia. And I wondered to myself, one of these large objects is a volcano. And I observed as a kid that there is people living around the volcano. What would you think will happen if the volcano were to erupt? One would assume that the engineers who built these infrastructures near volcanoes would have been aware of the issues, right? They are literally building near an active volcano. Of course they have prepared something, right? Well, in May of 2018, this exact scenario happened in Hawaii and unfortunately caused large-scale disasters in the state for up to $800 million in damages and 21 people injured. This is a large-scale disaster that could have been avoided had the engineers and civil engineers who built this has planned ahead, especially if building near a volcano. In the case that a disaster like this struck again, we must be ready for it. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Om Swastiastu, Om Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Judges, my name is Hafiz bin Fabian from SMN 2 Tangerang Selatan, and today I will be bringing you my speech about avoiding the unmanageable for pre-event OGG FITB 2023. And let's get into my speech without further commotion. In the case that disasters that occur naturally happens again, we must prepare ourselves. We must prepare our infrastructure in the case of such events. Ladies and gentlemen, what is the best way to tackle about something you cannot prevent? Well, you focus on the things you can prevent. Let me introduce you to the urban concept of resilient cities. Resilient cities are a classification of cities that are made to sustain and be functioning in the capacity of a natural disaster. They prepare also for long-term sustainability. One of the ways that a resilient city achieves such a feat is by making their services easily accessible everywhere. They decentralize their hospitals and their schools so that it is easily accessible from any point in the city. Because in the case of a natural disasters, it is not a guarantee that these buildings will survive the initial collision with nature. Not only that, they also provide easy economic access for economic sustainability for the future, creating economic growth in the ways of decentralizing not just volatile spaces, but also businesses like coffee shops and malls to be available near living residences, allowing for more businesses and local economy to sprung up more easily. Not only that, what about the buildings that are destroyed in the event of natural disasters? Well, they have also prepared for it in ways of bioconcrete. If you didn't know, normal concrete actually takes water to produce. Water is a pretty limited resource. We do not have unlimited of it. Despite the sea being a large body of water, desalination production is actually very expensive and therefore not economically sustainable for a resilient city. By using bioconcrete, they allow their city to be built with resources that they can manage over a long period of time, guaranteeing that they will be around longer than the average cities, because their citizens are also granted access to better quality of life. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're still not convinced, let me tell you about Amsterdam. Amsterdam is a city in the Netherlands, a country most volatile for seawater erosion, and yet they managed to thrive as a first world nation. Now, how do they do that? Well, the Netherlands is classified as a resilient city. The way in which they are resilient is by adopting an urban planning principle called the 15-minute city, which is essentially allowing services to be accessible within 15 minutes of a bike ride or a walk at any point in the city. We must push for these changes because we know it has worked. Ladies and gentlemen, even the nations of the head capital of Indonesia agrees with me. Bambang Susantoro has proposed plans of a 10-minute city to be implemented in our new capital of Eastern Kalimantan. Jokowi has also expressed agreements in this by wanting to move forward from fossil fuels to more sustainable resource. We can achieve this. This is plans that has been created with people in power. We must also urge public awareness of this issue because this is an issue that concerns not just us, but people everywhere around the globe. Indonesia is not the only country that faces natural disasters. We might be more prone to it, but that doesn't mean other countries doesn't feel it as well. Ladies and gentlemen, in an age where information travels as fast as light through the internet, what's stopping you from spreading awareness? Thank you very much. That is my speech for today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move to next panelist, Dea Fitria Ardila dari SMA Kusuma Bangsa Palembang dengan tema There is no future. Hello Dea, every time you're ready, ya.
Okay. I'll start my speech in 1, 2, 3. Hello everyone, I'm Dea from SMA Kusuma Bangsa Palembang. It is such an honor for me to stand up and present to you guys my speech with the theme, There is no future.
Dea, sorry, can you please start over? I forgot to restart it. Oh, sorry. And can you speak louder?
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Okay.
Can I get my device?
Sorry? Okay.
Can I just get closer to my device?
Yes, you may. No problem. Please. We hope we could see your face. Shut up. Okay, I think this is good. Can you try to talk?
Can I sit down or something? Because
no, sorry, you're not allowed to sit down. Please stand up. Okay, this is very good. Can you try to talk? Can you try to speak?
Hello?
Okay, this is very good. Thank you. Please start.
1, 2, 3. Okay, hello everyone. I am Dea Fitria Ardila from SMA Kusuma Bangsa Palembang. It is such an honor for me to stand up in front of you guys and present to you guys my speech with the theme, There is no future. Well, there will be no future if Indonesia keeps relying on coal and oil as energy sources. In Indonesia alone, coal and oil have been the biggest energy sources that is used every day in our daily life. But the continued uses of these sources will lead to serious environmental and health issues for humanity. Coal gasification can cause things like explosions, destroys the countryside, and it can produce carbon dioxide, nitrogen oxide, and sulfur dioxide. It gets released through the atmosphere when it reacts with the water and oxygen. It'll become acid rain, which is highly dangerous because you breathe in the particles and it causes respiratory distress, so it makes you feel hard to breathe. Acid rain can affect fish, thus reducing human being foods. Oil spillage is a release of liquid petroleum hydrocarbon into the environment, especially in the marine ecosystem. And this is done due to human activity. As we know, oil spills kill surface animals such as birds, fish that needs to come up to breathe because the oil flood and affects the ocean. Research in oil spills have shown that toxic chemicals remain in the ocean for years, affecting the human being food source. Also, it reduces the amount of animals in the ocean, hence reducing the food availability for humans. So, for our future and the future of our children and our children's children, we need to transition to clean renewable sources of energy such as solar geothermal energy, wind, and hydro energy. It is not accurate to say that there is no future because of coal gasification and oil spillage. Well, these are significant environmental issues that require attention and action. There are also many efforts on the way to transition to cleaner and more sustainable sources of energy. Renewable energy sources such as solar, wind, and hydropower offer a range of benefits over non-renewable sources like coal and oil. They produce fewer greenhouse gas emission, reduce our dependence on finite resources, and offer finite resources and offer improved energy security. While there are so many challenges associated with transitioning to cleaner and more sustainable source of energy, including the needs for significant investment with infrastructure and technology, there is reason for optimism. Thank you so much for your attention.
Pas 100 bisa nggak? Cantik.
Okay, thank you for Dea. Just want to remind you that all of you need to on your camera. So, untuk semuanya yang menggunakan dua device, juga kedua device-nya harap dinyalakan kameranya. Lalu selama penyampaian speech, walaupun kalian bukan kebagiannya, tidak boleh menulis atau mencari materi lagi ya. Jadi kalian mungkin boleh mempersiapkan latihan berbicara, gestur, dan lainnya, tapi tidak boleh ada yang menulis. Boleh dilanjut ya.
Oke, thank you Dea dan Sheila. Kita bakal next ke finalis selanjutnya. Iris Medina Aziz, Iris, asal sekolah SMA Al-Azhar dengan tema Evil Twin.
Oh yeah, Kak, just to inform you, and let you know, there's nothing in here for me to cheat, so it's just my my writing here.
Kamera kamu ya, Beb.
Kak, udah bisa belum, Kak?
Udah.
Kalian ada device lain nggak? HP gitu.
Ya mungkin aku takut kamu tiba-tiba nge-lag di tengah-tengah. Apa ada device lain atau you're confident ini bakal oke?
Sebentar Kak, aku coba ambil iPadku dulu.
Oke. Thank you.
Ideologinya nggak boleh. Apa tuh? Tapi kok sana tak pakai ini? Bodoh. Nanti nggak dapat sentral.
Siapa namanya?
Iris.
Ini yang ganti device. Ganti yang ini.
Iris Wilir.
Ini Ariel.
Iris Wilir. Itu Iris Wilir. Ini nggak ada Iris Wilir. Jojo pada cakep. Arab juga kan. Jojo jelek gitu. Yes. Keren, user tadi.
Semuanya aku satu
Sorry. Gimana cok itu? Ini kalau
Maaf Kak, aku harus di-update dulu bentar. Nah, mungkin kemungkinan agak lama. Nah, atau mungkin tuh aku mau ganti laptop. Kalau misalnya beralih dulu ke peserta yang lain, bisa nggak Kak? Atau tidak bisa? Makasih.
Oke, nggak apa-apa, tapi habis peserta yang ini tetap kamu lagi ya, Riz. Oke, move ke peserta selanjutnya. Alisha Diarani dari SMA IT Oyo Albab Batam dengan tema The Present is the Key to the Past. Halo Alisha.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly. Okay, just when you're ready, yeah?
Okay, my speech is going to start in 1, 2, 3. Honorable judges, fellow contestants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Alisha Diarani from Ulul Albab Integrated Islamic High School, Batam, and I am here to deliver my speech to you. Although before I get to the theme of my speech, I'm going to ask you, have you ever seen an ancient sandstone? Have you ever wondered how an ancient sandstone is formed? Well, let me tell you, an ancient sandstone, keyword, ancient, which means like it was formed millions, hundreds of years ago, is formed almost the same way as how a beach is formed today, by the gradual build up of the many, many years of water transported sands. This principle, this common way of how today's beach and ancient sandstones are formed are somewhat equivalent to one of the guiding rules for understanding rocks and landforms, reconstructing their history and estimating the amount of time for them to take form. Many years later, many geologists and scientists try to investigate this common principle until a biblical scholar and Archbishop James Ussher determined that the earth has been created since 4004 BC. Until another over a century years later, James Hutton, also most commonly known as the father of geology, concluded that Earth is much, much older than that, and that the processes that have happened in the present have also happened in the very same way in the past, and will also continue to happen in the future. This concept has become widely known as uniformitarianism, or also known as its summarized phrase, the present is the key to the past, a phrase that has the meaning of you can't fully understand what's going on in the past until you take a good look at them from the present. The phrase, the present is the key to the past, is deceptively simple, but enormously powerful, meaning that the processes or phenomenons or cycles that are occurring today have also occurred throughout most of Earth's history. And for that very reason, so we can understand what happened in the past, we can just take a good look at the present to figure out what really happened in the past. Although that didn't quite age well, because modern geologists have also realized that not all processes or phenomenons, etc., whatever you want to call, that happened in the past are also happening today. We know from the studies that the geologists have found that the very first million years when Earth was created, the disasters there are vastly different from ours today. There were times, millions of years ago, when the Earth was showered by millions of polar debris, and when tectonic plates suddenly started moving without knowing the reason why, because the geologists haven't existed there yet. only in today's age when geologists have existed and we figured out the tectonic plates movement. So, ladies and gentlemen, instead of seeing uniformitarianism, or also known as its summarized phrase, the present is the key to the past, as an undebatable and absolute truth, we can see it as a provider to another explanation that helps create more pictures and piece back puzzles that had shaped the earth and the universe as we know it, as much as we know it anyway. That is all for my speech. I'm sorry if I did anything wrong. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much, Kancha. Great job. For the next panelist, kita bakal balik lagi ke Aris. Aris, are you there? Hello. I'm ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Suara aku kedengeran nggak, Kak?
Coba yang satu di disconnect aja dari apa mikrofon.
Halo, Kak, dengar nggak?
Oke kok. Okay.
Start. 3, 2, 1. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. What if the earth has an evil twin? What does that even mean? Well, in my opinion, the ocean acidification is often referred to as the evil twin of climate change. Greenhouse gases are doing more than just warming globe increasing. CO2 levels are also changing the chemical makeup of our oceans. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Iris Medina, and I am honored to be here representing SMA 1119 Ciracas Senior High School, East Jakarta. And I'm going to talk about the topic about evil twin that I'm referring to. So, what exactly is the ocean's role in absorbing CO2? Well, we live in the blue planet with nearly 3/4 of the Earth covered in a crucial role in capturing CO2. Currently, approximately half the CO2 in crucial role in capturing Currently, approximately half the CO2 we emit stays in the atmosphere. A quarter is absorbed by the biosphere, and which includes plant and soils, and a quarter is absorbed by the ocean, which means the set of chemical processes that occurs when CO2 is absorbed in seawater is known as the ocean acidification. The rate of increases of atmosphere CO2 since the Industrial Revolution, driven by human fossil fuel combustion and deforestation, is faster than has occurred for millions of years. And because of the amount of CO2 absorbed by the oceans, this increase in emissions is changing the acidity and therefore the chemistry of our oceans. So, when carbon dioxide dissolves in seawater, it forms a weak and carbonic acid,
that rapidly releases a bicarbonate ion and hydrogen ion. This decreases the availability of carbonate ions otherwise available to shell-performing and skeleton-building organisms. The remaining free hydrogen ions lower the ocean's pH, that is, make more acid. We do know that we are likely to see the impact of the ocean acidification in our coldest water, and this is because of CO2. And why is it a serious issue for us? Ultimately, impacts on polar calcifiers will have impacts on higher levels of the food chain and across latitudinal boundaries. Polar calcifiers are important food sources for marine predators, including salmon, mackerel, herring, cod, and even belly whale in the Arctic. Perhaps, closer to most people's hearts or stomach are the likely impacts of the ocean acidification of fish. Some of the richest and most heavily exploited fishing areas in the world are located in high latitude seas. Our oceans matter. As the custodians of this new planet, we must be mindful of the role the oceans play in mitigating climate change. We must understand that ocean ecosystems are important to us economically, socially, and environmentally. Scientists in this field are now taking the steps to determine the impacts of continuing ocean acidification on their ecosystem. Thank you and have a good day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, Aris, thank you so much. You've done a great job. Kita bakal next ke selanjutnya. Ada Razan Alif Ajiman dari SMA Al-Azhar 19 Ciracas dengan tema Manage the Unavoidable. Halo Razan. Duration berapa deh? Waktu udah?
I'll be talking in this.
Okay. Oh, nyantai aja. Ini mirip-mirip. Gue mirip Sultan FTMB. Iya. That I can agree with. Nah, ke Jepang. Kamarnya gede. Gue ke bawah. Aduh. Oke, Rezan. Halo?
Okay. Judges, can you hear me?
Yes, very clear. Okay, whenever you're ready.
I'll be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Humans have been very destructive to the environment lately. Our activities that help increase our quality of life are massively increasing the frequency of natural disasters such as landslides, floods, and soil erosion. My name is Razan Alif Azimah. I'm a first-year student from Al-Azhar 19 Ciracas. And today, in this speech, I want to talk about the importance of sustainable development and tight regulations to ensure responsible resource management and minimize the risks of geohazards. Let's talk about the problems. First off, deforestation. Let's take a look at Borneo. Huge swaths of land are being burned down Borneo for poplar plantations. By using excuse me. Let's talk about the problems. First off, deforestation. Let's take a look at Borneo, for example. Huge swaths of land are being cut down for palm plantations and cities. Not only this produces a lot of CO2, but I'm sorry, judges. Can I restart?
Oke, jadi kamu boleh restart, tapi timernya nggak akan dari 0.
Iya,
Jadi 2 menit 17 detik.
Ya, apa-apa.
Okay. Yeah, I hope you could use this second change, okay?
Okay. My speech will start in 3, 2, 1. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Us humans have been very destructive to the environment lately. Our activities that help increase our quality of life are massively increasing the frequency of natural disasters such as landslides, floods, and soil erosion. My name is Razan Alif Azimah. I'm a first-year student from Al-Azhar 19 Ciracas. Today in this speech, I want to talk about the importance of sustainable development and tight regulations to ensure the responsible resource management and minimize the risk of geohazards and also the solutions. Let's talk about the problems. One of the biggest problems that we face is deforestation. Not only does it add CO2 and removes CO2 absorbing stuff, it also increases the potential of landslides and soil erosion. Second is mining. Mining is very destructive to the environment. And I'm sorry, judges, I just can't.
Hello, Razan. You can choose to continue your speech or not.
What?
You can continue to. You can choose to continue your speech or not. Do you need time?
No, I can't.
Okay, it's good. Thank you. Okay, whenever you're ready. Hey. Okay, we're just gonna move to the next finalist. Vanessa Sherry Lestianto from SMA BPK Penabur Bogor. Temanya Avoid the Unimaginable. Halo Vanessa.
Hi. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm gonna start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, judges, fellow participants, and the committee from OGG. Before I start this speech, I would like to thank the Institute Technology of Bandung once again for the opportunity to deliver this speech. I find it to be an appreciable honor to be able to stand in front of such an esteemed audience. Again, my name is Vanessa Sherry-Lestianto. I am from SMA National Plus BPK Penabur Bogor, and I am in the 10th grade. Today, I want to speak to you regarding a topic that I think is very important and addresses a critical issue that affects the nation of Indonesia. Before I get into the main topic, I know that Indonesia is certainly a beautiful country with rich biodiversity, stunning natural beauty, and unparalleled landscapes. However, Indonesia's location is in a very vulnerable place in hazardous context, it being in a position on the Pacific Ring of Fire, a region known for frequent earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis. The area has intense tectonic activities and is also a location where several tectonic plates converge, leading to seismic activity and the formation of numerous active volcanoes. This Pacific Ring of Fire stretches along the coast of Indonesia. This also creates an intense hazard and is certainly a horrible threat to the people and a serious concern to the environment. Disasters can cause major damage that could take years to fix or even unfixable. For this reason, it is important for us as a whole to be prepared for the worst. Indonesia certainly has the resources and capability to create and maximize mitigation systems. This country is rich in natural resources and opportunities. So how can you put that to full use and mitigate the risk and enhance our resistance to this dreadful hazard? Well, first of all, warning systems are incredibly crucial in preparedness of hazards. Indonesia could invest in seismic, volcanic, or even tsunami monitoring systems, and this can create early warnings before disaster strikes, creating spare time to evacuate and save property or minimize damage. Secondly, engaging in local communities are just as important. Disaster preparedness could only work well when people know how to do so. Education on preparedness, response, recovery, mitigation, and many more could be very useful. Awareness programs could reduce their own vulnerability to these hazards and could save one another. They increase the chances of survival in a quick and easy way. Lastly, in this speech, effective land use. We need to learn how to manage our land properly in order to reduce the risks of hazard. As you all know, one large contributor to hazard factors is deforestation, which is the excessive cutting down of trees. They contribute to floods, landslides, and many others. Environmental practices are important in implementing measures to prevent hazards from turning into disasters. Effective land use could also include infrastructure development as well as building enforcement. Creating structures that could minimize or even prevent risks of hazard could go a very long way. This could reduce the amount of damage caused in both life and property. In conclusion, Indonesia is indeed a very rich country, but it is also important to know that it is a very vulnerable one too. We have the resources and capacity to create a suitable mitigation system. Effective risk measures can help mitigate these risks. Warning systems, education, proper land use, and infrastructure development is only a few ways we could do so. So let us come together and enhance our resilience to hazard, for ourselves, for others, for this country. to a suitable future to all and generations to come. For your time and attention, I thank you very much. I apologize if there are any mistakes during my speech, and once again, I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Vanessa. We will be moving to the next contestant, Anastasia Angelina Valerie dari SMA Katolik Yosudarso dengan tema There is no future. Hello.
Let me take my time to set up my things for a while because my table is short, so I might to set my table for a while. Excuse me for a minute.
Not a problem.
Table.
Kameranya di
Table-nya terlalu
Ya Allah. Ingat umur Pak, ingat umur.
Cantik-cantik semua.
Ingat umur
Boleh tuh.
Woi.
Stop.
Beda aja. Kasihan Halim.
Bapak aja begini dah. Bapak ngerasa gini. Si Azan mau balik. Bapak kasihan masih ada. Kamu sekarang kata gue ya orang tua. Kalau tahu setidaknya berarti ada orang yang dari kayaknya apakah dia masuk kali lomba. Ini masih kecil banget anjir. First year. Dia masih high school. Iya. Tapi dia punya gue dia top kan.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Is this position okay? I'm not showing all my body because my table is quite short for my whole body height. So, is it okay?
It's not a problem. It's okay.
Okay.
Just
Thank you. Am I audible?
Sorry.
Okay, start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Humans, we live big. What comes to your mind when I say the word big? I'm not saying that we live luxurious or we live in a mansion or we live consumptive. I'm saying that we live big. Everything that we do is connected to outside there. Industries in China that causes CO2, transportations that causes CO2, and everything that causes CO2. We live by fossil fuels and coals that causes CO2. In the status quo, the world has been through a lot, and by all means, a lot. Let me tell you how these actually harms the earth. Firstly, when production sites create more and more things, it will eventually, of course, create more and more CO2 and create gas house emissions. The earth gets hot, the more and more CO2 are produced. But what happens next? What could go bad? Growing up, commercials always taught me the more you buy, the more things you have are making you more rich. The more you have, the happier you are because it's called healing. And stupidly, we as a society, we believe that having more things are a very good thing to do. We keep on putting demand for the industries, and the industries keep on putting in demand in causing production and produces more and more CO2. But what's so bad about that? What could go bad by buying things that I like, and what's so wrong about healing? Firstly, the heat caused by this can cause several serious amounts of impacts. Firstly, changes in weathers, such as heat waves, droughts, floods, and hurricanes. Secondly, melting of ice. Glaciers and ice caps melting, causing sea levels to rise. Have you heard of that Venice is sinking? That is because of sea levels rising. Thirdly, ocean acidification, where CO2 creates a higher pH water, causing shells and plants to have a very big growth, which can disrupt the food chains and the ocean life and the marine life itself. Yeah, this all creates that and causes all of this. But have you ever thought of why does such thing ever happen? In the pre-industrial eras where people tried to find a strong source of energy, they found coal. Well, coal is basically a fossil that has been through a lot of pressure and heat under the earth. Well, it creates coal.
The people in the pre-industrial eras thought, oh wait, we can produce more industries, more transport, more things to buy, and the society can be a greater and advanced technologies. Where, well, yeah, more and more carbon dioxide, of course. We live by fossil fuels. 80% of the energy we use right now that comes from fossil fuels. We all have carbon footprints by participating in systems that release CO2 and the other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Okay, now, we all understood the history and the status quo of what actually happened. We are now left with problems for us to solve. We are humans. Come on. We came from cave. We live in caves. We make fires in sticks and stones, into living in mansions and having stoves and having houses and cars and everything. But what are the possible solutions for us as humans to think of? Firstly, transition to renewable energy sources such as wind, solar, and hydrothermal. And secondly, improve energy efficiency. By improving energy efficiency, we can reduce our overall energy consumption and decrease greenhouse gas emissions. And for example, efficient lighting and creating and using public transport. Thirdly, we can plant more plants and other vegetation itself. Okay, I'm using hydrothermal in wind and solar energy. Why should I use them? Firstly, it's renewable. Mind you that everything that we use, such as electricity that we use in a normal day, comes from production sites, which they use fossil fuels and coals as their source of energy to create electricity. If we use solar panels, we do not harm nor need fossil fuels, nor we produce CO2 that harms climate change. We are using renewable energy sources. Secondly, it is not climate change that, considering our Earth is already damaged enough. It's already broken enough for us to damage again. Thirdly, reduces the production of CO2. How? We reduce the production of CO2 because we are using renewable energy sources. As what I have explained before, the production sites normally that we usually see, like the PLN and some sort, are creating and using fossil fuels and coals that produces CO2. But other than benefits, using these renewable resources can create jobs and economic opportunities. How? Firstly, construction and installation, building geothermal and hydro needs engineer, electricians, and construction workers. Secondly, operations and maintenance. They need to be operated and maintained. This requires a team of professionals who can monitor the performance of the system, perform reports, and write the optimal functions at the facilities. Thirdly, supply chain. The renewable energy sector relies for manufacturers of solar panels and wind turbines to component suppliers, transport companies, and service providers. This creates a wide range of job opportunities throughout the supply chain. Fourth, innovation and research. The renewable energy projects can also stimulate economic growth in local by providing a stable source of income and attracting investment. For example, the development of wind farm may require the construction of roads and other infrastructure when can create jobs and generate economic activities in the local area. Overall, the geothermal, hydrosolar, and wind energy can create a wider range of job opportunities. Additionally, the development of renewable energy projects can stimulate local economic development and attract investment. Indonesia is known as a third world country, whereas there is still a lot more to grow. There is still a lot of unemployment, a lot of rural areas that it doesn't even get a proper education. But with this, not only that we are saving the world and Mother Earth itself, we are saving our people too, creating more and more job opportunities for people. But then we as the people, we have to start from ourselves. But what can the governments, the individuals, and the businesses can do? Firstly, governments can play a part by establishing targets and incentives such as tax breaks and subsidies. Secondly, support research and development, invest research and development to improve the efficiency and the effectiveness. Thirdly, raise public awareness, create demand for renewable energy, and support the development of a sustainable energy and ecosystem. But then, we as the individuals, everything starts from ourselves. We cannot depend on governments and businesses to start for us, right? Firstly, our individuals, we can start by firstly reduce energy consumption. You can reduce your energy consumption by turning off the lights in the evening. Secondly, support renewable energy policies. And thirdly, we have to educate others on how fossil fuels and CO2 is actually harming climate change. But then if businesses, how can they create sustainable energy? How can they play a part? Firstly, implement energy efficiency measures. Secondly, use renewable energy. And thirdly, advocate for renewable energy policies. And fourth, collaborate with others. So ladies and gentlemen, Energy is the lifeblood of civilizations, but it's up to us to choose whether it's our sustainable resources or from the finite and fragile part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. We will be moving to the next finalist. Syarifah Fiza dari SMA Negeri 1 Bogor dengan tema Evil Twin. Hello, are you there?
Okay, so hello, permission to connect my voice from Zoom to earbud. Is it okay?
No problem.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Kalau gue ingat pasti gue bayar semua. Iya di stage persennya langsung buka orang kaya. Iya anjir. Buka anak yang kayak terbeli kebutuhan. Buka enggak bro kan mau aja dulu. Ini kita tuh kita lagi aja lagi. Ini masih ngobrol kontaminasi ITB. Tahu enggak sih kapal-kapal yang mau FK begini? Iya. Begini. Jadi udah baca sebut atau kayak dibaca ponsel.
Okay, so firstly, can I ask for confirmation whether my voice is audible or no?
Yes, I can hear you very clearly.
Okay, thank God. So is this position okay?
Yes, it's
okay. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is our debate and worrisome as it is. But can you imagine that there is twin that is not really highlighted in this world, but it is equal as dangerous as climate change? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you to ocean acidification, and we are in for a wild ride. So, ladies and gentlemen, fossil fuels have become one of major source of energy that we have frequently used. Even in Indonesia itself, we frequently use fossil fuels such as oil or even coal, because we are also one of the sources of fossil fuels. And we all know that fossil fuels actually one factor why this era become more advanced. And it started from industrial revolution, which made many humans innovate many things. But at the end of the day, fossil fuels are double-edged swords, because after industrial revolution happened, the carbon dioxide increased significantly. Even like we already know about how carbon dioxide increased significantly in daily life itself, in reality itself, we still use fossil fuels over and over again by using public transportation, and in that conclusion, we still rely too much on fossil fuels, and this becomes our main problem regarding ocean acidification. And you might be wondering, what is ocean acidification? So, ladies and gentlemen, ocean acidification is a phenomenon where carbon dioxide will get absorbed by ocean, which actually carbon dioxide in the world, especially in atmosphere, are actually getting absorbed for around 30% in the ocean. But when carbon dioxide gets absorbed, this will lead into carbonate in ocean will get decreased, and also the acid level in seawater and get more acid. And this phenomenon also called ocean osteoporosis itself. And you might be wondering, well, firstly, I believe that people regarding this awareness about ocean acidification is still low. And this becomes our main problem, and also another main problem is also the fossil fuel itself. And that you might think that if ocean acidification is really harmful, then why I haven't heard any of it? And what harm it could bring us to society, even to ourselves as a nation itself? Well, firstly, I want to say that you might haven't heard about ocean acidification because this phenomenon is not actually really talked widely enough. Even in school, you only learn about climate change. While in society, you talk to friends, you only talk about climate change. While in reality, the impact of carbon dioxide is actually runs very complex and not only based on climate change itself. And by that, to prevent any of this happening, to increasing the awareness of people, I would like to propose an idea and even mechanism that we can implement, which is actually we can increase awareness by making additional curriculum regarding ocean acidification and also campaign regarding ocean acidification and also the impact itself. So your generation, even like another generation, millennials, Gen Z, can learn about the awareness regarding how bad and dangerous ocean acidification is. And regarding the impact itself, it's not only on environment, it's more than that. It can impact our economy and also our health. Why? Because first of all, carbon dioxide for industrial or vehicle emissions is absorbed by sea as it before, right? And this reduces the carbonate in seawater. But actually, the organisms in the sea actually really need carbonate because they need to do it for marine calcifer. So marine calcifer is a phenomenon where oyster or prawn need to have carbonate so they can have strong shell and not have a weak body. And this also applies to corals because corals need carbonate to build their skeleton so they can be durable. But when they do not get any carbonate, their skull become weak and easier to get damaged, which will lead to biodiversity in the sea itself will get reduced and even decline because corals itself, in the reality, as we all know, is a home for many species in the sea itself. And you can see and you can know that when corals get reduced or even damaged, the sea species itself will start to lose because they do not have their home again. And especially in Indonesia itself, we have so many variety of sea. We have so many variety of sea species in the world itself because we are archipelago island, right? And we itself is one of the major largest producer and supplier of fish industry itself. And why this ocean acidification will impact the economy. So firstly, many people will start getting many difficulties to catch fish. And this will lead to a reduction in supply stock and also export, which is one of main commodity, right? Not to mention, when these people start getting difficulties regarding to get or to catch fishes, this will lead into the wheel of economy not really working well. Why? Because many people haven't got their payment or even become unemployment because they haven't catch many fish that actually become one of the sources their livings. And not to mention, I talk about the economy and also I'm going to talk about the health sector. So we all know that when carbon dioxide enter ocean, it will really increase the acid level, right? So one of the major things that's going to happen is that algae is more harmful and toxic in acid water. And we can imagine when this algae decided to release some toxic and fish keep eating it and bigger fish eating it, even in the end we decided to eat it, it will accumulate many toxins in our body itself. And can you imagine if we do not stop using fossil fuels, can you imagine that we in the end of the day will start to accumulate many toxic in our bodies and it's inherently very harmful to our health and also ourselves itself. And by that, the common is that if we do not stop using fuels, we will get hurt in the end of the day, even like the whole community. But if we decided to not use the fuels, we can stop disaster that's coming up in the future itself. And how can we preserve our ocean? As a youngster, we can start by walking or bicycling or using public transportation to reduce gas emission. But for the whole community, we can do many things. We can do campaign and also start making policy itself. And by that, me as a Syarifah Ziva dari will sing out with thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Syarifah Ziva. Kita bakal next ke yang selanjutnya, Jeremy Purnawan dari SMA Akan 6 Penabur dengan subtema The Present is the Key to the Past. Halo Jeremy. Oke, halo. Halo, suaranya mantul gitu, suaranya jadi kurang jelas. Kamu ini ada device lainnya connect ke speaker gitu nggak? Coba kamu ngomong. Kita oke. Kira. Kalau suaranya masih kurang jelas, coba ngomong dulu. Kurang nggak bisa kedengar. Menggema gitu suaranya. Apa kamu mau pakai yang device lainnya aja?
Suaranya dong.
Buat suaranya.
Is it better here?
Apa nyantai.
I want to mute the other device.
Oke, ini jelas.
Is it better here, Miss?
Oke, suaranya boleh dari yang B. Kamu tampil tetap di yang A, gimana?
Tebak orang Jerman orangnya.
Jadi kamu tetap ngadep kamera yang A, tapi suaranya dari yang B gitu. Jadi suaranya dari handphone kamu. Oke, will that be okay? Okay, you can start now whenever you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeremy Cornawa, and I represent Saksikan. It is an honor to give the speech of utmost importance here today. The world is not in a good place. Global temperatures are rising. Ocean levels are also rising. Our water supply is getting increasingly more and more polluted, and our resources dwindle even more. We are trying to combat this as much as we can, but has anyone actually took the time to think, how could it have gotten this bad in the first place? We've known about climate change since at least the 60s, but we've only started to care in the 2000s. Why is that? It's because the people of the past and companies have swept the issue under the rug for so long that we have forgotten about it, and the issue has once more risen its head above the rug to become a major and even more deadly issue. We must find problems in the present, find the sources, the roots of the problems in the past to prevent the problem from happening again in the future. Let's take for a case. In the 60s, cigarette companies paid doctors to say and claim that cigarettes and cigars were good for you and they're healthy. Doctors took the money, and so they did. Oftentimes, when people come to their offices with some sort of mental disease, such as depression or anxiety, they'd be handed a pack of cigarettes and be told to go home. Now, fast forward to our current age. Nicotine addiction is a major problem, and smoke from cigarettes hastens global warming too. You might be thinking, well, that's in the past. We've probably learned from our mistakes back then, but we actually haven't. This issue is happening once more in the same industry, no doubt. Companies are claiming that vape and e-cigarettes are safe and healthy again, and people are taking it again. They believe it. Another case, in the 50s, X-ray was a new type of technology. It was cheap and effective and was the most widely used way to check up on pregnant women's babies. It was so cheap and so good and effective that it was often used as an attraction in carnivals. And so everyone from pregnant women to small children used X-ray. Doctors approved of X-rays. They claimed that it was safe to use also, and that if you used it, there would be no risk in the future. However, as many of you may know, X-rays are very dangerous, and one person in the UK was on the cusp of discovering them. A data analyst from UK, who was a woman, did research and a study on every single hospital in the entire United Kingdom and between the rates of pregnant women and cases of leukemia and also the amount of times they used X-ray. She found that the more times a pregnant woman went to check up by using X-ray, the more likely it would be that their child would have leukemia in the future. So when she posted her findings, her study to a journalist, scientists and doctors were outraged. How could a woman find such an interesting and monumental discovery? But we haven't. Unbelievable. We should review and revoke her right to do studies. So she was ignored and chastised for researching, and she was forgotten by the world. It's been several years since then, and an estimated additional 5,000 babies were born and had leukemia because of these scientists and doctors' stubbornness. All these things were because people were too stubborn and they didn't want to let go of their beliefs. They held strong in what their ideas were and their beliefs, and they paid the price. This is happening again through climate change, anti-vax movements, and even the shape of our Earth with flat Earth movements. People hold strong and oppose other ideas. That is why we need to keep an open mind to the future. We need to look and listen to the other side. At least give them a chance. Let go of our stigma, stereotypes, and beliefs. Let go of our beliefs against race, against religion, against other things that stop us from listening to the other side. We need to be together as one to go and live in a better, futuristic, brighter, and cleaner world. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you so much, Jeremy. We'll go to the next finalist, Rizika Pramesti Glamaraski dari SMA Al-Azhar 19 Ciracas dengan subtema Manage the Unavoidable. Halo Rizika.
Halo Kak, wait. Kalau segini cukup nggak Kak?
Cukup. Okay. When you're ready.
I'm going to start my speech in 1, 2, 3. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings to all of you, my honorable judges, and my beloved friends. Ladies and gentlemen, as some of you guys may have heard of all of the disaster that happened in Indonesia. Besides the natural disaster that had happened in Indonesia, some of them, or even lots of them, were caused by humans themselves. We were the one who lived in this world, this environment, but we were the one who destroyed it. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rizika Pramesti Glamaraski from Islam Al-Azhar 19 Ciracas, East Jakarta. I'm here
here today to bring the topic about the man-made disaster and the importance of sustainability in our lives. For an example, the massive flood that has happened in Sintang, west of Kalimantan, in the middle of November 2021. That massive flood caused to which was reported to destroy around 2,000 houses. Ladies and gentlemen, 2,000 houses. And around 5,000 people were affected from the flood. But why in Sintang of the west of Kalimantan to having a massive flood? Wait, I'm sorry,
kita tunggu sampai azan selesai dulu aja gimana? Oke.
Nih buka lip. Buat apa ya? Bikin aja santai.
Iya kan kemarin kosong sih. Kan ada pantry. Oh iya ada pantry juga. Udah lain kan pas gede. Oh iya gratis.
Gratis.
Gue mau nyewa ini udah buat apa tuh? Ngecek tinggal pemeriksaan jauh. Di sini aja lah. Paling Helma nggak. Wah dia ada cantik. Cantik ini lagi sholat kan? Dia ada ya. Dia banget sih. Yang ini cantik soalnya. Iya. Soalnya agama lagi. Iya. Gas. Iya benar.
Lip.
Gas adik kelas lu gas.
Enggak kan beda dari silakan.
Ini masih kecil guys. Masih kecil.
Masuk banget anjir. Masuk banget.
Udah mau nyari gebetan besok. Ini masuk semua kuis.
Paling udah kita banget anjir, kita ingin banget tidur.
Nyari besok nih mas. Ada tadi loh. Semester 8 juga ada. Wah iya nih.
Umur hanya angka.
Dia masih termenung gak sih dulu? Tunggu dia mikir sendiri. Oh ini dia panas banget. Iya
kan ada masjid di depan ada.
Ini ada kan dia lagi di sini. Itu karena kuping kita ditutup setan dong. Ada gini kuping kita ya. Jadi kan sebenarnya jadi itu juga setan.
Mungkin sih kalau kamu terus bukan 2 menit lagi lu itu nyampe ke tembok tuh
Tuh udah mau off kayak.
Itu baca. Kamu
Meni naon tentunya.
Siapa yang masih? Wah, Yuri. Nanti besok si pasangan lagi. Kamu kali jawabkan nanti deh. Berarti gue mau deketin relasi sama kamu ngomongin apa? Paling besok taklim nggak boleh telat. Paling gue belum. Segitu penting ya sih. Udah kan kasih gue ngomong. Iya. Nggak boleh telat ya.
Bisa.
Nggak tahu deh. Dia ngomongin ngebunyi aja nggak bisa. Temen gue nangis nih gara-gara dia. Tanggung jawab tapi.
Okay, judges, can I continue?
Okay, you might continue now.
But why in Sintang of the west of Kalimantan to having a massive flood? Because there was a massive rainfall that hit Sintang in west of Kalimantan that caused the massive flood to hit the residential areas. This was caused because the land itself doesn't have a a lot of green areas as such as forests or even a park. And they also covered all of the water drain, which has caused that the rain water cannot go anywhere. That's why I am here to tell you my ideas that we can do together. First, we have to stop covering the drain and always clean it up if it's full of trash, organic trash. Second, we have to create some kind of green areas or a city forest. And the last one, the third one, we have to create a water management. Let me go to the first one then. This is a simple way to do that. We could cause a huge difference to Indonesia. It is to stop covering the drain hole for the rainwater. And we have to stop throwing rubbish to the drain hole. And please, don't be selfish. Because most of the people in Indonesia cover the drain hole and put a big flower pot to make their houses pretty. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be not pretty if our environment isn't even clean, not even pretty. Second, we have to create the green areas around all of the houses. If the land we have is too small, we just have to create a small green areas so the trees or plants could absorb the rainwater. And of course, it will stop the massive flood. And we have to stop covering the soil with concrete. And the last one is we have to create the water management. To stop the flooding in Jakarta or even in Indonesia, we have to create some kind of embung or a retention basin. It is sometimes called a wet pond. It is an artificial pond with vegetation around the perimeter and a permanent pool of water in its design. This project will have the flood area to stop the natural disaster. And we could also build a water management to stop wasting the rainwater by turning it into a water that we could use to bathe or even to wash our clothes. But ladies and gentlemen, let us travel to London in 1952 of the Great Smog. In the lifespan of the Great Smog, it's only 4 days from Friday, the 5th of December to the 9th December in 1952. And for its time, it had caused 4,000 people having to die. Ladies and gentlemen, 4,000 people. They are having to die because of the Great Smog. But this disaster were caused by the industrial output despite the weather and the nature. It is still caused by the human in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, we still cannot do this alone. We as the citizens of Indonesia, we have to work together for the better of our nation. I mean that we can start from us, then to the community, to Indonesia, and to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, if we wanted to save the earth from all of the disaster, despite it is caused by the nature or human being themselves, we have to be more open about the environment around us. We have to create even more and more green areas on all of those sites, on all of Indonesia. And we have to start to be smart with water. And we have to start to building more water absorption. And please, do not be selfish. Because our own selfishness will cause a huge disaster for our world, for our nation, for our country, for Indonesia. For example, we do not waste water. We always planted some trees, some plants all over our houses to get a water absorption so that our houses don't get flooded by the rainwater. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all. I hope my speech will inspire you all. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, thank you Rizika. Sekarang kita langsung move ke peserta selanjutnya, yaitu Samantha Pujimia Pakpahan dari SMA BPK Penabur Bogor dengan subtema Avoid the Unmanageable. Halo Samantha.
Halo.
Halo.
Baru yang geografi.
Can you hear my voice clearly?
I need you to be closer so we could hear you.
My voice is pretty.
Bentar. Kamu kayaknya nggak usah jauh itu, nggak apa-apa soalnya kurang besar suaranya.
Oh wait, I can connect it with the other laptop. I think the audio is better than that laptop. Wait.
Yeah, okay. No worries.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, can you hear my voice?
I can hear you.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes. Okay. Aku dia nggak usah.
Kameranya nanti.
Halo. Kan suara kan?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, I will start in 3, 2, 1. A natural disaster is something that is unpredictable. When or where it might take place, nobody knows. But there are certain places that are prone to natural hazards, such as volcanic regions, coastal areas, tornado alleys, etc. Hi, I'm Samantha Pujimia Pakpahan from SMA BPK Penabur Bogor. I'd like to thank Institut Teknologi Bandung for giving me the opportunity to delivering this speech here. So, as I've said before, there are some places that are prone to natural hazards, such as volcanic regions, coastal areas, tornado alleys, etc. Indonesia, on the other hand, located above the meeting of 3 tectonic plates. What is the big deal about these 3 tectonic plates? So, these tectonic plates are the cause of earthquakes, such as if these tectonic plates collide, it will create earthquakes. Earthquakes can trigger volcanic eruption. Earthquakes can trigger tsunamis and others. But other than that, Indonesia has beautiful nature. The beach, beautiful waterfalls, beautiful mountains, they are amazing. So let's take an example from one of the active volcano in Indonesia, which is Mount Agung in Bali. Mount Agung is also a geotourism site. That place is amazing. It is actually one of my bucket list of places to go to. But Gunung Agung is also prone to volcanic eruption. Thank God, due to the development and improvement in observation and technology, we can predict the eruption from the satellites. The satellites can monitor the volcanic activity. And if there are any suspicious movement, it'll send signal. And if that signal shows any sign of eruption, the government will give warnings to people. This also works for any other hazards, such as the earthquakes. But there are some things that we can do to predict natural hazards. My teacher used to taught me in elementary school about signs of natural hazards, natural disaster might coming, such as if we're in coastal area, maybe we're in Ancol or any kind of beach, there are some signs that might show a tsunami might occur. These predictions are not 100% accurate, of course, but if this signs shows up, then we can evacuate. So the signs are, if we're in a coastal area, if the water suddenly disappears, if there's an earthquake occurs, or if the birds, tons of birds suddenly flies, avoiding the coastal area, that shows some signs about tsunami. Tsunami might occur. And if this signs occurs, we can tell people around to evacuate immediately because these are the signs of tsunami. And if we do that, we can help people to prevent avoiding them from the damages that may be caused by tsunami. And the other signs of natural hazards is if we're in a volcanic region, such as I'm traveling to Merapi or I'm traveling to some area where there are some things that we can do to signing that there are a natural disaster coming. So my teacher in elementary school also used to taught me this. So there are some signs, such as earthquakes. The volcano suddenly produced some ashes. Release some ashes, and the temperature suddenly get lower. Those are some signs of eruption. If those signs suddenly appear, we can also approach people to evacuate from that place immediately. Why am I telling you that my teacher in elementary school used to talk to me? So some of the things we can do to help people out there from these natural disasters is to educate them on what we're supposed to do if there's signs of natural disaster, or how to identify if there's a natural disaster might coming. So if we're telling this, like I'm telling this to you about the signs of natural hazards, you can also get information of what I'm saying. So what my teacher used to taught me is very useful for my life. As for example, if I'm going to the beach, I can know if there's anything that might happen, and that is very useful. So we can educate people from any sort of age, any sort of gender or anything. We can educate them about the things that they should do to prevent the damages from natural hazards, and also telling them what to do after knowing the signs, such as evacuate as soon as possible, or telling the local government about what happened so that they can give warning to wider range of people. And this is the closing statement of my speech. To ensure there is a future, make sure we can survive today. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Samantha. Kita langsung move ke next saja. Arya Bati Azuro dari SMA 28 Jakarta dengan subtema There is no future.
Okay. I'll be using my other device. Hold on.
Ada problem?
Is this Is this camera angle okay?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, give me a second.
Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, would you believe me if I said that we, Indonesia, are on the brink of collapse? That's a strange take to say. It's rather controversial because if we see it from afar, it looks like nothing is happening, right? There's no problem facing us. We don't have a problem on hand. But we're all wrong. The truth is that even though Indonesia is so rich, a country with tons and tons of resources packed to the brim, and also with beautiful sights, we have one major problem. With all of those resources, all of that can't last forever. Because if you realize it, it's going to go away at a slow pace, slowly but surely. As time ticks second by second, the pace moves on faster and faster until we realize, where did our natural resources gone to? What I'm saying is that we have sort of a tendency to over-rely on our resources that we find useful. So we find something that we can use to help our country, then we just suck it off dry till there's nothing left. And that's the truth. That's the problem with us. You know, this is 2023. And in 2023, the whole world, the globe, surpassed 8 billion people. 8 billion people is a lot. And with each country growing more and more rapidly, including Indonesia, more people equals more energy. And what if our main source of energy, our fossil fuels that, mind you, are not renewable, suddenly disappear and it's gone and it's nowhere to be found? What do we use? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we would definitely collapse. Now, that statement that I made earlier sounds more realistic. It sounds true. Because if we don't do anything now, we'll collapse. So, the question at hand is, what can we do? What can we do to prevent all hell from breaking loose here? Because our structure of energy is made 84% reliant on fossil fuels. And it's obvious, isn't it? Go green or go home. Let's move into a greener, cleaner, friendlier path for the future of our country. We just don't realize it, don't we, that Indonesia is filled with so many resources and a lot of potential, not only for fossil fuels, for oils, for gases, but also for renewable energy. For example, water, biomass, geothermal heat, and all of those things that we can utilize so much that we just haven't discovered and we haven't explored. And one of them that I think that Indonesia has a huge potential on is the sun, solar panels, because we sit exactly on the equator. Indonesia is on the equator. That means that we get more heat, we get more sun every single day. And you need around 4 to 6 hours to fill up a whole solar panel to create energy. But we get around 6 to 8. That's more than enough to do so. And another thing about cutting away all of our carbon intake and uses is that we essentially are healing the earth. After years on years of fossil fuels poisoning the world, of releasing greenhouse gases and heating up the earth slowly but surely until it's this hot. And if we don't do anything, it'll continue to grow hotter and hotter and hotter, right? If we cut down on our fossil fuel uses and move to green energy, we could give time for Mother Earth to heal, for Mother Earth to recover from the years of poisonous gas and deadly gases invading her. But the government is also already doing things like building more electrical generators that are green, water, solar, even though it hasn't been widening properly. But there is an effort. But if we just sit around and look at this problem and continue, I won't be alive when the consequences come, you're just ignorant. There's nothing more to say about that. Because we need to realize the problem before we can solve it. Not only realize the problem at hand, but also the potential for us to step forward, the potential for us to grow as a country, to change the structure of our energy and our power. And maybe we can make it greener and better for our children after us. After then, we can finally solve our problems. Because at the end of the day, if we just sit back and relax and not do anything about it, we're just lazy. And there would be no future for us. No plans, no sun, nothing. It'll be a dystopian future for our children. My question is that what we really want? I believe step by step, we can make Indonesia a better country, greener and better, cleaner than ever. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ria. Kita sekarang akan move ke selanjutnya. Ada Bianca Anastasia Johan dari SMA BPK Penabur Bogor dengan subtema Evil Twin. Halo Bianca.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sorry.
Wait.
Okay.
Let me change my device.
Yeah, no problem.
Ini sih siapa noleh? Anak BPK sur. Iya, no. Bang, kamera. Cok, santai. Mau enggak?
Okay, is this position okay?
Yes, okay. Can you speak once again biar aku bisa bersuara
I
kamu?
will start my speech in 3, 2, and 1. Good day, ladies and gentlemen, honorable adjudicators, and fellow finalists. First of all, I would like to thank the Institute Technology of Bandung for giving me the opportunity to deliver my speech about Evil Twin. I am Bianca Anastasia Johan from SMA Nasional Plus BPK Penabur Bogor, and I am going to be speaking to you about a topic that is crucial to our collective well-being: evil twin. Let's suppose we have an evil twin for carbon dioxide, which is responsible for global warming and climate change. This twin represents the negative aspects of carbon dioxide, such as pollution and the destruction of the environment. Now, imagine that we have an opportunity to energy to combat the negative effects of carbon dioxide and reduce our carbon footprint. What if we could find a way to limit the destruction caused by our evil twin? It is possible, ladies and gentlemen, with the right investment and innovations in renewable energy. By using geothermal energy, we can reduce our reliance on fossil fuel and limit our carbon footprint as well as carbon emissions. It will reduce the chances of contaminating the ocean waters. Please take note that carbon dioxide from the burning fossil fuels accumulates in the atmosphere where it causes carbonic acid. As the famous scientist Neil deGrasse Tyson once said, the good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it. And this statement holds true for the science behind the climate change and the negative impacts of carbon dioxide on our planet. The consequences of not taking action against our evil twin could be catastrophic. The Earth's temperature would continue to rise, leading to more severe weather patterns and natural disaster. And the future
of our planet would be in peril. Now, let's emphasize the urgent need to reduce carbon emissions and promote sustainable practices instead. Carbon reduction needs balance, speed, and accuracy, as we all know. The principle of sustainable use, which implies that the use of natural resources should be conducted in a way that does not cause significant harm to environment, and that the benefits derived from the social are shared equitably. As former UN Secretary General Kofi once said, climate change is the mother of all challenges. It is a challenge to our economics, our global commons, and the sustainability of our planet. What can we highlight from these statements, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, climate change and environmental disaster are inevitable, but we have the power to manage their impact through mitigation and adaptation measures by implementing sustainable practices. What can we do? Let's take an example of small things because small steps matter. Firstly, driving less. We can do by walking or biking instead. And why is it so? Because this will help to release less carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, which means less carbon dioxide in the ocean. We have to remember that less carbon dioxide, more biodiversity. The consequence of having more carbon dioxide in the ocean is ocean acidification. Because the ocean absorbs around a third of all human, including carbon dioxide, causing a seawater chemistry called ocean acidification. When carbon dioxide dissolves in seawater, it forms carbonic acid, releasing hydrogen ions and increasing ocean acidity. And acidity plays a key role in many biological mechanisms. Calcium carbonate, for example. It is crucial to organisms which need calcium to develop. Secondly, compost our food waste. Remember, this is not a dispensable thing to do. Let me emphasize again. Not a dispensable thing to do, and by composting our food waste, it implements on the consumption of sustainable practice. When food waste is sent to landfills, it produces methane gas, a potent greenhouse gas that contributes to climate change. Composting can help to conserve water by improving the soil's ability to hold moisture. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say for the conclusion, our evil twin, carbon dioxide, is responsible for climate change. But we have the power to combat its negative effects by using renewable energy sources like geothermal energy. Because as I've told you guys before, using geothermal energy can reduce our reliance on fossil fuel and limit our carbon footprint, as well as carbon emission. On the other hand, small steps matter. We can implement food waste compost and drive less. Now, we should prioritize investing in and innovating renewable energy technologies to ensure sustainable future for ourselves and the generations to come. Let us embrace the implementation of sustainable practice to combat the evil twin. That is all I can say. Thank you so much for the opportunity that you have given to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much Bianca. Kita bakal move ke next contestant, Andi Al Amanda Ismarani Divianti dari SMA 21 Makassar dengan subtema The Present is the Key to the Past. Hello Andi.
Hi, Kak. Am I audible?
Yes, very.
Okay, and is this position good?
It's okay.
Okay. Then, okay.
Whenever you're ready.
I'll be starting my speech in 3, 2, and 1. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the year 2011 to 2013, several towns in Mexico experienced the worst drought.
Then in 2015, New York City, specifically in Long Island, was hit by Superstorm Sandy. Another case. In 1952, England, specifically London, experienced one of the worst thick smog existence in history. It is so-called the Great Smog of London, which affect 4,000 to 10,000 lives on respiratory diseases, even deaths. It is because their reliance on coal-fired power plants for electricity and heat during the winter. Then let me remind you, Jakarta, our capital city, almost a year ago, on June 2022, sat as the most polluted city in the world. Was it as bad as the Great Smog of London? It wasn't, but it could have, and it might happen again in the future if we don't make a change and we don't learn from the past. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andi Al-Amanda Ismarani Dipanti, and I'm from 21 State Senior High School, Makassar. And I'm very honored to stand here today to deliver my speech on how the present is the key to the past. I am quite sure that I am one of the people in here that just acknowledged what uniformitarianism means last night. Well, to be clear, it is the fact that all geological processes that occurred today have also occurred in the past in the same way. So, how does this principle base what are affecting us today? The present and the past has a cause and effect relation coming from similar behavior, energy, desire, and even problem-solving ways. Yet, the world today is not the same with the world thousands, hundreds, and even tens of years ago. The world evolves, technology developed. We don't move from caves to caves like our ancestors did anymore. Instead, if we are lucky enough, we stayed under a roof with complete equipment and we have access to modern things that could simplify our ways of living. Now, here's the thing. An asteroid carrying into Earth 66 million years ago, the enormous collision led to the formation of an airborne curtain of sulfate molecules, leading to blocking the sun's light and led to years of freezing cold. Then on the year of 2000, a climate scientist, Julia Berger, and her colleagues from Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact in Germany did a study research according to the topic, and they then concluded that the sulfuric acid formed high in the atmosphere caused by the asteroid that is striking the Earth contributed to the death of 75% animals, including dinosaurs, which is the reason of why dinosaurs extinct. Now, I don't think any asteroid is going to strike the Earth anytime soon. I hope not. I hope it's not going to happen. That shouldn't be the concern. The concern is that even without asteroid going to strike the Earth, extinction of animals could exist. Now, how many of you have seen news and articles about endangered animals and how frightening it is to see that they are suffering from endangered and being extinct? I have a lot of times, and it's very frightening to see them. Yet, these animals are so far away that we have less chance to help them individually. So, what are the causes of the extinction of animals, and what can we do to help them? First is that since the last decade, the Earth's temperature has risen to 1.5 degrees Celsius. This was caused by global warming, then lead to the melting of the ice glaciers. The melted ice glaciers that broke into the ocean is the habitat loss for the polar bears in the Arctic wilderness, such as in Alaska, Canada, Greenland, Norway, and so many more. This then makes the polar bears have less reproduction chances and home to live. So what can we do? First, the government and the big companies should stop blind economic growth. We have so many desire for money, yet we didn't know how it affected in the world. And we are so far away from this Arctic wilderness, yet doesn't mean that we cannot do anything to help them. Also, us as the global citizens could help by lessen our carbon footprints. By what? Using less energy and electricity, using less plastics. We can choose alternatives such as using bikes or walk to reach to our destinations in certain conditions. Second cause is deforestation or the converting of agricultural land, farmland, forest or water absorption lands into anything non-agriculture related or non-beneficial for the environment. Where are our tigers going to go if we turn their lands into commercial lands? Where are our rhinoceros going to go if we turn their lands into industrial areas? Where are the horses and the elephants and the giraffes and more rare animals that happens to have the home in our country are going to go if we turn their lands into entertainment areas? Therefore, by this, the solution is to strengthen the regulation to prevent this unsustainable land conversion and preserve the natural habitats for animals. Third cause is the polluted oceans. Indonesia is one of the biggest land with water areas. We are an archipelago country. Yet, Indonesia is also one of the most populated countries, which means more people equals to more waste. But how many of people out there are aware that their waste, whether it's domestic waste or industrial waste, ended up in the oceans? Millions of ton metrics of plastic waste are now floating in the ocean. I can guarantee you could come to a beach and could at least see a floating plastic bottle on the ocean. That is just one out of million ton metric plastics that are spread all over the oceans in Indonesia, even in the world. So what can we do to this? The industrial and corporations, even the government, could provide a recycling program so that their waste could be recycled, and us, as the youth, could move to make and create volunteer groups. It could be anyone from the part of the society. It could be elders, it could be children, it could be us teenagers, anyone. We could gather up and clean up the coast to prevent more waste going to the oceans. To sum up my speech, here is a fact I would spill. The last time there was this much of carbon dioxide in the world, humans didn't even exist. And now we're here. And we have to survive. And in order to survive, we have to learn from the past and take benefits from our capability of technologies and findings in this new world, and move to a set of practices which are sustainable. Therefore, we can maintain our livable environments. Us, as the youth, we should be ready to verdict on the people and institutions who know about all the dangers yet choose not to act. And we should unite, as what they say, the most wonderful country in this universe, Indonesia. Thank you very much for the attention, and I'm very sorry for any mistakes I made. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Andy. We're going to move to the next participant. Ada Russell Alessandro Herman dari SMA Akan Penabur Jakarta dengan subtema manage the unavoidable. Hello, Russell.
Testing. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, very clearly. Okay, can you try to speak from that?
Hold on.
Okay. Okay. It's good. Maybe you should stand closer, perhaps?
Closer. Right.
Okay. This much is okay. Yeah, this much is good. Okay. Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
All right. The speech will start in 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Russell Alessandro Herman from Saksikan Penabur. Before I would start, I'd like to thank you all for attending my speech. It is a great honor to be speaking to you all. For today, I'd like to present a speech about fixing our environmental mistakes. As we all know, humans have always been an opportunistic creature. Unlike any other animals, we've thrived in nearly all environments on Earth, either it be the forest, the beaches, or the mountains. We are so opportunistic, in fact, to the point that we actually start waging wars against each other. All for the sake of living an extravagant life. In the modern day, we rarely wage wars against each other, which is quite the relief, really. But humanity's greed It is still rooted inside every one of us. Old habits just die hard after all. It can be seen from how we polluted the earth to the point that other organisms suffer as well. The earth's land, the earth's water, the earth's air, everything has been polluted. The organisms suffering, it was all caused by our greed. Now the question is, how did it all started really? It all started from the Industrial Revolution of the 18th century. When the steam machine was first introduced, we all went crazy in producing as much steam as possible. This, of course, reduced the air quality of a lot of areas, especially that of London. London was the first area to see the steam machines after all. So the people of London got their hands first on the machine. This certainly affected the environment as well as the humans themselves, because the air, it became really, really hard to breathe in. We've been reducing the air quality ever since. The presence of carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, sulfur, it all has caused acid rain to appear more frequently. Aside from that, we humans are, as I said before, are opportunistic. In search of more land, we've caused mass deforestation so that we can plant trees and farms as well as gardens. This, of course, reduces the already poor air quality, but the effects does not stop there because human-related geohazards like landslides, erosions, as well as floods happen more frequently nowadays. And remember, this is only the fraction of the problem, because deforestation is not the only culprit. Excessive mining will also cause erosion as well as landslides. Oil rig accidents will pollute the area should an accident actually happen. And come to think of it, who is the mastermind behind of all of this? Oh right, it's us, humans. We are the villains in the story, causing destruction as well as suffering to everything we touch. If we keep on exploiting the earth, we might as well perish in a few thousand, if not hundreds of years. That does not mean we cannot be the heroes of the story as well. However, just like any story, the villain can change and undergo a character arc. They can do something good that would help the hero. So can we too. There are a variety of ways as to how we can fix the problems we've created. One simple way is by replanting trees. Yes, it might be simple, but its effects are large. We may have cut down the trees and caused damage already, but we can still replace those trees with newer ones. By doing so, we are improving the air quality and avoiding human-related geohazards. The air quality, well, it won't be as good as before the Industrial Revolution, but at least it's not worsening as time moves on. Another way is to manage resources wisely. We should not take more than we need. This way, we are preserving the environment from destruction that would be caused by exploitation. Aside from that, we also learn to manage our resources wisely so that we can use it for future uses. Now, technology has certainly destroyed the earth. As I've said before, the creation of the steam machine caused Earth's air quality to reduce. But that does not mean that technology cannot replenish it. Technology can be useful to replenish the earth as well, because by using technology, we can understand the risk of our action as well as solve the problems we've created. Lastly, it is important for us to communicate with other people, because there are people out there that are not aware of the current situation we are facing on Earth. By raising awareness, we may actually tell the people about the situation, and who knows, some people might actually be interested in helping us solve the problem. Well, for those who are not interested, at least they know about the situation, and at least they won't, they wouldn't worsen the situation even further. Remember, it is us who started it all in the first place. Hence, we cannot do it alone. We should be responsible for our actions and try to fix them. In fact, you can play a part too. It doesn't have to be the government's responsibility. This is why I'm inviting you all to conserve our planet so that our next generation may have a brighter future. My name is Russell Alessandro Herman, and thank you for listening to my speech. May God bless you.
Okay, thank you so much, Russell. We're going to move to the next contestant. Rafael Narari Airlangga dari SMA Kolese Gonzaga Jakarta dengan subtema Avoid the Unmanageable.
Okay, can you hear my voice? Sorry, am I audible?
Yes, I can hear your voice very clearly.
Okay, thank you.
Can we please wait a minute for my laptop? Okay.
Okay.
All right. Whenever you're ready.
Is it ready now? Okay. A very warm greeting to the honorable judges, senior committees, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rafael, and I'm from Gonzaga Senior High School, Jakarta. Today, I'm going to deliver my speech with my designated theme, which is avoiding the unmanageable. The amazing natural potential of planet Earth has urged a global consensus in forming something called national parks, which is a legally functioning law on the protection of nature and wildlife. One of the key messages in the formation of these national parks is to seek multiple model nature protection pathways to protect the nature, obviously. And in this sense, governments all over the world should look forward to create enabling environments for protecting both natural potential of the world and also the tourism potential of the world in these national parks, including Indonesia. So, you may be asking, what's up with ecotourism? Well, according to a recent Kompas TV report, Indonesia has some of the world's most wonderful ecotourism potentials in the whole lot world. Indonesia's dominance in this sector is predicted to grow much stronger, as the latest report shows that on average, in a single year, more than 5 new natural wonders in Indonesia are being discovered. Annual tourism growth from these discoveries in natural wonders also is projected to grow from 10% out of Indonesia's total revenue in 2022 to over 30% in 2023. Now, you may be asking, after seeing all those data, hearing all those data, what do these numbers mean? Or why do they matter? You ask. Well, let me break down this topic into 3 focal points on how the ecotourism industry opens up numbers, many numbers of economic opportunities for our own country. The first one is obviously investments. Foreign investors, let me tell you this, foreign investors, they see gold in this industry, and they're willing to put in enormous amounts of money. In 2019 alone, just before the pandemic, at the height of tourism in Indonesia, foreign investors putting in a total of $14 billion. You're hearing it right. $14 billion out of Indonesia's total revenue in 2019 from tourism and investment. These investments thus opened lots and lots of job opportunities for our people. These job opportunities is no surprise that they will employ people and they will prosper people, the local people. And the local people become more prosperous, like the ones we see, for example, in some national parks, in West Bali National Park. And in this case, I'm going to bring out about the Kerinci Seblat National Park. They prosper people in these national parks through tourism. And Indonesia's success today, it must not be taken for granted because we should always seek for the geohazard and geography hazard potentials, The nature reserve in Indonesia is collecting national revenue for our country. It is collecting national revenue. It's making big national revenue. And ecotourism in this sense is seen as a new way, a new variety of tourism, which promotes sustainability and ecotourism, the health of nature. As the geohazard issues persist in these natural parks and ecotourism industries, let me bring you about one national park that I mentioned earlier, the Kerinci Seblat National Park. Let me tell you something. Did you know that the Kerinci Seblat National Park has one of the largest volcanoes in Indonesia? You know that? The Mount Kerinci is the largest volcano in Jambi province in Sumatra. It's whopping 3,800 meters above sea level, even taller than Mount Fuji in Japan. And this mountain can erupt at any given time, like the ones they just did in 2008 or 2010, which they throw smokes and humps of lava into the air. And then this volcano can erupt at any given time, and then a good mitigation plan must be required to prevent unwanted things from happening when this volcano erupts. Another example of this is the Kayu Aro tea plantation, which is located in the same national park as Mount Kerinci. Kayu Aro tea plantation, in rainy seasons especially, is prone to a number of geological hazards, including landslides, rockfall, and debris flow during the rain. Ladies and gentlemen, looking at all the potentials that we have, the Indonesian national parks, the potential for ecotourism, and the hazards, the geohazards that come with this advantage, is that, if we could somehow convince the investors that our nature tourism spots are safe and free from natural disaster hazards due to good planning and good mitigation plans, then the future could be ours. Lastly, the last thing I'm going to talk about is Indonesia's success today must drive us further in geotourism and geo-economical potential. Mitigation plans like structural mitigation and other forms of mitigation therefore required to support a safe tourism in geological sites like the ones you see in the Kerinci Seblat National Park with the volcano and the tea plantations and everything else. And then we, as Indonesia's future generations, looking at all the good potentials that this has, we should be able to promote more solutions to mitigate and also avoid hazards in geological sites that boosts economical value. Together, you, we, yes, all of us, we can to promote safe natural tourism for economical prosperity, for our own people, and for the nature sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rafael. And with that performance marks the end of our speech. What is it? Forgot the word, sorry. I think kita udah selesai, guys. We will now move on to the feedback. Please jangan dulu leave because our judges bakal deliver feedbacks. And anyway, you guys did a very good job. I enjoyed the performance very much. We will be moving on. Ayo, judges, perhaps. Okay. Content.
Okay. I'm going to maybe give some of feedback regarding the content part of your speech. As you know, content in this final round held such a large proportion, about totaling 60% of your total score. So actually, when you are doing your speeches, the content is the one thing that you have to focus the most. Well, basically, in all of your speeches, you always have to focus on your content, but moreover, in this round, the content is prioritized. Sadly, I have been seeing that some of you actually do get the context right from the theme, you got the study guide right, you do your research correctly. But what some of you miss from me is that there's the theme sheet. It doesn't serve to to dictate you, but rather it just guides you, and it should allow you some freedom, which a leeway in your expression in how you actually want to approach this problem. But some of you, I think, is actually trying to play it safe by the book, and thus you are just taking verbatim from the context slide or from the study guide last night. And I think while some of that strategy does pay off, I think it does. It's kind of a missed opportunity, to not to explore with your own creativity, not explore to set your own voice, your own opinion on the matter. But okay, that's basically for how you approach the theme. From the argumentation side, I think I have been seeing a lot of great arguments today. And I think we as the judges as a whole, we don't have that many criticism regarding your argumentation. You guys brought up very interesting points, very good points, solid deliveries. But what I want to highlight here is maybe the difference of, arguing in a macro level and in a micro level. So yes, maybe the grand theme of this competition, geohazard, sustainability, they do seem like very, very large topic. They seem to talk like the fate of the world, the fate of the global, how impending disasters, etc. And well, yes, that's actually the introduction. They are very large, they are very, very grand. But I think here you have an opportunity to narrow it down, to take a more specific aspect of the problem you want to highlight and just talk about it in a micro level. Why do I think that a micro level approach will be better? Because I think, well, the essence of speech is basically that you have to get the person that you are talking about interested in your idea. Even if they don't agree with you, you have to at least make them see that, okay, your points are very good, your points are very relatable, and that you have to at least make them reconsider joining your opinion. Like, yes, maybe this opinion do have some merits. And I think that kind of goal will be solved a bit easier if you approach on a micro level. Because we're not talking about macro level, you're talking about government level disaster, you're talking about maybe like Indonesia as a whole, or the UN, or this world as a whole. I think it's not that much relatable to the audience, And just the audience became like, okay, these are very great points, but this doesn't speak directly to me. So that lessens the capability of your speech in actually, engaging them into your narrative. But when you're speaking on a micro level, when you're talking about in daily life, in small aspects, things that are actually real, things that are actually relatable to the audience, I think that will provide you a much more, easier way in order to claim your objective. The third part of the content is clarity and coherence. Well, these are actually one of the most challenging things to do here today, because you guys only have 30 minutes, right, to assemble your draft, to compile arguments from your data, from your researches. And I think the challenge here is that when you are compiling all of your draft for preparing for your eventual speech later, is that you have to arrange them in a correct order. I think I've been witnessing some very, very great structurization where you go, from introductory to why is this term relevant, why this term exists, what it should be talked about, and then you go right into the definition, your limitation, then your argumentation, and later your punchline, which is the impact, your closing statement. That should be very powerful. And I think that kind of structurization works best for a speech like this, for impromptu speech like this. Or also, what I want to highlight is that the duration of your speeches, some of you have missed the mark and doesn't get the required 7 minutes. And some of you even only get like 3 or 4 minutes. And I think I would like to share an advice maybe, is that at least in a speech like this, when you feel like you don't have that many arguments, like, I don't know what I want to talk about, you guys, I think just have to cram a little bit, maybe take 2 minutes just to talk about the introductory to your team, why do you think this theme is relatable? You try to find a correlation between it and your maybe personal experience. You tell a story in the beginning in order to lengthen your speech duration, but also it serves as to make your speech more interesting. So I think that's for me for content. I think I'm going to just let you to the next judge.
Thank you, Devaro. Yeah, for the next comment for me is about body language and stage person. First of all, makasih banget kalian sudah menampilkan speech terbaik kalian. Kalian sudah menyiapkan speech kalian selama 30 menit tadi. Kalian sudah belajar semalaman untuk mengikuti study guide-nya dan memahami seluruh tema. You did a great job. Pertama, dari body language, harap diingat ini merupakan lomba speech, di mana body language kalian itu sangat berpengaruh ke audiens nanti, apakah audiens itu akan tertarik selama 7 menit tadi durasi itu, apakah si audiens akan menangkap main point dari kalian, apakah audiens akan memerhatikan itu. Dan tapi dari yang sudah tampil tadi itu, hampir semua sudah bisa menggunakan body language-nya sesuai dengan apa yang kalian sampaikan, dan stage presence-nya juga kalian bisa menangani nervous kalian dan ketidaksiapan gitu, yang kurang dari 30 menit tadi. Dan harap di-highlight aja, harus lebih banyak dilatih dalam body language, dan mungkin kalian juga bisa dilatih dengan menghadap cermin, di mana kalian kalau tampil di depan orang tuh bagaimana gitu. Kalian harus nempatin diri kalian juga sebagai audiens. Apakah kalian akan menangkap si konten tadi, apakah kalian akan memperhatikan konten itu semua atau tidak. Oke, selanjutnya aku mau bahas tentang duration. Mungkin sebelumnya tadi udah di-mention kalau kalian kurang di konten, durationnya kayak gimana mengatasinya. Namun kalau dari aku sendiri, aku mau rekenin untuk nyambung juga ke linguistik di bagian Indonesian. Oke. Yang aku tangkap di sini banyak banget intonasi yang sangat-sangat cepat. Sangat-sangat. Kalian kayak di posisi debat, kalian di posisi dikejar waktu, dan pada akhirnya durasi dari speech kalian itu kurang, bahkan ada yang sangat kurang. Mungkin di intonasi tadi, tolong disesuaikan lagi dengan bobot konten yang akan kalian sampaikan, lalu sesuaikan juga dengan seberapa penting si konten yang akan disampaikan itu. Jika main point, tolong ditegaskan lagi, dan harap diingat juga, walaupun speech ini memang banyak harus yang ditekankan, tapi jangan sampai seluruh speech itu intonasinya semua ditekan hingga audiens hilang arah, apakah ini kontennya penting, apakah ini harus dipahami atau tidak, kayak gitu. Lalu mungkin kalau misalnya kalian ada masalah di intonasi, kalian bisa main di pace dari omong kalian, jadi audiens tuh masih paham di mana ada perbedaan antar kalimat atau antar paragraf dari konten kalian. Oke, selanjutnya ada impact. Oke, ini juga masih nyambung dari yang intonasi sebelumnya. Mungkin impact dari dalam konten sudah disampaikan, tapi dari intonasi tadi, karena intonasi kalian yang terlalu monoton atau semua terlalu ditekan, terkadang impact yang ingin kalian sampaikan, konten yang sebenarnya paling penting yang harus dipegang oleh audiens itu tidak tersampaikan, karena dari audiens sendiri miss gitu, dari ini intonasinya terlalu datar, mungkin si kontennya biasa aja, bukan konten utama. Nah, itu di speech harus diperhatikan. Yang dari aku terkait body language, impact, duration, segitu dulu. Sekali sekian, thank you udah menyampaikan speech terbaik kalian, dan tetap semangat ya.
Oke, sekarang giliran aku ya. Okay, thank you everyone for the speech. It was really interesting, I would say. I'm going to talk about linguistic. First of all, I'm going to talk about grammar. I think all of you already knew how to speak basic English, so I'm not going to talk further on grammar, langsung dilewat aja karena ya udah. Terus buat diction, I think vocabulary is really important on your speech because it can add more value to be a lot more interesting, I would say, for your speech. And some of you guys already nailed already have the capability to have a wide vocabulary. Tapi buat yang belum, I suggest you guys to practice more. For example, buat baca-baca news in English, for example, or something like that gitu. Karena menurut aku itu juga penting buat vocabulary. Next, mungkin buat vocabulary itu aja. Next buat pronunciation, intonation, and articulation. Maybe udah dibahas sama Kak Syarla, tapi I think it is really important to have a good intonation and articulation, especially to make your speech a lot more persuasive. So people that listen to your speech, kayak dia tahu which content is important for them to hear, or which content is just like a basic, like just like some kind of kayak buat tambahan informasi aja gitu. I think some of you guys udah kayak bagus banget buat intonation-nya, kayak udah bisa nekenin di bagian yang konten yang important gitu. Tapi some of you guys kayak intonation-nya itu masih kayak datar banget. So it kind of seems like really boring jadinya. And ya gitu. Tapi ada juga interesting intonation, yaitu kayak intonation dengan cara debate gitu ya. Kayak jadi kayak with intonation kayak debate gitu. Aku nggak nge-hate intonation debate, tapi aku sendiri juga debaters. Tapi untuk speech, I think to have intonation like a fast pace, I think itu nggak terlalu cocok. Why? Because in speech, if you just like barraging words and information, I think it's not gonna hold that much value to the information that you brought, because kayak kalian langsung nyampein banyak banget gitu. But dan buat beberapa orang mungkin it's a bit harder for them to dapat information dari yang kalian bilang gitu. Tapi buat aku sih oke-oke aja sih, tapi ya gitu sih, mungkin perlu diperhatikan lagi. Mungkin itu aja sih.
Please pardon us buat camera movement-nya guys. So that's all the feedbacks from... Sorry. Okay guys, yang puasa. Thank you so much for the judges for the feedback. I hope it helps you guys, because me as well, I'm not much of a speech fan. I'm more of like a storytelling girl. So it's really nice to know like new information dari the judges. And I'm very proud of you guys. I'm really enjoying all of the speeches. Kalian keren banget. I cannot imagine being you guys. Tapi that marks our first session of the day. We will have a break dalam 1 jam ya. So we will meet you guys back at jam
2
Jam 12. Okay. At 2 p.m. So in the meantime, you can reward yourself. Makan, ibadah. Puasa. Sana nih, gak puasa. Toleransi cuy. Teman-teman. Intinya istirahat dulu. Thank you so much. After this, nanti after istirahat, aku bakal roll call lagi. So make sure that kalian nanti join lagi ya. Okay, thank you so much. Have a nice rest. See you. Bye.
Thank you, Kak.
Thank you to you too. Thank you.
Gue mau makan. Ya udah capek banget. Jadi udah nggak kuat nih. Kamu kenapa tidak mau ke Salatiel?
Salim
Mau
mana?
masukin ke bawah asisten. Seklap.
Ngapain?
Seklap. Apaan? Gue juga dulu. Ini tuh apa? Ini udah ada pemenangnya sih. Siapa yang finalnya? Yang itu menang gak yang boneka? Iya. Bukan dari Fasifa. Yang kuning. Benar.
Jadi seleksi lagi tujuh di sini.
Asalkan Rafael semua nggak masalah.
Andi, Rafael, Alia, Syarif, Fatima, Anastasia yang mana deh? Anastasia yang mana aja? Anastasia tuh dari Katolik, cuma Katolik.
Banyak
Yang
kayak
semuanya cakep.
yang bajunya blazer.
Iya deh.
Bukan yang kacamata ya?
Aduh lupa.
Yang bajunya hijau. Anastasia tuh yang berapa sih? Gue inget di bajunya.
Tapi ini lumayan loh, agak beragam.
Anastasia tuh yang gede.
Yang gue bilang anaknya Pak Wasopo ya?
Oh iya, gue bilang anaknya Johan.
Bukan
itu Bianca. Yang ada bego.
Oh Bianca yang cakep banget.
Iya itu. Pesan makan yuk, siapa yang mau makan?
Aku mau sebuah.
Oh dong, nggak bisa tapi pengen makan apa ya? Bang Dava, bosan banget. Saya sapi.
Gacor
Gacor apa ya?
Gacor mau banget anjir.
Iya gacor.
Tapi yang
Sertifikatnya khusus finalis gitu.
Oh iya, tapi kan?
Yang besar finalis. Di
Grand finalis.
Yang grand finalis
sertifikatnya banyak.
Iya.
Enggak, jadi sertifikat tuh satu, tapi judulnya sesuai
dia dan apa?
Kita kan partisipan, terus kalau finalis sih.
Siapa yang mau makan? Cuy, gue
Aku.
Daripada di situ harus
Bacoannya yuk.
Mau.
Kayak gue tuh nggak makan.
Udah kamu partisipan.
Sama. Itu semua nyasar.
Oh nanti.
Kalau yang finalis tidak sampai finalis tidak aja.
Oh jadi grand final 3 dong.
KFC. Kok band gak sih?
Dia anjir.
Gua optimis. Say sapi. Ramadan tahun ini gua tidak harus mengganti apapun. Yeay.
Join.
Jangan, di story udah tinggal hadir. Jangan dia udah tinggal hadir.
Apaan sih aku udah gak pas sebenarnya.
Mau makan enggak cuy? Cepetan.
Kamu udah ada ya?
Cuy, kamu mau makan? Al-Azhar di bos.
Walaupun gak pernah
Goblok, gua makan. Makan ya.
Sabar aja pose 3 hari. Siapa ini?
Lu berapa? 7. Gak jadi makan ya, gue bilang goblok. Orangnya semua orang mau bacuan anjir.
Siapa dong? Apa dong?
Aduh, ya lu maunya apa yang bisa dimakan yang
Odeng.
aman? Odeng. Ya ada duit. Odeng. Kalau bacuan semua pada mau, tapi sih gak puasa. Gua puasa tengok. Lu puasa gak sih?
Puasa lah, gue Islam.
Kalau Islam juga belum tentu puasa.
Kan mau doa.
Mau keluar baca mau. Jangan mau bilang sesuai makanan.
Boleh.
Biar enggak
Maksudnya sesuai restoran enggak sih? Iya, lu beli restoran.
Jangan kan enggak ada mie juga mie doang. Hari itu hari suruh sendiri. Itu sedih banget. Anjing dari friend tadinya. Ajakin anak logistik. Lo nggak tahu sahabatan anak logistik apa? Jadi ya, secepat-cepat. Tadinya tuh mau ngasih kerjaan ke anaknya. Itu ngerasa nggak ada kerjaan. Anjing kita tuh nggak usah jadi manusia. Lo tidak akan bilang kerjaan gue bulan ini cuma beli jenis. Siapa sih logistik? Hadirnya? Emang temen lu? Siapa? Cewek. Dari mana? Kamu sih kan? Anggotanya tuh protes ke CDP aja. Aku
Bantu gue.
Kenal Salma nggak kenal Salma?
Sama kenal.
Kenal Adio tapi belum boleh.
Harus hari ini, besok kan. Kita dari besok terus finish guys. Mau harus mundur lagi. lagi.
Silakan, Raka.
Kenapa bisnis?
Santai dia.
Please, gak usah sebut-sebut Mama itu.
Harusnya besok tuh udah syuting kan, cuman karena bisnis case sebelum Mei harus beres.
Aman sih, kan kita kalau nggak salah cover di itu kayaknya pas offline kan. Jadi kayak ada terus kenapa?
Jadi lo besok datang lagi.
Ya.
Oh ya Allah. Banget. Ayo nanti buka bareng. Pilih mau ikut kok.
Aku mau survei dulu tapi
Nggak usah survei. Jadi mau bantuin aku bikin status dan gambar itu.
mau ngapain? Mau banget.
Lah katanya lama.
Harus sih lama sih statusnya.
Iya, gara-gara aku salahin tapi enggak. Enggak.
Lagi banget. Hah?
Apaan sih? Gua.
Siapa yang mana?
Kali tadi kayak
Baru bangun nih gua.
Di kelasnya ada yang dia pangkatan dulu. Aku juga ada.
Iya, aku juga ada.
Kelas gua satu orang.
Yang kamu bikin itu siapa dia?
Banyak dong.
Sebulan itu 20. Hah? Umur 20. Alan dulu.
Lo 18.
Dan gua 16.
Gak bisa dong.
Gak bisa.
Tapi coba
Itu mah anak rektor apa gimana semua?
Anak rektor ini.
2007 itu berarti harusnya kelas 10 ya?
2.
Enggak dong. 10. Itu kagak ada yang punya. Nyala anjir.
Ada siapa gua bikin?
Bikin kopi.
Ada teh juga, ada lima. Kopi hitam.
Mau doang, tapi tidak bisa.
Nah, paling sekarang tuh ada buka pada sama cewek.
Di bawah.
Tahu.
Emang enggak lagi gak ada acara?
Dia lagi akbar.
Ada apa?
Akbar.
Rapat akbar. Aku juara.
Dicas. Casih kita tengah GL. Ada.
Emang ada musik kan yang grand final yang diumumin. Musik please.
Kalau share screen-in lu mau
Kan
kan?
dari ini aja dari apa kan bisa di share ini audio.
Iya, sama lu gitu. Ya, tapi lu mau kan ngatur katanya. Soalnya kita pertama kita sudah pusing.
Lah berarti yang terakhir juga enggak yang juara gitu.
Pokoknya kalau pengumuman deh. Pengumuman.
Emang
Ya kalau mana sih? Bisa dipesenin. Tapi bisa main Iya, jadi habis itu 5 pengumuman pertanyaan habis itu yang langsung pengumuman panggilan nanti itu pas kamu semua ibadah di jalan cuy dia kemana sih? Saya lihat Devaro nggak itu pertanyaan dia mau pesen apa gacuannya sebelum kita pesen dia di kelas sendiri. Jangan lama. Jangan kolong. Bener pakai dimsum.
Apa mau dimsum?
Apa?
Dimsum sama coba. Udah gitu.
Bukan dimsum dong. Apa siomay? Pakai ini.
Enak udah
Lu
gitu.
nggak jadi tapi gua dimsum. Enak banget. Apa? Ini apa?
Dulu.
Susu batok. Apa ya?
Guys, ayo mau ngapain ini? Sholat. Kamu nggak diajak?
Sholat mana?
Sholat. Assalamualaikum. Kurang aja.
Jadi gue mandi deh. Lu mandi. Bohong. Bukti.
Kamu mau mandi video ini?
Makasih.
Sekarang ngapain? Sholat. Sekarang nggak puasa. Ngapain?
Mana bisa juri baik duluan sih? Belum anjir. Wah ini kita baik-baik jam 2 pengumuman. Terus
Terus mereka ya inilah waktu teman 15-20 menit buat mereka prepare mentally biar lebih lolos. Udah proses kan 20 menit terus aja. Langsung terus mau terus. Langsung aja. Atau mau direview dari kayak nomor 5, 4, 3
satu aja. Soalnya yang
mereka kalau mau ngambilin ini bukti itu udah ada dari finalis. Iya. Jadi yuk, kita mau tanyakan. Mereka lapar.
Sama. Itu di sana.
Gue mau minum deh. Gue mau minum kok nggak pernah gue makan mereka.
Ih, di situ berapa bulan? Botol plastik lagi?
Beli.
Udah beli seminggu. Lagi. Enak kasih. Kamu jarang minum air putih, nggak bisa membedakan saya. Wah, kamu emang kalau minum air putih nggak kerasa bedanya? Iya, ya. Memang seharusnya kan.
Aku nggak bisa membedakan. Kenapa main
Itu air
antara air putih?
Kayaknya kalau nggak bisa
Bisa.
membedakan air putih dan
Yang
air
paling enak coba saya. Tapi biasanya gue nomor jangan. Gue nggak punya duit. Makanya gue
cuma dari kita apa gitu.
Kenapa? Iya.
Mesti enak tapi kayak berapa?
Banyak kan biasanya kan beli yang gede kan. Wah, aku enak nih. Biasanya aku cuma tuh 2 minggu sekali baru beli.
Kasihan ya.
Tapi biasanya gue daripada itu
Kalau aja biar
ada di kan mahal banget.
lu mau ini.
Lu nggak beli galon?
Ada di kosan.
Tapi lu beli popcorn.
Iya.
Dia beli galon lah.
Buat apa kalau udah ada di kosan di
Iya, isi galon.
enggak, dispensernya udah ada di kosan. Males banget kalau ke kosan.
Lu beli galon, masukin di kamar lu.
Lu mau ribet, aku lah deh.
Ya udah biasa
kalau beli galon.
Oh ya jangan apa.
Kalau beli galon diangkat aja.
Males.
Emang lu diangkat kalau beli galon?
Enggak pernah segala.
Dia paling mau beli galon kayak
tergantung.
Kalau sih galon ke kamar ini ya. Ya aku aja tanyanya ke yang punya kos lu, bukan galon biasanya dari mana?
Iya.
Dan itu
bagus tuh mager.
ya emang enggak. Gue bangunnya berapa udah?
Enggak, dia lebih bangunnya lebih pagi malam.
Gue lebih pagi.
Tapi gue baru mandi di jam 15.
Gue mandi jam 8.
Setidaknya mandi.
Kalian mandi? Mandi. Saya mandi jam 8. 40.
Gue mandi.
Tanya itu. Kan gigi tanya gitu. Ini tanya sudah gigi kan? Tanya namanya tadi siapa yang mandi?
Bila tadi di YouTube itu dari balik-balikin ke mereka.
Makin untungnya akhir itu bagus ya. Gua udah hilang attention span. Aduh udah makin jelek gitu.
Sih, terus urung
kali itu berapa ya?
Terdampak. Udah handphone gua kebobol.
Bisa.
Andi. Oh, banget nanti datang.
Udah datang.
Belum.
Udah dari
Apa?
Kalian sholat gak sih?
Udah mau
Gitu dong.
Sama gua.
Sama aja ini kalau coba.
Kenapa?
Gue emang mau mandi di sholat.
Terus lu mandi di apa sih, Nam?
Gue puasa jalan terus.
Nah, ini kalau puasa dijaga itu sholatnya jelek.
Berarti buat aku juga kan, buat pantai ya. Ntar akhirnya.
Kamu kalau nggak sholat nggak usah
Di
Pantai terakhir bayar 17.
Itu tapi lu
17. Ini dari pantai itu udah tanggal 28 Mei, 28 April. Jadi aku pulang bulan. Iya, paling 50 orang.
Mau siapapun begitu.
Bye.
Bisa sih. Kalau gue gendong. Cakepnya ada nggak sih? Cakepnya ada nggak? Kalau sehari aja.
Suaranya lagi ya. Mana lagi saya? Bisa cepet.
Kapan ya ini pilih jurusan tuh habis kapan sih pilih jurusan habis keluar IP?
Iya, itu terakhir dan final.
Terakhir dan final di depan saya.
Aku fisika hampir aja.
Apa emang?
Nilai berapa udah?
Bukan
Iya, mereka
hadirannya hampir di bawah 80.
Enggak, kalau itu enggak.
udah sampai halaman.
Dosen gue gitu. Udah selamat. Lu 3 deh.
Wah, mereka gue jelek banget.
Gua 100.
Sama cabutnya.
Lu 73% ya. Gue udah panik aja.
Gua ada 90 cuma.
Awalnya cuma 2 alpha kan.
Kalau kimia gua sering bolos.
Terus bos ketahuan ya anjir yang bahaya.
Iya, ketahuan tuh awalnya tuh dia ngomong dia alfanya 2. Iya, awalnya absen kelas yang pertama, habis pertama gue cabut. Dia absen lagi kedua. Iya, ketahuan di alfa 2 pertemuan. Kan awalnya 2 pertemuan doang. Gue kayak kita santai lah 2 pertemuan. Absen gue tuh kalau 2 pertemuan 79%. Terus ternyata 3 pertemuan anjir. Jadi 73% kan. Terus gue hitung sampai perkuliahan jadi 80%. Jalur ini sih gue
Sebelas dan final ke bawah.
Baru ini doang.
tahu kalau yang di kelas ya, kenapa juga kan nggak bisa keluar. Kan banyak yang bilang sama saya lupa kuliah. Ya,
Pakai itu. Gimana dong?
Ya potong jadi kan.
Gimana nih? Woi.
Iya, taman akhir. Bendala.
Udah kenapa?
Lu pakai kacamata Pak? Keren.
Enggak lanjut.
Enggak serius.
Yang yang gunung situan mereka bisa.
Itu apa sih?
Menurut saya itu dari mereka sendiri ya, Bro.
Ada.
Biar enggak berdebat.
Malah aku udah di blog ke gunung.
Ada film apa sih? Cerita orang apa anjing? Iya ya pasti.
Udah emang saya yakin. Aku udah mikir ini pasti mau ke sana bisa orang anjing.
Jangan bikin gitu. Jangan mikir gitu. Aku harus percaya. Orang yang punya keinginan untuk naik gunung itu udah bagus. Karena aku tidak punya keinginan.
Sama aku tuh tidak punya keinginan.
Nanti aku kan ada kebunnya.
Kan harus ketemu.
Tapi diri sih gitu. Kalau geologi baru.
Berarti dia
Biologi katanya tiap minggu ada aja di kemana gitu.
Makanya
mau PWK.
tau gak sih wisuda kemarin tuh yang paling cepat 2019. Yang paling lama 2016. Karena uangnya nggak ada, karena belum lagi dari dalam kan. Banyak nggak ada, banyak jadi nggak bisa ikut. Karena uangnya tuh jangan.
Dia udah geodesi. Gedungnya sebelah nama PWK. Lu kok masih terus geodesi?
Tapi gedung geodesi sumpah. Gue nggak suka gedung geodesi.
PWK tuh kelas yang paling bisa disiplin dari semua fakultas. Karena kadang hukum. Ini lu sekarang yang tekpres.
Sama lingkungan juga sih. Iya, lingkungan gila banget. Kok bisa?
Yang lagi itu ada.
Tadi nggak harus dapat, pasti harus gimana?
Ada lagi. Tapi saya masih banyak.
Oh, K3 gajinya gede banget kan. Gua harusnya respect sama saya kemarin.
Mungkin K3 itu apa emang bener gaji gitu kan dia butuh itu gaji banyak.
Kan ditambah mau banyak. Soalnya di yang paling banyak tuh itu banyak.
Itu kan 3 khusus sebenarnya.
Iya ada. Undip juga apa? Ada kan. Itu dibutuhin gitu loh di pertama.
Tapi kamu kalau beli kenapa terus mah? Udah balik lagi.
Beneran minat gitu.
Boleh tidak bapak dulu.
Kenapa nggak tahu?
Aku sih
Emang kalau yang paling kalau disuruh berarti tambang kayak apa? Telah, tambang minyak baru ini. Yang keras. Kalau di ITB kan ya geologi, oceanografi, geodesi, metek. Iya, metek geodesi. Yang terakhir.
Ini berat apa ya budaya?
Iya, kayak karena pernah meninggal jadi pas dulu tuh di kayak intensi kayak keras. Kalau geologi kan tambang juga teran juga. Ini kan geofisika ya. Geofisika tuh nggak banyak laporan. Iya, tapi nggak banyak laporan. Iya, nggak banyak laporan. Kalau geologi OSE udah laporan sama geodesi. Mete paling tapi OSE iya. Tapi OSE semester sekali kalau geologi kan seminggu sekali ya.
Masih 30 menit lagi anjir.
Tapi kalau anak kalau sebuah
dari dulu peserta guys maaf jadi masih makan.
Jadi dia mau balik. Udah sama
sholat nggak nih?
Kayak opsi aja berarti ada yang
Yang tadi dia kayak
dia chat, I was wondering if I would be to be one of the terus nanti dalam ruang di mana ini itu kasihan dia kalau misalnya dapet Q&A-nya bisa yang pertama udah aja dia mau visit ibu yang di
di mana apa anjir? Oke
kalau masuk gitu ya dia bilang aja nanti pertanyaan juga random.
Berarti dia udah pede banget sih. Orang bagus sih. Dia lagi kelima ya pas seleksi. Iya, kelima sama. Ya udah. Oke. Kalau kamu
kita pertanyaan ngomong dari sekarang.
Saya mau tembak aja langsung ke Jing sampai dari kepala tuh.
Enggak ada dia. Udah lolos itu. Lu kok bilang Ari lagi.
Lu tahu yang paling luas sendiri. Basic yang di mana?
Di kelas. Iya, di Toro. Di Toro.
Geofisika di lantai 2. Iya,
Oh, the farm. Dia bilang dia be the first one to be asked. Atau you be the first one to have.
Tambang 2 sih. Bapaknya 2. Surprise. Bukan 2 sih, lebih ke tanah tambang itu pada mainnya ke ini kan apa kantin di dekat beda korban. Iya, bukan. Kantinnya dekat apa sih? TBS. Iya, TBS. Sampingnya. Sama belakang ini. Belakang tuh dekat geologi. Membangun.
Come on, let's go.
Nafi, aku mau ikut Nafi.
Udah kita keluar di depan tante titik. Mending mana? Mending makan di sini. Besok Pak, ini gimana deh kalau
Berarti kita nggak terlalu konsumsinya juga.
Udah main takjil.
Itu si Pasung tuh
nggak
belum
bisa
tahu tiap hari.
sesuatu yang bisa dia bawa pulang. Oh Ben anjing gue. Oh Ben.
Iya.
Gue bikin apa? Keburu basi.
Apa sih Alek bilang apa? Alek bilang apa?
Ini salah buat jam.
Nasi Padang. Mau sih gue. Gue yang mau.
Ini nggak mau.
Gorengan aja nggak sih?
Ih,
rice bowl.
Aduh, enggak lah. Oh Ben.
Oh Ben ya Bang.
Ben. Kecuali. Nggak boleh.
Jangan nasi padang. Nasi padang
Nggak boleh yang gampang nggak enak.
Yang tahan lama oleh dia gitu.
Dijon.
Rice bowl nggak boleh kayak sih jangan mah.
Dijon.
MCD.
The house ya. Yes. Banget loh.
Naruh
Nggak ngeprek deh.
Kasih foto di geprek aja.
episode spesial kalau mereka pakai episode ini Esther bakal free review gitu. Padahal kan
Lu pada pulang kapan sih?
Nggak pulang, aku pulang setelah ini semua berakhir. Nah, iya dia udah pesen. Aku nggak.
Ini nggak pulang lebaran.
Iya, aku kan udah lebaran. Sama siapa? Sendiri. Karena lu kakak lu udah kesini. Kan nggak jadi dia balik. Ya udah lu bareng sama gue. Bener. Lebarannya aku bisa kok ngepel.
Kamu harus ngepel.
Nanti kita balik ke. Aku lagi bayar.
Kamu disuruh awal lewat.
Aku bisa kok jadi babysitter. Tapi mau dibantu.
Makanya aku udah nggak ada.
Siapa yang mau main? Ada di jalan yang jin ngapel rumah ceweknya dia terjun. Apa ibu ceweknya di Bandung, tapi keluarga yang di Bandung malah nggak mau di Bandung. Jadi pada itu hotel yang udah kemana deh. Lu balik kemana deh? Biasa lu bosan ke Bandung kerja ke Solo doang kan?
Ke Flora terus ke Malang.
Ngapain ke Malang? Lu gara nggak jadi di Singapura.
Oh kamu nggak dekor di sini?
Lucu banget.
Iya.
Bagus pengen tahu aja.
Melihat.
Siapa aja ya?
Siap, ayo udah bikin pembahasan
Screen ayo.
Apa? Iya itu Dev, pinjam itu dong. Kabel ya udah. Berapa di? Nggak mau jalan keluar lagi ini. Berarti
Itu mau di dulu.
udah
kebuka.
Dia berarti base paper tuh otomatis yang ranking 1
Iya, sebagai buka.
Base paper udah otomatis. Oh, mana? Itu yang kakak stay. Kakak stay TBB.
Emang iya TBB?
TBB. 197. Namanya siapa? Namanya siapa? Nggak tahu. Masa lo nggak tahu nama aku sendiri sih? Mana gue inget anjir lo kamu tinggal 5. Gue inget ada doang. Itu kesayangan.
Membekas di hati Raksasa.
Lu tuh terlalu cinta sama Wadi.
Kayak apa? Beda dikit lah mau pengen.
Oh ya, deh bakat. Marah. Wah. Marah.
Enggak deh. Enggak gua bilang anak ini sholat deh, kalau gua sholat.
Ya udah kalau nggak sholat ya sholat.
Ntar kalau gua sholat sendiri tiba-tiba kita kok sama Nafi dia gak mau gue.
Kalau sholat ya sholat.
Karena mereka sholat aja tuh dong.
Sulit aja sulit.
Ya udah sih ada di sini sholat.
Itu tuh alasan gitu.
Boleh.
Tapi
Boleh.
harus ada alasannya. Harus ada alasannya. Boleh.
Masa sama.
Bun, anakmu tadi di salaman loh. Andre lah. Pakai jagung tapi dia.
Pakai air kalau lagi perjalanan. Tuh ditanya nggak dijawab karena aku minta rapat offline.
Ntar aja dah pas.
Apa sih ngapain?
Telepon aja tau.
Kadif-kadifku. Dia problematik sih. Itu kadifnya tuh siapa? Kalau dia yang problematik nih.
Siapa?
Chaos pasti dia offline anjing ngajar.
Jadi kan tuh kalau gua chaos aja.
1, 6.
Jangan kayak si G gitu deh.
Lah kamu udah tahu aku turunannya.
Tapi jadi itu ada di bubur di mana sih? Jadi dia mau.
Itu dia bagus deh.
Iya. Tadi.
Ya.
Dia tuh ada bilang dia tuh kok dia bilang G.
Yang penting tuh pada bisa dulu. Sebenarnya tuh Akan pasti bisa. Lo pasti bisa. Si Jantin pasti bisa. Nah si Andre aja.
Susah tuh.
Andre tuh memang.
Apa sih mau bukber ya?
Iya. Aku tuh pengen
Bonding lah ya. Ih gue aja waktu itu ngajak dia bukber sama alumni IC, dia sendiri gak datang. Ditunggu sampai jam 10 juga gak muncul.
Naura siapa ya?
Aura.
Aura tuh anak sponsor kayak Indri.
Enggak, Aura sponsor.
Tapi kenapa Aura yang banyak dua?
Kenapa?
Gak tau guys.
Gak ada tengah-tengahnya gimana gitu maksud. Brak. Alamat kalau betul gue nggak boleh ikut aja. Udah pasti di komen nih. Udah pasti di komen nanti gue ketemu dia.
Oh, Angga Bakti panggilnya Bakti.
Kayaknya Ijal tertekan sama aku deh.
Kenapa?
Gak tau kayak
Pur Ijal.
Pur Ijal, maaf ya Ijal, tapi gimana ya, MSDM-nya harus di-push dulu.
Bagus. Bisa aja bagus anjir. Posisinya kaget.
Bagus.
Secondnya Halim ya?
Pertama.
Udah dia nggak nengok, udah tidak ada.
Tapi naik kok, dia pas lolos jadi 19.
Gak apa-apa ya itu. Biar enggak kalau ngomongin sama Devaro apa yang nabukin. Devaro demi Allah lu mesti lihat ini.
Apa lagi anjir?
Yang lagi, yang azan.
Oh, aja.
Aku udah gak sanggup.
Di tolong bantu aja.
Apa tuh? Kenapa baby?
Beneran, ini salju. Wih, kamu gue udah komen. Besok Karina atau Dinding.
Gimana ya?
Next level sih kata gue.
Ya udah lah, mau diganti juga gak bisa.
Pakai barang bikin kata kamu si Elsa.
Udah kita masalah.
Emang gitu kan udah mesti.
Tapi udah jam berapa?
Tapi kan gue lagi makan tadi pagi.
40 cowok. Kita pertanyaan.
Gak tahu aja kayak beli kacang gue berdoa ya.
Solusi aja ngasih. Solusi aja ngasih solusi.
Gue juri deh. Bentar gue yang ditanyain sama mereka.
Kamu siapa?
Siapa? Langsung berantem di tempat. Ayo deh. Sebagai pemeliharaan konten.
Gue lupa dia.
Kamu udah buat sama mekanisme itu kayak kenyataan anjing selesai.
Kita pernah nanya.
Pantas dirinya harus bisa sama panitia karena ini deh.
Terganggu.
Pusing. Kalau semua dipegang panitia. Makanya juri itu jangan dari panitia.
Kok jadi tema ini? Apa tuh yang tema tahun lalu tuh?
Penuh lagi aduh.
Es mencair. Ice Age.
Kata gua si Jo sudah pusing ditinggal adiknya.
Katanya. Yang oprek kayak gitu aja nggak pernah enggak.
Kenapa?
Ini tuh kelihatan
Jadi
aja
tema
kan.
salju.
Kok bisa anjir?
Emang lu lihat makanya ada.
Ya Allah.
Boleh bawa lempar.
Kayak ini kayak
Tapi tadi
bati dua. Itu
kan
kan Elsa
siapa
udah kayak ini.
Semua orang stres, gue juga stres. Aduh, pusing coy.
Dan boleh mau ini?
Kuliah.
Emang kuliah. Pertanyaannya kimia gua online. Kimia gua online. Pak Roes. Coba gue. Rusnadi.
Kok aku pusing ya? Kenapa Pak Rusnadi?
Gak mau offline kan dia, gak mau online kan dia.
Oh iya, katanya apa mengambil hak anak-anak.
Harus offline.
Bapak.
Solusi.
Dosen kimia
Ya,
gua.
tadi itu kan pertanyaan pertama. Ini
bisa tahu pakai kacamata.
Bodoh.
Terus nadi siapa tuh ya? Pakai kacamata nggak? Masih muda gitu nggak?
Iya kan bodoh berlaki.
Gimana lah pizzaku ini?
Pizza?
Pizza.
Bisa nggak dengar?
Bubur pizza Domino yang cheese yang itu.
Ayo Dominos.
Bukber yuk.
Ayo Dominos.
Makan di sini.
Bukbernya jam berapa? Jam 2.
Di kosan gua deh.
Anjir enak banget lu.
Ya udah deh, udah
Kosan gua dari jangan
Kok udah?
Dia bakal tahu.
Di rumah gua aja, di rumah gua.
Yuk.
Gila.
Enggak, rumah dia di Bandung.
Di Bandung. Boleh.
mau lihat
Dibayarin nggak?
Enggak.
Nggak jadi.
siapa yang kuis fisika pakai kreativiti bisa.
Jawab lagi bisa. Masih aku hilang.
Ini enggak sih?
Siapa sih yang enggak jelas?
Oh, ini ya. Duh, gua koreksi proposal dulu deh. Pusing tahu.
Tidak ada yang mau waras di OGG.
Tapi lebih waras gak sih? Enggak deh.
Iya. Tapi workload gue di OGG lebih banyak aja daripada di sini.
Apa?
Workload gue di OGG lebih banyak daripada di sini.
Lu RD juga gak?
Iya.
Wow. Si paling panit FITB.
Ini aja kerjaannya dapat laporan dari Adit di sini udah selesai stop.
Aku suka sih how do you make sure the transition goes on smoothly.
Terus siapa yang ngambil bacoannya?
Aku tetap makan.
Dibayar kok. Lu bayangin gak sih kalau misalkan main event tembus di ya taruhlah 200 per divisi 200 per divisi memang pikiran geografi biasa ya.
Ayo udah ngambil dari pantu aja. Sektornya gimana? Aku masih nggak ngerti tuh materinya.
Grace tuh bukan sih? Grace tuh.
Ya udah yuk. Grace tuh.
Beneran? Kau bilang sih Grace kalau lu beneran mau main?
Dia belum kakak.
Beneran? Kemarin tuh
Raja juga Raja Askatur, dia pangkat.
Raja Askatur yang agak-agak halu gitu.
Iya.
Agak-agak.
Oh
ya, agak-agak. Udah lupa.
Nggak tahu.
Udah 18 kan?
Belum.
Gini dari gue ya. Lu berapa bang? 2005. Apa ya?
Koma.
Aku hilang.
Ini gue bilang hijau. Gue lama banget dia ulang tahun masih dijawabin di grup ini.
Gue mau diucapin aja gue November.
Gue Desember. Udah tolak. Iya.
Dari musik lo musik lo. Dia tahu si
Gak apa-apa, dia 2003 loh.
Tanyain aja harganya harga emas sekarang berapa?
Siang itu balik.
Iya. Itu suka pakai itu kan. Wah, geodesi itu yang mengukur seberapa ini ntar anak-anak tambangan ini nggak mau juga jadi tambang.
Anak geodesi bikinin peta buat anak cewek.
Orang biologi nyari. Biologi itu yang nyari apa-apa.
Kemarin diajarin kan ya kami peta gitu. Terus bapaknya nyebut geodesi, ibu jadi yang di kelas apa kita ke geodesi aja? Iya, ini apa kita bayarin anak geodesi? Kami karena dia mau pikirin peta. Bayangin tugas gua ada yang ngomong kalau butuh peta kabarin aja nanti gue bahas. Gue pikirin semua.
IGO itu I-nya kecil gak?
Iya.
Oh emang kecil. G-nya dong gede.
Jadi kalau dulu gitu.
I, G-nya gede gitu.
Iya. Deh, buat berkabut kreatif.
Kemauan
Gak
itu
udah aja.
Mau enggak gua. Anaknya lagi naik gunung, Cok. Lu naik gunung.
Benar banget, benar ada siapa?
Oh, bukan.
Elsa men.
Bagus, jadi bagus lumayan.
Kok jadi dingin anjir?
Dia bilang kan tadi bilang mau badai salju kan emang.
Sama pada saat tuh anjir. Keren.
Bagus guys. Tapi ditambahin sama dia apa tadi begini. Terus udah bagus sih.
Pertama itu gini.
Tapi tiba-tiba kenapa badai?
Dia kayak kalau dulu apa badai dulunya jadi elemen artis gue ya. Jadi jangan main poya. Enggak sorry ya.
Tapi gue suka maskot gitu.
Jangan dua tuh namanya praktis kita kasih orang-orang kabur tuh klaim ini karena udah transisi kan jadi planning praktis jadi kayak danger yang mereka bilang tuh cuma firma mau beli aja lah nah kami kan disalin jadi makanya kan yang apa ya bapak kayak baru-baru itu kan ada
Itu berarti tadi yang
kenapa jadi bilangnya kalau ada
abangnya lagi ini benar jadi 3 pertanyaan. Saya nggak sih yang kayak anjing 40 minutes gila. Ini masih keburu selesai.
Enggak, ini petugasnya lagi pada buka dulu. Orangnya kalau lagi nggak lagi puasa kan biasanya
Mas aku di Samsar ya, maaf agak buru-buru. Gue benci dengan fitur driver bisa ngambil buat senang lama. Itu benci banget, gue benci banget. Karena gue sama yang kedua anjing.
Gue pernah ini, gue gojek di bawah gue, jadi dia masih ngantar, gue udah pesan gitu loh.
Grabnya kayak gitu.
Iya.
Karena gue kan bilang ke Masnya, Mas bentar ya, saya mau nyari kembalian. Kalau masih nyari kembalian, saya nyari solusi. Gue selama beli di rumah tuh, Masnya mau jadi solusi sebagai ya cepetan dong, saya udah ngambil orderan lain. Gue bilang gak bakal kayak kenapa Mas ngambil orderan lain, masih belum selesai. Gue bilang orang nggak kalau belum dia finish dia nggak bisa. Tapi dia udah finish duluan. Lu mau gimana sih? Asal berdua aja ini. Kenapa sih tadi terlalu gila? Tara temenin gua dong, Pak. Ke belakang. Nggak apa-apa. Masih ada waktu, masih ada waktu. Sebagai bayar ya apa tuh? Hah? Bayar ya apa?
Lupa di mana?
Nggak tahu. Dia jam nggak usah ada vlog. Ya saya usahakan.
Baik.
Gue maksudnya 3 itu udah kayak dia terima. AN itu bener nggak sih tulisannya A titik N? Enggak, penulisan titiknya itu loh.
A strip N.
Enggak, kok strip sih? A titik. Itu mah kan AN. Terakhir kita tuh apa sih?
Iya.
Petir. Gemuruh.
Kenapa jadi aji?
Sama gemuruh.
Kok kebakaran hutan belum ya?
Jangan memberi ide pada jelas.
Hah? Oh, A titik N itu kurang. Anastasia tuh there's no future.
Juga. Itu sama aja nggak sih?
Oh.
Iya, gue
benar.
tuh pengen gini, mereka nunggu di breakout room. Nah nanti yang pas giliran bulan questioning dipanggil.
Boleh.
Bisa nonton di YouTube dong.
Oh iya.
Nonton kebalikannya. Jadi kita stop aja. YouTube tuh nonton di breakout ya sih? YouTube tuh record di breakout ya sih?
Record kalau gua masuk.
Kalau masuk. Oh iya. Berarti YouTube-nya gimana?
Ya mau aja tapi di utama aja.
YouTube-nya utama aja. Jadi kita mau questioning di breakout atau di mana? Di breakout aja. Oke, baik, nanti kita info masuk breakout ya.
Oh, pertanyaannya berbeda aja.
Ini gila kalau sama tema sama aja.
Tapi emang ngomongin si Anastasia ini ngomongin gitu kan? Ngomonginnya lebih maksudnya
Alasannya itu kenapa aja dia? Gila.
Dia nggak nyebelin waktu dia kan biar menang sih. Ada di luar yang
Oh iya. Ada itu generik lah.
bikin pertanyaan lebih gede Faro.
Buat dia
Baju Devaro.
During the end of your speech, you advocate that we should start from ourselves.
Berarti kita siapin konsumsi bahan. Karena kalau misalnya bilang misalkan dia datang.
Ini ya, standar aja ya.
Ini kita sudah parah. Udah kamu kalau susah ngikutin si format tadi. Anak konsumsi itu dihandle anak mana? Konsumsi? Ada divisi konsumsi logistik dan konsumsi.
yang gabut nggak naruh fisik? Banyak sekali. Kan habis buat SOP. Si Ari.
Oh, request konsumsi hari ini boleh nggak?
Oh, diamuk Ari loh.
Bodoh Ari. Gue bayarin deh. Itu deh.
Tapi harus ngomong ke Ari dulu. Jadi kalau apa-apa walaupun request ke logistik kata Ari kan sesuai SOP-nya requestnya ke Ari.
Udahlah.
Ari.
Buat yang belinya besok. Oh, yang solar panel itu. Untuk keadaan untuk keadaan di Indonesia, apakah memungkinkan untuk menerapkan solar panel dari perspektif tata ruang dan aspek finansial? Bagas, kamu besok nganggur nggak? Nggak usah ikut campaign. Kamu harus ngelepas Earth Day dari. Udah OGG aja.
Soalnya aku udah Adiba, kamu mau jadi PJ nggak? Gitu kan, katanya Adiba.
Jangan mau.
Jadi PJ campaign.
Jangan mau. Tenang, kamu takut sama Adiba.
Ya udah, makanya ngomongin, bilang Bagas gak bisa kan?
Iya gitu, maaf, kalau dari aja gue diterusin.
Iya, karena jawabnya masih gua semua ya.
Jangan bilang bisa
Cara ini, kata gua ntar biar naftahan. Gak ada turun dah tuh. Ayo Adiba puluhan juta menang. Serahkan Bagas pada kami atau puluhan juta sama Adiba. Mahal juga ya Bagas.
Dua juga. Cicerin juga aku di PJ.
Bisa di.
Udah semuanya gua PJ. Sebetulnya Adiba, jadi semuanya PJ lagi. Gua harus ngapain? Gua nggak tahu.
Lagian kenapa semua ya anjir?
Gua disuruh
ngomong
sama Rina anjir.
Oh iya deh.
Dia bebas kan?
Gue pengen pendekat.
Baca kamu kan divisi lo perempuan.
Oh, ini mau jadi gubernur ya?
Lagi divisi lain jadi curhat tuh kayak. Stop. Nggak ngerti apa-apa ini. Udah besok
Gue gini,
ceritanya
gue
beli.
sebagai pemerintah tuh mau kayak keras ke
Itu beneran.
industri itu shutdown mereka. Atau lu kayak lu
Coba di sini. Aku tara berani. Kalian harus ada.
Cara itu biasa.
Enggak ada apa ya? Sendiri.
Kan malu.
Lo kalau PMDK nggak baca masa
Iya,
nggak
kalau
ada
PMDK
DP? Capek ada juga tuh kelas.
lebih baik di government.
Udah ada PRD. Kita belum kerjain PRD anjir. Campaign keep your sanity.
Iya, ya satu nanti.
Ya masuk kita bu.
Kalau satu tinggi kamu berarti kamu nggak lulus.
Besok kalau bisa tenang dia ngapain soal masa bumi di sini?
Enggak.
Baca gitu.
Ini apa sih namanya, menggunakan kendaraan umum maksudnya. Terus kalau mereka ngomong gue tuan tuh gimana tuh? Wah.
Kata gue lu digebukin. Bukan lo yang bukan sekali doang.
Gue kayak dipiralin gitu tuh. Apa sih maksa ITB?
Iya, gitu tuh.
Iya, makanya gue takut gitu.
Kita akan viral.
Kan gue tuh pengen masuk kayak pengen masuk aja kayak
Lagian anak ITB bawa laptop ke Salman aja di.
Iya, disapiin.
Iya. Masih untung masih mau ibadah.
Masih untung Salman full anjing, anak UI no, lihat no masjidnya.
Nggak jalan kan?
Masih untung masih punya. UI punya masjid.
Punya, makanya nggak ada kan?
Iya, masjid. Dunia ini sudah beragam.
Dulu Salman banjir sudah UI.
Sangat melewat anjir. Salman kebagusan.
Kecil sih kalau buat anak-anak itu.
Iya, tapi dia kan kaya. Donaturnya kuat-kuat.
Iya, donatur.
Sholat, Nafi, Bagas.
Oh iya. Baru ingat.
Apa?
Sholat.
Outsourcing itu nulisnya outsource.
Jadi gue bikinnya sport. Karena bantuin aku. Bisa bikin BC nggak?
Ya, Natasha kan udah bisa Pak.
Senin masuk ya? Firly, Senin masuk nggak?
Masuk.
Aduh, emang beda lagi yang ada sih. PR yang lama kamu udah apa?
PR deh.
Kamu yang mana sih yang banjir?
Ya kan pengumuman, kayak 10 menit 15 menit kan mereka jaga mental dulu ya. Nah, kalau jalan dulu kita duduk maksudnya. Ya ini udah males dulu. Salah kemarin cowok.
Nanti.
Salah ada jam 2.
Banyak apa tadi?
Ini prosesnya benar-benar.
Itu tuh penilaiannya. Itu bisa juga dia. Ini ngomong bikin bisnis besok kelanjutannya berakhir. Apa bagus? Perform. Bisa tapi aku
Lah siapkan udah ada.
Udah.
Kamu mau urutannya sekarang apa setelah mereka persiapan? Dulu kayak dari finalis, terus kayak ada penampilan masuk.
Oh, mending ada
Soalnya aku tuh langsung
kayak kita berteman. Nanti kita
Oh, berarti nanti pengumuman pengumuman urutan. Itu udah buat makanan jangan taruh situ, agak di bawah ya biar nggak ada makasihnya banget.
Makasih Kak.
Super banget. Nanti aku transfer. Aku baru mau ngabarin silakan. Nama sih Mas ini kok harganya kan?
Bagi sajikan kan mau.
Enggak di akhirnya nanti itu nyari cipuk di mana ya? Ada tangkong. Di bawah kaos nyari cipuk. Demi apa ada? Cipuk apa sih? Ini bukan cipung. Cipuk. Cipok. Yang aci yang pedes itu kan? Kalau nyari cipuk aci gepuk. Iya pokoknya pedes itu. Yang bulat-bulat itu. Ini jadi nanti kan terus orang ini nanti ada kompetisi bakal setting sama pegang laptopnya begitu lihat kita di harga dirinya
upload aja base 2 mah.
aku series ada nggak sih?
Coba
Caption.
Mau. Tapi kamu nanggung saya.
Admit aja. Terus nanti habis pengumuman ada peraturan dari aku. Nanti boleh lihat apa jawaban dikasih berapa menit untuk menjawab dikasih pertanyaan ada timer pertanyaan itu dari aku bakal kasih tahu dia bakal dikasih waktu 10 menit untuk ngomong di mana di bahasa di orang mendalami materi yang tadi asasi gua dong tolong ibu bantu banget aku udah nggak itu lagi jadi
Aku bukan kokos lagi.
ya Firly boleh asasi gua nggak sih di bawah kokos admit ya itu admit aja semua baru lagi jadi aku kokos tuh itu max miliar bener gitu kalau iya kalau di sini kayak kalau sinyal yang naik motor ya kan please lah cari festival lu kan tetap mempertahankan profil gitu mirip siapa kayak ngeledek aja malah udah beres langsung dia mati sama
Masih di Devaro.
Ayo, masih di langsung deh. Banyak yang keluar. Tadi 10 menit tutup aja. Mulai sekarang. Sabar dong, kita udah siap-siap dari yang brand kamu. Berarti sekarang mau ngapain rokok? Sabar, tenang, minum air udah, minum air. Makan, tadi gitu. Masih gitu. Oke minum. Dan gue
Hai, gimana istirahatnya? Udah udah makan belum? Udah istirahat belum? Belum ada yang on cam, sedih. Sendiri gue. Hai. Yuk, on cam yuk. Dan namanya sesuaikan karena kita mau roll call lagi. Tapi yang ini santai sih guys. Hai. Jadi semua belum ya? Oke, kita akan mulai roll call-nya ya. Yang aku panggil seperti biasa bersuara ya. Oke, yang pertama Hafiz Dwi Febrian.
Hai.
Hai. Yang kedua, Nur Hazlin Harun.
Hadir.
Hai. Yang ketiga, Naura Atirahu.
Hadir.
Hai Naura. Next, Jessica Chandra Oktaverina. Halo Jessica. Oke, belum ada ya. Maximilian.
What's up?
Thank you. Dea Fitria.
Hadir.
Thank you. Iris Medina.
Hadir.
Thank you. Alicia Diarani. Alicia, halo. Oh gitu, kita next dulu. Razan Alif Azima. Vanessa Sheryl.
Hadir.
Samantha Pujimia.
Hadir.
Izika Pramesti.
Hadir, Kak.
Jeremy Purnawan. Syarif Fazifa.
Halo Kak, hadir.
Oke, Anastasia Angelin.
Hadir Kak.
Oke, Arya Bati Azuro.
Halo.
Bianca Anastasia Johan.
Informasi sulfur kan?
Halo Kak. Penulisan aja.
Andi Al Amanda.
Halo Kak.
Oke, thank you. Russell Alessandro.
Hadir Kak.
Thank you. Last but not least, Rafael Nararya.
Hadir Kak.
Okay, thank you ya guys. Again, congratulations top 20 finalists. And thank you so much for doing your best tadi. Aku harap kalian tadi istirahat sejamnya walaupun bentar tetap oke ya. Apakah ada yang mau sharing? Tadi ngapain aja tuh istirahat? Gak ada. Oke, gak apa-apa. Next aja tuh. Langsung. Ya udah deh. Without any further ado, kita bakal ngumumin the 5 best speaker yang bakal masuk grand final round.
Udah tinggal satu lagi.
Siapa? Okay, in the 5th place we got Anastasia Angelin Valerie dari SMA Katolik Yosudarso. Average score of 74.15. Congratulations Anastasia.
Thank you.
Please stay di Zoom ya for the grand finale. On the 4th place we got Syarif Fazifa Alika Wulandari dari SMA Negeri 1 Bogor with an average of 74.83. Congratulations. On the 3rd place we got Arya Bati Azuro from SMA 28 Jakarta with the average score of 76.57. Congratulations. On the 2nd place, congratulations to Rafael Nararya Airlangga from SMA Kolese Gonzaga Jakarta with an average score of 78.88. Congratulations. And on the 1st place, we got Andi Al Amanda Ismaranda Divanti from SMA N21 Makassar with an average score of 96. For those who haven't been called, know that you've done so well. We're very proud of you, literally. Congratulations. Benar-benar everyone is doing really great today. I hope kayak tadi juga udah disebut teman-teman aku, kalian bisa dapat pengalaman yang baik ya dari sini. Good game tuh betul. Congratulations everyone. For yang namanya aku panggil boleh diem di sini. Kalau misalnya yang tadi belum dipanggil, again I'm very happy to spend my days with you. You can stay here dan nonton, atau kalau mau keluar juga it's not a problem. Tapi kalau misalnya mau nonton, it's very much okay. So we will have waktu tenang dulu ya 10 menit buat para grand finalis buat bersiap-siap. For the next ada Q&A session. Thank you so much ya guys. Mungkin kakak-kakak juri mau ngomong sesuatu?
Okay. Once again, congratulations to all of you yang berhasil lolos dari tahap final. Dan yang udah ngejalanin tahap final juga, you did a great job. Kayak bagus banget speech-nya. Kalian bisa memahami si study guide, si tema-tema itu, dan sudah menyampaikannya dengan yang terbaik. Oke, mungkin selanjutnya langsung ke peraturan, langsung ke di grand final ini tuh bakal ngapain. Dan nanti bakal ada yang disebut tadi sesi tenang, di mana itu kalian bisa mempersiapkan diri kalian, mempelajari lagi yang speech tadi tuh yang kalian udah sampaikan untuk di sesi tanya jawab. Oh ya, untuk sesi tenangnya jadi 15 menit ya untuk kalian. Oke, langsung masuk ke peraturan. Di grand final ini tuh berupa tanya jawab antara peserta dan juri terkait tema pada tahap final. Jadi di sesi tenang nanti kalian bisa mempelajari lagi speech yang udah kalian buat dan kalian pahami lagi apa sih ini konten utamanya, dan kira-kira kalian bisa mikir kayak mungkin nanti aku bakal ditanya di konten ini atau ditanya di konten itu. Kalian bisa mempersiapkan itu semua. Dan harap diingat penilaian di grand final ini yaitu penguasaan terhadap materi yang kalian sampaikan nanti. Jadi jawaban kalian tuh itu sangat-sangat harus diperhatikan dibanding dari sebelumnya yang lebih ke penyampaian juga. Oke. Oh ya, selama tanya jawab nanti juga kalian boleh membawa naskah sebelumnya yang sudah kalian buat itu untuk membantu kalian dalam menjawab. Karena di setiap setelah ada pertanyaan dari juri ada waktu 90 detik di mana kalian bisa memikirkan dulu kalian akan menjawab apa, atau mungkin kalian mau bertanya ulang untuk kejelasan si pertanyaannya. Oke, mungkin segitu tentang grand final. Apakah sudah jelas?
Sudah kan?
Oke, boleh. Langsung tanya.
Oke, mungkin tadi itu Rafael bukan ya?
Iya Kak.
Oke, boleh langsung disampaikan aja atau lewat chat kalau ada kendala.
Mau nanya atau?
Tadi aku bilang udah jelas Kak.
Oh iya, sorry ya. Sorry. Sekian. Ya udah berarti. Oh ya, untuk urutannya juga nanti bakal disampaikan setelah sesi tenang ya.
Jadi for the grand finalist, boleh sesi tenang dulu. Again and again, kalau misalnya masih ada yang mau stay buat melihat grand final, please be our guest and stay if you want to. Selamat sesi tenang. Oh iya, reminder juga. Tadi buat yang 5 disebutin, tolong ganti namanya jadi grand finalist ya.
Itu jadi posisi apa nih? Itu speech 2 udah belum, sisanya hilang. Oh, gue nggak bisa soalnya ada ada satu gimana sih ada sama nggak bisa tuh gimana sih ada waktu itu jadi orang kayak udah juga aja lah. Ya orang-orang yang hobi banget marah-marah. 15 itu sampai jam berapa ya? 14.30. 14.30 ada sih. Sesi kenal buat persiapan. Baru makan. Itu ada yang lagi meluk orang tuanya tuh nangis. Siapa? Pasti ada. Ada yang shock. Rafael lagi ngomong aku. Ada lagi Rafael nggak kok? Tulus. Siapa kenapa dia senyum? Dia kenapa senyum? Terus tahu nggak apa? Lagu terus apa? Langit apa? Jangan langit apa? Oh, sama aja dah. 17. Mereka kan masih 17.
Lembaran foto hitam putih, aku coba ingat lagi warna bajumu kala itu. Kali pertama di hidupku, manusia lain memelukku. Lembaran foto hitam putih, aku coba ingat lagi wangi rumah di sore itu. Kue coklat, balon warna-warni, pesta hari ulang tahunku. Dimanapun kalian berada, ku kirimkan terima kasih untuk warna dalam hidupku dan banyak kenangan indah. Kau melukis aku, lembaran foto hitam putih, kembali teringat malamku hitung-hitung bintang saat mataku sulit tidur. Suaramu buatku lelap. Dimanapun kalian berada, ku kirimkan terima kasih untuk warna dalam hidupku dan banyak kenangan indah. ingat warna demi warna di hidupku. Takkan ku mengenal cinta bila bukan karena hati baikmu. Lembaran foto hari ini, kau berdamai dengan dirimu sendiri. Kau maafkan sama salahmu, ampuni dirimu. Hari ini ajak lagi dirimu bicara mesra. Berjujurlah pada dirimu, kau bisa percaya. Maafkan semua yang lalu, ampuni hati kecilmu. Luka-luka hilanglah luka, biar tentram yang berkuasa. Kau terlalu berharga untuk luka. Katakan pada dirimu, semua baik-baik saja. Bisikanlah terima kasih pada diri sendiri. Hebat dia, terus menjagamu dan sayangimu. Suarakan, bilang padanya jangan paksakan apapun. Suarakan, ingatkan terus aku makna cukup. Luka-luka hilanglah luka, biar senyum jadi senjata. Kau terlalu berharga untuk luka. Katakan pada dirimu, semua baik-baik saja. Tubuh saling bersandar ke arah mata angin berbeda. Kau menunggu datangnya malam saat ku menanti fajar. Sudah coba berbagai cara agar kita tetap bersama. Yang tersisa dari kisah ini hanya kau takut ku hilang. Perdebatan apapun menuju kata pisah. Jangan paksakan genggamanmu. Izinkan aku pergi dulu. Yang berubah hanya tak lagi ku milikmu. Kau masih bisa melihatku. Kau harus percaya ku tetap teman baikmu. Oh, oh. Sudah coba berbagai cara agar kita tetap bersama. Yang tersisa dari kisah ini hanya kau takut ku hilang. Perdebatan apapun menuju kata pisah. Jangan paksakan genggamanmu. Yang berubah hanya tak lagi ku milikmu. Kau harus percaya ku tetap teman baikmu. Izinkan aku pergi dulu. Yang berubah hanya tak lagi ku milikmu. Kau masih bisa melihatku. Kau harus percaya ku tetap teman baikmu. Oh, oh.
Kamu tahu apa yang kamu suka, jadi langsung saja nikmati favoritmu. Dengan premium, kamu bisa mendengarkan musik bebas iklan, melewati tanpa batas, dan mendownload playlist untuk didengarkan offline. Nikmati cara mendengarkan tanpa batas dan upgrade ke premium. Ketuk banner untuk mempelajari selengkapnya.
Gua belum.
Oh iya kan? Oh iya, kan minggu udah nggak ada. Warna kayak bisa aja bukul.
Ngomong jangan terus lagi ini deh. Gabung deh besok. Oh iya, benar kayak gitu. Kan tadi soalnya kita bilang ngasih tahu yang lain. Oh, oke. Tapi nanti bisa nonton di itu. Gak usah di ini kan. Gas tetap.
Pedesan ini.
Udah. Kamu nanti welcome dulu terus kayak calling orang terus ya gantian loh calling orang terus disebut banyak nama ceritanya seberapa kali udah begitu wah gimana banyakan panitianya sih itu udah deh di yang link tadi yang penilaian English speech ada yang benar bentuknya pelan-pelan
dong
duduk sebelum gue ini udah gak apa-apa lah yang penting jangan terlalu membuka udah gue mau aneh.
Halo. Hai teman-teman. Sebenarnya ini waktu tenangnya lama ya ternyata. I hope you guys are prepared. Sebelum mulai aku bakal roll call grand finalis dulu ya. Pertama, Andi Almanda ada. Hai Andi. Ada Kak, hadir. Oke, iya. On cam ke biar temenin aku.
Kasihan nih sendirian katanya.
Kompor. Gak deh. Mama nyantai guys. Iya, on cam. Kamera lu kok bagus. Yang kedua, Rafael Nararia itu enggak. Udah kayak tadi aja. Halo Rafael. Oke, selanjutnya Arya Bati Azuro.
Halo.
Hai. Selanjutnya Syarifah Ziva Alika. Halo Kak. Hai. Next up Anastasia Angeline Valerie.
Here Kak.
Oke, hai semuanya. Okay, before we start this session, kalau kalian ada pertanyaan, boleh sekarang raise hand dulu, nanti aku panggil. Kalau ada pertanyaan mengenai grand final ya. Oke. Kalau emang gak ada pertanyaan, mungkin kita bisa langsung ke sesi grand final ya. Once again, congratulations. I wish you the best of luck. Grand finalnya bakal dilakuin di sini, di main room. So, if you need to prepare something, kalau kalian mau siapin naskahnya ulang, atau mau apapun deh intinya, sekarang dulu. We'll be starting at 2:45 p.m., which is like 1 minute away. Maaf ya. Okay. The judges. Oke, dari peserta pertama kita, Arya Bati Azuro, dengan subtema There is no future.
Okay, remember, once we have asked the question, you will have 90 seconds maximum to think about your answer. But if you want to answer before 90 seconds is up, you can go ahead and answer directly. Okay.
Right. Okay, hello Arya. I have a for you. In your final round of speech, you advocate quite strongly for the abandoning of oil and gas in favor of much cleaner energies. Right? For a country that so staunchly have been depending on safe resources, how would you ensure that the transition goes on smoothly? Do you think that the human resources are ready, or are they educated enough yet to actually change to much cleaner energy?
Okay. Can I answer instantly? Okay. So I'm a very strong advocate on why we should transition into clean energy. And I believe that even though maybe our power plants on renewable energy, for example, the wind and then water and then the sun and solar and etc., still is in a smaller scale. everywhere in Indonesia. There is no power plant or energy plant that's already developed as much as the use of fossil fuels here in Indonesia. So the whole structure of energy, according to my research, 84% of it relies on fossil fuels. So the way I would like to think of it is like, even though our human resources are still not as educated and as prepared as maybe other countries that might be more ready, for example, Japan, America, and other way better countries. But I believe it's a step-by-step process by eliminating and slowly cutting down on the fossil fuels, and then slowly building up and structuring how it works, how it's going to be spreaded and distributed throughout all of Indonesia. Because I believe that this is also an opportunity to give and to distribute energy to those in rural areas, as well as giving them jobs and as well as educating them and furthering the quality of human resources here in Indonesia. So to summarize it, it's a step-by-step process. Even though our human resources is not ready, but we could take small steps. And in maybe 10, 20 years, our majority of electricity and energy is fueled from renewable sources and not ones that are disposable, like oil, natural gases, and coal.
Okay, thank you, Arya, for the answer. And I will ask you more questions from the project. So the question is, Indonesia has profited a lot of these energies, right? Cutting them off directly will mean an immediately drop in income that can destabilize this country. So could you explain what if Indonesia cutting them off directly all these energies? What will happen? What the effect?
Okay. So I've done a bit of research yesterday, and it said that all countries globally, they spend around $2.3 trillion on trying to clean up the air pollution caused by things like burning coals and generating and extracting oils and natural gases. And that all also takes in money from us. I believe that if we cut down on our coal and our natural gases and our fossil fuels, certainly we will experience a drop in revenue because our system really relies heavily so much on it, right? So, as I said, I would like it to be, rather than a steep decline, I would like it to slowly progress into the point where we don't need fossil fuels anymore because there's already a structure being put into place. So we don't really need, there won't be like, we instantly cut half of our usage in 5 years, but the way I'd like to see it is that we cut it through 20 years. Maybe by 2040, 2050, we will see a better Indonesia, a greener one.
Okay, thank you, Arya. Very nice answers. So for the last question, I will tell you an information. So listen carefully. There is a thing called good mining practice in the mining industry. I will define it for you. Good mining practice refers to responsible mining operations that prioritize the safety and well-being of workers, of minimizing environmental impact, and thus promoting sustainable development in the communities where mining takes place. It involves implementing best practices for everything from the extraction process to the waste management process to community engagement and also the economic development. So, do you understand yet about good mining practice, or should I read it once again?
No, I understand it well.
Okay, so here it goes. The practice is mainly used as a reason by mining industry to claim that all of the threats of oil, of coal are actually not that dangerous and that all of these claims are actually only fear mongering. So what do you think about this regarding the mining industry approach by, using good mining practice? Do you think it is the correct step? Thank you.
Okay. I feel as if this is just another reason to exploit the natural resources that we have, because the truth is around 8 million people die from pollution, from burning, from coal burning and all of that. Last year, according to a study by Harvard, and it's not just fear mongering because the impact that it has is seen from all perspectives, from economic perspectives where countries need to pull out from their own pockets money to clean up the mess that these companies, oil companies and mining companies have created for the people. And also it has also damaged these people by maybe giving them significant heart problems just by being exposed to it, not even working closely to it. Just by being exposed to the pollution, you could be at risk of contracting cancer, also things like heart diseases, Alzheimer's. You are in risk because you're exposed to it. And by just saying, oh, because we're following this policy of good mining practice, that means that all of those effects are not true. And because we manage every single thing well, how we extract it and how we also clean up the mess afterwards, that there is no real effect on first the globe, second the environment, third the people. And that's just not true. I mean, sure, maybe the working conditions are safer and healthier, and it wouldn't be as dangerous as a coal miner to work in this day and age rather than back then, 20, 30 years ago. But there are still real impacts. And I believe just by using this policy as a reason to, or a scapegoat to run away with their problems, saying, oh, I'm dismissing your problems because I'm following these A, B, C, C, D steps. So I believe even though they are still following these policies, the impacts that causes the world, the greenhouse gases are still very much real.
Okay, thank you so much, Arya, for the answers. We're going to go to the next grand finalist, Anastasia Angeline Valerie, with the theme of There Is No Future. Are you there, Anastasia?
Hello. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, hello, Anastasia. Okay, I'll start question you right away. Okay, at the near end of your speech, you advocate that we should start from ourselves. Like starting from small things, for example. Like, are you sure that these kind of things can actually make a real difference, and are you sure that these steps will mean anything?
Yes, I mean, by everything, actions actually mean everything. I mean, it's better to start small than nothing. And actually, I think one of the things that I said to start little is actually to start by ourselves. I mean, like we start by as individuals, like warning others, or I've said before in my speech that we could we could try to educate others and try to use efficiently to use electricity by efficiently. I think that is very helpful for trying to tell people how actually like small steps matters. I think we cannot expect changes to actually just happen that big, and we cannot expect, especially the government nor the big businesses, to immediately do big actions such as using renewable resources as their energy source without us even starting it, without us believing that climate change is actually not a hoax and something that we can actually try to prevent, and something that actually we have to solve as humans. I mean, to start anything big, we can start from something small, and it starts everything from us. That's my answer. Thank you.
Okay, Anastasia, thank you for the answer. I have a follow-up question for you. Can you give me like an example or a concrete proof of how these small things can actually can amount to something big?
Yes, I can. There are a lot of protests about the climate change itself. For example, the Greta Thunberg. Greta Thunberg has been protesting for many years now, and actually governments are actually trying to hear what actually climate change is. And actually, without the protests from Greta Thunberg nor from other activists, nor if they do not create awareness of what actually is happening in climate change, the government wouldn't hear it, and anyone wouldn't even give a care about this situation because they don't think that this is a big matter. I think if we start talking about and build awareness about this and try to if we can start try to talk about it in the big society, in a big place, we can start to like build awareness for each people, and then it can actually make a greater impact for people out there that actually have power in society. For example, like the government, the businesses that actually are producing a lot of CO2, for example, the people who owns industries, the governments who actually can provide things that actually that are used for renewable resources, they can actually be snapped and think, oh wow, I think climate change is a really big problem that we have to solve. I think that's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia, for all the answer. For the next question, okay. According to your speech, you campaigned for solar panels and wind turbines. Do you think that Indonesia, with all the condition that we know, is very much receptive to the installation of such new things as solar panels and wind turbines? Please answer this question and approach this from a spatial point of view, or for easier concept, it could answer it from point of view of architecture and policy development.
Okay, I might need a little more time to answer this question. Please give me more time. Thank you.
Okay, you have 90 seconds for preparing your question. Your answer, sorry.
Indonesia tuh nggak bisa secepat itu karena dari keadaan arsitektur Indonesia itu sangat berantakan. Bahkan untuk tempat tinggal ini itu masih tahu sebenarnya itu sih.
Okay, I'll try to answer the question. So I think Indonesia, being a country that is Earth-centered, does not stop the country to try to use renewable resources. As for example, solar panels. Actually, us as a tropical country, we're blessed with with sunlight every single day without any weather changes, such as winter, spring, or etc. We can actually use solar panels as much as we want, and actually, it does not affect the weather does not affect our electrical use, because somehow if we compare it to the countries that actually have 6 weathers, they actually 6 seasons, they actually do not have the capacity to use electricity as much as 3 tropical countries can, because they do not have the maximum amount of sunlight as we do. We have summers every single day, and it does not stop in every single month. And actually, it was speaking in an architectural way, nor in a technical way. Actually, I do agree that applying solar panels are actually taking a lot more cost than actual electricity. But then we have to start thinking like this: if we pay a little much, we just pay a little bit more much for solar panels rather than using fossil fuels, we can actually compare it. If you pay for fossil fuels, which is actually cheaper, and it's easier to just see. Did you see it from the outside? Like, it's cheaper. It's just the way that it is. We are actually sacrificing the lifespan of Earth itself. We are sacrificing the health of Earth. We're sacrificing, and we are producing CO2 every single day. And if we actually just pay attention and just use solar panels, and then the government would help and give subsidies to the application of solar panels itself, we can use electricity as much as we want. We can use electricity healthily, and we cannot try to worsen the climate change itself. We can try to use renewable resources, because still we give out a lot of money for this, but then we still get something in the end. We can use electricity, and we can also decrease the carbon dioxide that is being produced in the electricity industries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answer, but I still have some question for you. So, population in Indonesia keep increasing, and we still deal a lot of problems with rural areas. If Indonesia implements solar panels and wind turbines, could you state your opinion about that?
Okay. I think if we actually apply solar panels in rural areas, that will not be a problem. Actually, as a matter of fact, actually, if we use normal electricity in a normal day, actually rural areas can still not access electricity nor water, because they actually live in rural areas. If we use solar panels, every rural area, no matter where you live, you get sunlight. In Indonesia, every location and every areas that you live in, no matter how rural it is, you get sunlight. If we use solar panels, and government actually give them a help and a hand for them to use solar panels, they can actually have electricity, and a lot. And I'm not telling you, it's a lot of electricity compared to normal electricity. If we actually compare it to normal electricity, we know that rural areas actually have we have limited electricity. I have heard and read some news that rural electricity only have a limited span of electricity. For example, like they only have electricity in the night, and they do not have electricity in the morning nor in the afternoon. So they only have electricity in the night. But if we actually use solar panels, they are actually depending on the sunlight itself on the solar panels, which I'm stating you that rural areas have that access that have free access to sunlight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anastasia. Now I'm going to ask you a last question. So we're going to do a little bit of a role playing here. I want you to think from a government point of view. So keep in mind you are answering this question as a government. So what kind of approach would you take in regard to like controversial industry like mining, petroleum, etc. that that increases CO2 concentration, that disrupt natural habitat, that destroying environment, etc. How will you deal with them? Will you deal with them with an iron fist that is strong, unyielding, non-cooperative ways? Or will you deal with them with a velvet glove, like you are drawing them in slowly, coordinating with them, synergizing with them, with scientists and environmentalists, and you are making compromises? Okay, that's the question. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be needing some time to answer this question. Give me a bit of time, thank you.
Is the question clear enough for you, or do you need to?
Yes, it's clear enough. Thank you very much.
You have 90 seconds.
Iya, kata gue juga. Nggak, dia tuh posting tapi posting tertingginya sih. Sebenarnya itu bukan tinggi, di sisi gue nggak ada di sisi sebenarnya dia sebenarnya bisa jawab yang kayak main aman kayak itu bisa dirapiin dan pelan-pelan misalnya kalau dari dapur dulu dari awal dari apa tapi pastiin jauh dan itu lebih aman bisa
Okay, so as the government point of view, I think me as a person that has power to make policies for them, I think it is important for us to actually try to make them feel like this is a very dangerous thing to do. For example, I can first, I think I can start with regulations and standards. Governments can establish regulations and standards for industries that produces CO2 emissions, such as powers, plants, and factories. And secondly, carbon pricing. Government can implement a carbon pricing mechanism, such as a carbon tax or cap and trade program, to encourage industries to reduce their CO2 emissions. And thirdly, incentives and subsidies. Governments can offer incentives and subsidies for industries to adopt cleaner technologies and reduce their CO2 emissions. And this includes tax credits for investing in renewable energy or energy efficiency upgrades, grants for research and development of low carbon technologies, and subsidies for the deployment of renewable energy sources. And fourthly, collaboration and partnership. Governments can collaborate with industries to identify opportunities for reducing CO2 emissions. This can include partnering with industry associations to develop sustainability standards and initiatives, or working with individuals, companies to implement energy efficiency measures or switch to renewable energy resources. And most importantly, government can also try to make them to minimize the act of mining itself, because as we all know, the Lumpur Lapindo is actually a very tragic tragedy, which still has the impact till today. And actually, the government didn't actually do anything to that, and it still hurted a lot of people. So I'm just wishing that the government would do an action that actually can stop and minimize the activity of the mining and the production of the CO2 itself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Anastasia. That marks the end of your Q&A session. Sorry, we will be moving to the next grand finalist, Andi Al-Amanda, with the topic of the present is the key to the past. Hello, Andi.
Halo, Kak.
Hello. Are you ready?
Yeah, I am ready. Also, Kak, you can just call me Amanda, if that works.
Okay, thank you, Amanda.
Okay, hello Amanda. I'm gonna start out ask you a question. As a high school student with barely any real power in the world, what do you feel about such issues happening repeatedly? Like how humans never learn from their past mistakes. Like how corporation, become only greedier. Do you think, as a high school student, you have any power to change that, or?
Okay. Well, thank you very much for the question. Yeah. So, as a high school student, pretty much the only power we can do is to campaign or to do small actions, such as like lessen our carbon emissions. No, sorry, carbon footprints and stuff. The fact is, these big companies and industries are run by people in power, and they are, let's say, they are well in age. I mean, they're like above 30, they're above 40. This is the difference. We are the generations that are gonna live further 40 or 30 years ahead, and I'm not saying that they're gonna die soon. I don't say that, but like they might will only live for like less than we will live in the next few years. In fact, they were the people who have lived before us. So therefore, before we live today, the world was a little bit better. So they didn't really have those awareness of how climate change is really affecting us. Therefore, they would do any projects such as extraction or massive productions of, and will lead to massive production of carbon dioxide and those toxic chemicals, without thinking that these are ruining the world, and they barely even have any awareness that we are going to they barely even have any awareness that it is hurting the world, and they mostly work in a desire for money and wealth, and they didn't think about what we think. Sometimes we are seen as small. We are seen as we barely know any science. They might think that we barely know any science. We need to get to like high school, finish high school and get to college to actually know all the science. But the fact is, we don't need to know every science to be a part of the solution, because if we wait until we know everything, it's going to be too late for us to do anything. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amanda, for your answer. So the next question is, based on your speech, you champion a recycling program at the end of your speech. And how will you implement this in real life? As a student, of course.
Thank you very much. For this question, I'll most likely to talk based on my experience. So I was an exchange student in the US last year, and the difference that I really saw is that in the US, they have this recycling program for domestic waste. So just like in Indonesia, like there are this team who will like gather our waste, domestic waste, and then they won't separate it. They'll just take our food waste and clothing waste, or like plastics and everything. But in the US, they separate the things that are recyclable and non-recyclable. So the non-recyclable things, they could just dump or like process it. But the recyclable stuff, they would distribute it to like circular economy companies. So as a high school student, I might take the idea of doing recycle as a project, a group project that we can do. So maybe we can create a group of youth who would like to take recyclable waste, and then we can turn them into arts, such as paper mache from paper waste, or we can make this type of dresses from plastics. These are already like, it's mostly shown in some parts of the society. It's just that it is barely even implemented. Just like I said, we're high school students, and we are focusing most into our like academic things and academic focus, and we barely have any time for thinking about what this waste is going to do for us, even though we're like growing each and every day. But I feel like as a high school student, I would create a group of volunteers that we can help to, you know, do our recycling programs and stuff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amanda. Now I'm going to ask you the third question. This one is a little bit long, so bear with me. I would like to talk to you about a philosophical kind of discussion. You said in your speech that the last time there is this much carbon dioxide in this earth, humanity hasn't even existed yet. And you also know, of course, that there have been several mass extinctions in this earth from previous creatures, previous species that we don't even know. One of them dinosaurs, of course. Do you think that whatever we do, how much efforts we give, that we are basically only fighting an uphill battle? The question is actually like this. Say, you are given the opportunity with limitless resources that can only be used in one thing. Would you rather put all of them into effort searching for an alternative planet, like space exploration, because you think that the Earth, whatever we do, will only have a mass extinction in the future? Or would you still spend all of it trying to fix all of the damages that we as humans have done to Earth? Thank you. Do you need further elaboration?
No, thank you. I'll just like to have a little more time to answer this.
Okay, you have 90 seconds on the clock.
My name is Halim. My name is Halim.
Caption dan musuh. Kan itu tadi gue kasih.
Gue lagi di laptop Halim anjir, gue pakai laptop itu pakai lagi main. Udah. Santai. Sebisanya S anjir sih, Jos. Apaan sih S? Penjelasan. Fixnya jadi S. Ya Hasan, Cok. Ya udah anjir.
Hi, I'd like to answer the question. So, hang on. Would you like to repeat the questions that you asked? Like just the questions, like which I rather choose?
Basically, you have an opportunity with limitless resources. You can use it for one thing. Would you rather put all of them into effort searching for an alternative planet in a space exploration, or would you spend it all trying to fix all of the damages that we as humans have done to Earth, and why?
All right, thank you very much. I would personally
Amanda, I think you are having some connection issues. Hello?
Hi guys, sorry, I think my internet stopped. Okay, I'd like to repeat myself.
Okay.
I'm very sorry that happened.
That's very much okay. Is it safe?
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I'd rather choose spending those limitless resources to fix all the damages that humans have created in this world. I believe that even though for other places for us to live through planets exploration, space exploration, like it's gonna take us years and years and years to actually find it conducive to live in. And I know there are so many planets out there, and I know they probably are able to be lived in if we do space explorations. But the fact is, there's too many of us, and there's going to be a massive movement from the world to other planets. It's going to take be shifting from all these other planets that we've done in this Earth by, well, we know that the world is evolving. Just like I said in my speech, the world is evolving and the technology is developed. And then like even now as high school teenagers, we have like the capabilities and the we are very capable to explore science things and like social and to analyze the world with our technologies and developed technology so that we can create more solutions rather than believing that moving to another planet is going to be safe for us other than fixing the damages. Also, to be in the future as like more of the leaders in the future, we're like teenagers now, and like so as you guys are gonna be the next leaders of this the world we live in, and we're gonna move from those set of practices which are unsustainable to more sustainable practices, and then like we're not gonna be prevented by blind economic growth. Therefore, we're gonna create a better world to live in, and then we're gonna create more solutions such as I'll take an example like the polluted ocean. Those are full of toxic chemicals that are hurting the marine species. But the thing that we can do from sciences is that we can create microbiologists that could kill all those chemicals in the ocean. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you, Amanda. We will now move to the next grand finalist, Rafael Narari Airlangga, dengan subtema Avoid the Unmanageable. Halo, Rafael.
Halo, Kak.
Hello, are you ready to start now?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay, hello, Rafael. So I have a question. So you championed geotourism in your speech, right? Yet one of the problems that exists in geotourism is the local itself. So are you confident that the popularization in geotourism will elevate the standard of living of the locals? And are you that confident that the profit will not be taken by the private investors or even the governments, that in the end of the day, it won't come back to the locals at all? Thank you.
Okay, Kak. Can I have a minute to answer this question?
Sure, you can have some time.
Okay.
She knows what to say. Dia tuh kayak gue tahu banget tentang ini, kayak iya kayak gue kayak biasanya dia udah research for how many years tentang ini kan, padahal lu beneran nggak sih sok tadi aja nih yang ada yang mesti pertanyaan gue dia bilang berdasarkan dia kan experience dia gitu, tapi dia bisa nerapin kalau nanti kayak film di Indonesia gimana gitu, gimana sistemnya.
Okay, Kak. I'm ready to answer the question. Can I just answer directly?
Yes, you can answer the question.
Okay, so the answer to the question is yes, I would be sure that the ecotourism promoted in the area will provide prosper for the locals in the area. This will have to do with, there's something to do with the policies that they have in the region. For example, about tax. If we see, like, for example, in Bali, you have West Bali National Park. In West Bali National Park, you have the diving sites like in Menjangan Island. I've been there actually once. And in Menjangan Island, there's actually a really high tax for you if you want to make, for example, a resort there. And that tax go to the local government, and the government will then distribute that tax to the locals in Menjangan Island. So in West Bali National Park, that's one example to put it, that ecotourism in the area can provide real prosper and economical advantage to the locals living inside of the ecotourism area. I think that's all.
Okay, I'm going to the second question, which incidentally is actually very related to your answer. So we're going to talk about Bali, one of the most popular tourism destinations in the world. And as a result of this, a lot of foreigners are very interested in living in Bali. We can see the TikTok trends, the videos of, foreigners, championing on how much living in Bali is a peaceful, quiet life. So this poses the potential problem of gentrification. So gentrification is the process whereby the character of a poor urban area, or the locals basically, is changed because of wealthier people moving in, improving things, in bringing in new cultures, bringing in different things, and thus displacing the current and the original inhabitants in the process. So what I'm going to ask you is that, how will you ensure that the usage of our tourism potential will still safeguard Indonesia's culture and heritage as a whole? Thank you.
Okay, Kak. I'll have another moment to answer this question. Okay, Kak?
Yes, you have 90 seconds on the clock.
Okay, thank you, Kak.
That's so weird.
Sorry, Kak. Can you repeat the question? It's not clear in my device.
Okay, so basically the question is that Bali is one of the example of most popular tourism destinations in the world. Because of this, a lot of foreigners want to live in Bali. You can maybe see TikTok trends of, foreigners making video of how peaceful life in Bali is, and inviting other people to move in Bali. But this poses the problem of gentrification, in which the locals are in a threat of being displaced by these foreigners, and that their cultures, their heritage may be disrupted by the changes that is being brought by the foreigners living in Bali. So the question is, how will you ensure that the usage of our tourism will still safeguard Indonesia's culture and Indonesia's heritage as a whole? Is it clear enough?
Yes, that's clear enough, Kak. Thank you. Okay, Kak. And I'm ready to answer the question. In gentrification itself, the foreigners moving to Bali, they make TikToks about, for example, as the question says, like how peaceful Bali is and how can living in Bali make you more peaceful as an overall person, because the nature itself is good, it's relatively cheap in price, and many, many things. So foreigners started moving to Bali. And gentrification along the locals, that gentrification of both the culture and locals getting displaced out of their homeland, is back again as the answer to the previous question, is we need a law. There's there's actually a law that controls this, that prohibits foreigners from doing such things. Like, for example, making like businesses without any license in Bali. Therefore, if they make businesses in Bali without any license, then they will potentially displace the local people's business. In this sense, the ecotourism in Bali, there's besides Bali Barat National Park, there's many national parks, other national parks. Like for example, I take in South Bali in Nusa Penida Island. There's also a conservation area in there, and over there, locals started invading Nusa Penida Island from I think from 2007 because it's booming. It's a booming new prospect for tourism, and ecotourism in there had flourished significantly. And the governor of Bali has made a law that prohibits foreigners from making businesses, especially large businesses, so that local people won't have any gentrification, they won't be displaced, and they won't get poor because of the Westerners arriving and the richer persons arriving in Bali. So the ecotourism is designed specifically to promote the culture and not disrupt the culture itself, and to promote the locals, to enrich the locals with the incoming of those tourists from outside world.
Okay, thank you, Rafael. So the next question is, Tangkuban Perahu, an active volcano located in Bandung, and yet is one of the most popular tourism destination locally. Its unique sulfur gas poses a potential hazard for human health. Even sometimes it emits toxic gas. Do you think it's a responsible and morally correct choice to continue using a place with such a high biohazard level as a tourist destination?
Okay, Kak, I might like to answer this question. And to me, using like the Mount Tangkuban Perahu as a tourist destination, it's pretty dangerous. But as in my previous speech says that it requires a mitigation plan. That mitigation plan should be made as good as possible so that even though Mount Tangkuban Perahu is an active volcano with the giant crater in the top and it can explode at any time, there should be mitigation plans. For example, when tourists visit the Mount Tangkuban Perahu, they should be given a warning sign or at least a sign that says how to mitigate yourself if there's any natural disasters like landslides or if you get the mountain suddenly erupting, right? Like we'll never know when will that happen. And Mount Tangkuban Perahu is still economically very valuable since we can see the volcano we can see without having to climb the mountain. We can just use our car and see the crater at the top. So I think it will be wise to keep using Tangkuban Perahu as a tourism destination with the proper mitigation system so that in case there were anything unwanted, like an eruption, landslide, or any other natural disasters, then it will be possible to avoid the unmanageable, to avoid the things that we cannot manage. In a sense, it's natural disasters. Like that, Kak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Rafael. There is no further question. We will move to our last grand finalist, Sharifa Ziva, with the topic of Evil Train. Are you there? Sharifa Ziva?
Okay, so am I audible?
Yes, very.
Thank you for the confirmation. So I'm ready for the questions.
Okay.
Okay, hello, Sharifa Ziva. Okay, for the first question that I want to ask you is, you mentioned how ocean acidification will impact the economy directly, right? But the sad truth is that today is that perhaps we can't control ocean acidification immediately, and rather it will need a transition process. It will need like a long-term need process, right? So what solution do you propose to buffer up our economy in the meantime when we are still dealing with the ocean acidification itself?
Okay, so can I have time to construct my words? Is it okay?
Yes, you have 90 seconds on the clock.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so can I answer?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you for the confirmation again. So regarding that, ocean acidity is actually have a long-term about repairing, right? So what is the solution to prevent any economic downfall regarding the ocean acidity while we try to repair it? So one of the things is that ocean acidity actually have a high rate of acid, right? So usually, and so one of the things that we can do is while planting a seaweed. So one of the things that it actually can have some beneficial. So seaweed is actually can help to reduce the amount of carbon dioxide in ocean acidity itself. So by planting a seaweed, we can help the economy itself and also try to reduce the amount of ocean acidity itself. And it could be one of the main source of people, of the fishermen that try to move and to try to have another source of job or source of income by having another source of wealth itself. And that's my answer.
Thank you, Sharif and Zipa, for your answers. So the next question is, ocean acidification is closely related to global warming. It can be said that the problem of acidification is rooted in the change of CO2 concentration in the atmosphere. Do you think we should solve this problem starting directly with ocean acidification, or should we prioritize global warming, which is the root problem, instead?
Okay, that is interesting question, but I want to reply that these both actually connected to each other. So back in the end of the day, we cannot only focus on one thing instead. So because why? Because global warming and also like ocean acidity is actually connected to each other, because both of these will not work or will not happen if there's no a high rate of carbon dioxide, right? So one of the things is that we can try by trying to reducing our carbon footprint itself. So this actually can work in both ways, either in ocean acidity and also global warming itself, because they are still connected to each other. And by that, what we can do as a like youngster that still have a need to learn and also like still haven't got enough of power to do some drastic change is actually by trying to spread awareness regarding on how carbon dioxide can affect big things in Earth itself. And by that, we can educate many people and spreading awareness that is actually that we actually need to reduce our carbon dioxide emission gases, which actually can in the long term itself, if there's enough people and many people decided to lower their carbon dioxide and many people start to adapting low or eco-friendly lifestyle, it will actually help on both cases itself.
Okay, thank you for the answer. So I'm going to go directly into the third question. So in your speech, you mentioned that marine life will inevitably be damaged by acidification. You also mentioned that perhaps if we continue to consume marine life, like maybe fishes, it can also pose danger to humans ourselves, because maybe they have been contaminated with, the chemical things that have become in the sea because of our global warming. So do you think that this issue is a wake-up call for humanity, perhaps, to lessen their dependence or their greedily using the sea resources? I want you to voice out your opinion regarding how ocean acidification relates exactly on how we should actually wisely use the resources that is available in the sea. Thank you.
Okay, can I have a moment to construct my word again?
You have 90 seconds on the clock, and do you still need perhaps
Yes, the last questions about like the correlations.
Okay, so basically, I'm going to start from the beginning, okay? Marine life will be damaged by acidification. Thus, us consuming marine life can actually pose a danger to ourselves. And I think this is a wake-up call for humanity, perhaps, because of their greedy usage of the sea resources. So I want you to voice out your opinion, how ocean acidification issues relates to how we should regulate the usage of our sea resources.
Okay, thank you for the confirmation again, and I will start to construct my words.
Ini juga nih, santai. Cepetan. Dulu. Yang ini enggak bisa. Satu berangkat, satu kawasan. Ini kenapa kita gepat sih?
Sharifa, 90 seconds is up. Please provide your answer right now.
Okay, so regarding about the correlation between an ocean acidification and also the direct tie, or regarding the people start taking readily taking resources in sea life, right? So what I'm going to say that it is indeed actually a wake-up call for humanity itself. Because why? Because one of the things that humans actually start to feel that they need to do something, that they need to change something when their life is actually threatened. And by that is actually from ocean acidity. Acidity is that one of certain things that the fishes or the sea fishes start having content toxics and can be consumed by humans itself, right? So one of the things that people are start going to be more cautious regarding on how they take their resources, because in the end of the day, they still feel like, oh, if I decided to take these resources without any care, then potentially I can harm many people, and also myself include also. And by that, it also one of certain correlation between wake-up call of humanity in ocean acidification and people greedily taking resources. And also not to mention, because they know actually that their life is actually endangered, they start to know that what is the main exact problem that start this big problem that make their life endangered. For example, that they take so much resources by producing a lot, by using a lot of fossil fuels that taken from the sea. And also it can make these people start to rethinking their life and choices, and also adapt their lifestyle into more eco-friendly, and also try to avoid any these kind of things happen again.
Okay, thank you, Sharifa.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. By that marks the end of our grand final session. We will now have 10 minutes of time to rest and for the judges to think about your answer. And yeah, so you have 10 minutes to rest. You can do anything, and You can even turn your camera off. But after 10 minutes, I will expect you all to come back here and turn your camera on for the next announcement. Thank you.
Pokoknya Anastasia itu nggak pernah.
Cuma Anastasia nggak bisa menang.
Iya.
Kenapa?
Karena jawaban dia tuh tadi sensitif gitu. Dan padahal kita udah tekenin tadi juga. Minta bahkan sampai follow up untuk fokusnya tuh di sisi arsitektur atau perencanaan. Kecil tuh karena mereka nggak bisa. Tapi dia malah fokusnya di yang kalau Indonesia.
Aja dong.
Indonesia tuh
yang
punya. Nggak mau. Tapi si Adi kata gue menang. Adi juara 1 karena jawaban dia tuh beneran diimplementasi dari pertanyaan itu. Pertanyaan tuh kita jadi student ini beneran jawabannya.
Dia pakai Rafael itu dia Arya karena Rafael lebih cerdas dalam prinsip.
Sumpah.
Iya dong. Kalau Arya bergantung sama kajian-kajian udah.
Iya. Tapi Arya answers very dia kayak dari mulai dia kata prepare banget.
Iya.
Anyway.
Jadi bagus kan dia prepare.
Dia tuh bagusnya ini kayak karya ilmiah gitu.
Nah,
Jadi udah ada dia.
Jadi kalau kita lakukan kritikal thinking, terus Rafael makanya satu Adi dulu.
Gua nggak bisa tahu saya tuh bukan fokus.
Ya gua juga. Jadi yang nomor 3 sari apa?
Nah iya bener. Posting gua tuh. Soalnya critical thinking kan mereka berdua tuh siapa antara siapa si Arya sama Syarif. Kalau kalian dengarkan tadi gimana? Lo ada notulnya nyobot Syarif itu nggak? Yang kata kamu itu. Yang kerudungan tadi si Syarif atau si Arya? Gua bilang Arya. Gua bilang Arya.
Tapi bagus juga jawabannya.
Badan gak bilang aku diskon ya?
Iya.
Ini disuruh diskon ya?
Nah itu nggak lagu disco aja.
Ya tapi.
Balik lagi.
This is U2 Complete.
Pilihan 200 photos atau kayak setiap juara 3 selalu foto atau kayak 3 gelas itu kalau gini aja kan tadi juara 3 disebut siapa dulu terus dipanggil gimana reaction kamu terus kayak besarnya atau boleh ya udah foto dari semuanya terus itu tadi gua juga satu juga juara mau di juara mau dapat berapa sih kalau segitu oh bareng boleh tiada disebut deh kayak tiga juara tadi untuk kamu itu kan disebut banget sih ya kayak buat kayak masa kita kita
pending dulu aja
iya masih 10 menit
kayak kali nomor berapa ya
jam 4 aja
jam 4 ya
boleh buat misalnya dan aku jam berapa itu? Tapi kita nggak live berarti kan di dalamnya jam 4 jadi kalau kita sama ini paling sekali
Kalau kita sesuai random, jam 8 kita selesai jam 3.
Masuk. Iya, selambatan berarti. Udah, kalau suara download. Dia nyari total hadiah.
Dia label langsung direkap sama Diva.
Hadiahnya kan kamu kalau setahu isinya aku tuh sejuta.
Iya, sejuta ya. Cuma gue nggak ikut 250.
Iya, 250. Nggak ada sih kok nggak ada.
Apa 600 sama 400?
Kemarin pendaftaran itu berapa sih ya? 100 ya? Anjir, terus 10 kali lipat kalau menang. Udah mau itu. Nggak ada bayar. Tapi kalau di stres segini doang mau. Ada yang nangis. Iya, ada yang kita aja juga yang udah kuliah.
Bagus ya,
Gue aja tadi ngedengerin kayak untuk bukan anak-anak Indian.
Wah.
Tapi tadi kayak baru dengar pertanyaan. Pokoknya ya itu tadi disebut dulu tertulisnya terus dipanggil gimana itu cari dulu suasananya kayak gimana nih perasaannya tadi terus pas udah ditanya gitu presiden congratulations Rafael terus dapat hadiah berapa tadi juara satu siapa cok si itu yang keluar dari Makassar juara duanya Rafael yang terus Rafael Alun terus juara tiganya si Adi si Adi masih di sini tapi spektator kenapa diganti jadi spektator aja
gimana kalau salah di gereja
kan itu memang
Semua gue pengen sholat tapi jam 4 keluar.
Allah sholat di repot gimana di sini anjing
Jam 4 mulai.
apa itu
telah lebih baik daripada
jadi kayak di sebelah itu ada juara satu terus di
iya boleh tadi fotonya setiap pemenang foto
Iya.
siapa juri kayaknya MC gini kita selesai dulu jam berapa jam berapa
buat dulu buat lebih buat tuh lebih terakhir
wah nanti kayaknya sesuai juaranya kalau
si Amanda tuh di Makassar ya
iya Dewaro serahnya si Ari gue nggak tahu lagi menurut lo aja pikir kenapa anjir aman kan kalau yang disiapin cuma 16 kamar setelah aku selain 80 orang kenapa dia kayak gitu maksudnya tahu anjir lah udah
betul
16 kamar cuma berapa orang anjir 16 kali 2 berapa sih 3 bahkan nggak nyampe 1 divisi
ya 1 juta ya Allah
Jadi kita
iya anjir
lu mau jadi Rafael kenapa
apa banyak banget itu ada modalnya gede dong I should say that Gue nyalain kameranya. Belum jam 2 menit lagi namanya guys. Ada juri tolong ini dihilangkan karena nanti foto. Iya. Terakhir. Ya udah lagunya jadi apa? Lagunya. Jangan gue yang pertanyaan. Hah? Gak usah ada. Aneh banget.
Hah?
Dia ada fotonya lihat lagunya di laptop lu aja.
Betul anjir.
Tapi enak aja sih. Iya tuh aja tutup sih nanti.
Gue kira.
Udah dimatiin lagi nyalain. Mana anjing? Dimatiin gerak. Coba dulu dipindahin ke sini doang.
Apa sih?
Mana kita punya kampanye.
Suwe. Anjing.
Terus lagi anjing.
Dari pagi.
Lagi ngejuri sama kamu.
Banyak.
Ada dari di YouTube ada animasi cowok-cowokan dan
iya sih.
Iya, refleksi itu kayak bayangkan di rumah.
Jadi gue mau jatuh ke kamu kan refleksi kapan?
Di rumah tuh kayak kenapa tuh kakak berdua gitu. Gue nangis sih sudah tabok pertama pas dijuri tadi. Gue lagi ngelain
Nonton apa lagi? Kimetsu, baru episode Kimetsu yang baru, season baru.
Baru satu episode.
Iya sih.
49 menit.
Iya, anjir berjalan.
Kayak gitu nggak sih biasanya?
Enggak, Kimetsu bisa cepat.
Enggak, episode pertamanya khusus episode.
Oh ya.
Rabu, Kamis.
Jumat enggak libur. Libur apa?
Wah, wajib.
Tanggal merah, Cok.
Kamis
Tapi
Iya, lakuin sih.
Gils
udah
udah di skill gitu loh. Inggris sampai udah tingkat
Ini kayak jelas gitu kan.
itu ada safety kan
dia nanti
Kita ngomong dulu enggak?
Itu laptopnya kelihatan.
Gue manga belum bahas sebenarnya, gue skip itu loh.
ya sebelum sebelum akhir yang dia di ruang-ruangnya bisa
How was the Q&A session? Ada yang mau apa kek? Reaction atau mau ngomong di chat? Aduh kak pusing. Boleh. Pertanyaannya gimana guys? Ragu nggak? Kalau aku jadi kalian, bapak aja. On cam yuk. Tuh diajakin. So far very fun. Rafael, so much fun. Oke, Rafael. Yang lain aku ngomongin Rafael Kanit. Iya nih, buset. Aku mulu yuk yang on cam. Panitia Tara. Bisa deh Tara.
tapi lucu banget pakai baju biru
Yang baru lucu aja, yang baru. Suka yang dari tim gitu loh.
Oke. Andi lagi jalan. Hai Rafael. Hai Amanda. Amanda mau kemana tuh? Iya Amanda mau kemana?
Pergi doang.
Gak apa-apa. Are you with Amanda? Hi Rafael, how are you doing?
I'm fine, Kak. I'm very good.
Glad that you are. Okay, the moment we've all been waiting for. The winner announcement of history. Yeah, before we announce the winner, please know that it has always been a pleasure to us to work with you guys, and it was very fun. Gimana mungkin ada kakak-kakak yang mau ngomong? Gak ada, aku doang. Salam sini. Bener-bener I'm very proud of you. Ini mungkin kedengeran kayak, aduh nih kakaknya dari tadi proud mulu, tapi I really am. I cannot imagine being in your place. You guys are so brave and so smart. Even for us college students, the questions were very smart. But you guys, my God. Okay, we should just go to the winner announcement, yeah?
Okay, so first of all, before we go into the winner announcement, we would like to clarify some things regarding the certification that you will receive at the end of this competition. So basically, if you doesn't make it through the final round, you will only have a participant certification. If you only make it in the final round, but you don't make it in the grand final round, you will receive a finalist certification. And then you are in the grand final. But if you are in the grand final, but you don't get the first, second, or third winner, you will still receive the grand finalist certification. And of course, for the first, second, and third winner, you all will receive each certification detailing the number of rank that you won. Okay, so that is from the judges. We can go straight ahead to Kanita to announce the winners.
Thank you so much, judges.
Cuma money kita dapetnya maksud gue.
From the third place.
Kayak gue minta average score dulu deh, the average score of blah. It's very unprepared. Oh yeah. Sorry. Send the content.
Nah guys,
Iya,
delay.
tadi aja nih.
Oh iya benar. Lupa gua. Itu kenapa? Jadi third place siapa tadi?
Okay, in the third place, with the total score of 89.167. Let's say something fun. Dan Arya juara sama SMA dari Lord Art. For the third place winner, you will receive 400,000 rupiah as a prize and a certificate that said that you are the third place winner from English competition in OGG FITB ITB 2023. Congratulations once again, Arya. I couldn't see your face, but if I were to see your face,
Or maybe
I hope you're happy. Yeah, I hope you're happy. Yeah. Congratulations. We will be moving to the second position with only 0.033 difference score with the first place with the point of 89.400. We got Rafael dari Ireland. Yeah. How are you feeling, Rafael? Do you want to talk, perhaps? Want to tell us how you feel?
Sedih.
Next. Rafael kok diem sih?
Thank you very much, Kak, for everything.
Thank you so much too for doing really good. You'll receive something amount of money ya. Itu surprise. Next. Yang skornya besar banget nih, 89.433. In the first place we got Andia Amanda Ismarani di Hey, do you want to tell us how you feel, perhaps? Where are you? Terus lagi seneng, nggak apa-apa. Kita juga seneng. Jadi ikut seneng. Tuh. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Congratulations, Amanda.
I'm very sorry, I'm at an event, but I'm very thankful and I really appreciate everyone and all the committees and even all the participants. You guys are amazing, and this is like one of the most amazing events I've ever joined. So thank you very much.
Amanda, you'll receive steep amount of money that I will not say in public, and you'll receive the first place. Thank you so much. You're doing so good. And for everyone, for jujur banget, aku suka banget sama kalian semua. For Sharifa, thank you so much for joining us today. Your voice is really cute. It makes us smile, honestly.
Oh my god, I'm kind of blushing and salting right now. Oh my god, thank you. And also, it's really an eventful experience because like it's my first time joining speech competition, and it's not actually my field because I usually do another field.
You're so good at it.
Thank you very much.
I can't wait so much good from you in the future. I hope kamu bisa join lagi competition in ITB nanti, especially OGG ya. Ditunggu di ITB. And Anastasia, oh my god, sumpah, it's my first time. Tadi, you're so confident and your answers are really good. I'm really amazed. Thank you so much, Anastasia. You guys doing so great. We love you very much. Aku harap aku bisa kayak putar kameranya biar kalian tahu. Dari tadi semua orang di sini ramai banget. Semua orang di sini muji-muji kalian banget. Cantik-cantik banget lagi. Got it. I think that's all. Oh yeah, judges will say something to you. So please wait.
Okay, maybe I will speak for the rest of us judges here. And we can safely say that we are all very proud of you, and that the grand final round is really, really great. You guys actually have no idea how much of a tournament it is for us to decide who gets to be the 3 winners, but we want all 5 of you to be the winners. But remember that this is still a very great opportunity, a very great experience. And we have a lot of fun here, so we also that you guys have a lot of fun. You guys have a very great experience of joining, English speech OGG FITB ITB. And maybe we will even see you in ITB.
Okay, aku juga mau nambahin, as the PIC of English speech, I really appreciate all of you for the enthusiasm joining this English speech from OGG pre-event ini. And yang udah seperti bilang, kita tuh bingung banget milih siapa yang menang. Kayak semua menang aja karena kalian bagus banget. Aku masih speechless dari tahap seleksi, dari tahap final yang ngedadak cuma 30 menit dengan tema yang sangat pusing dan waktunya hanya semalam ya. kepada seluruh peserta, jangan dendam kepada kami. Jangan dendam kepada panitia-panitia. Terus semoga kedepannya juga kita bisa ketemu mungkin di acara OGG lainnya yang tadi ada main event, ada Geofest, dan pokoknya bisa datang ke ITB juga, atau bahkan ada yang mau masuk ke ITB juga, nanti kita ketemu.
Lebih waiting ya.
Mungkin ketemu sebagai cutting dan nanti
Kalian nyapa kita, Kak, ini gue nggak dulu grand finalis. Waduh,
gue yang ikut English speech OGG kayak gitu.
Iya.
Kita bakal inget
Very fun.
sih. Mungkin itu aja.
Thank you so much. Ya dok. Kalau kalian mau mungkin kita bisa foto bareng dulu. Jadi mungkin bisa on cam. Boleh rapi-rapi dulu, boleh. Duduk. Oke. Screenshotin dong.
Apa dari gue ya?
Amanda, yuk mau foto nggak? Mau, oke. Viru ya on cam. On cam Vir. Ya lu. Iya.
Kita Faustina sama Irhan Abdullah bisa di-kick aja tuh.
Keluar enggak deh sih. Keren. Mau di stop ya bisa sih.
Udah siap ya?
Ya.
Bentar. Oke. Udah.
Satu, dua, tiga. Lagi guys. Satu, dua, tiga. Ayo semuanya. Udah. Oh, lagi.
Udah. Lagi oke dong biar bisa di-post. Jadi JJ.
Sok. Sekali lagi. Satu, dua, tiga. Dah.
Yeay, terima kasih semua. Jangan dendam sama kami.
Please meet us really soon. Cari aja IG-nya guys.
Oh ya, datang ke Geofest kalau mau. Untuk hadiah bakal dihubungi lebih lanjut ya.
Ya, dan untuk sertifikat kita bagikan nanti setelah sudah tersedia langsung di grup.
Thank you Kak. IG-nya mau dong. Yang mana nih? Yang mana nih?
Request Rafael.
Aku juga minta IG kalian dong, partisipan tolong dong. Biar ada.
Ayo drop di komen.
Drop di komen kita follow langsung. Pakai akun ITB.
Jangan dong.
Gak boleh.
Itu mau drop IG ya?
Iya, ayo drop IG dong, Rafael dan Anastasia dan Amanda dan Syarifa. Kalau kalian bersedia di follow panitia. Kalau nggak bersedia nggak apa-apa, kita nggak maksa. Omo mau dong Kak, lucu banget nih. Ya udah kasih. Ini buka-buka.
Itu tuh IG juri.
Ya ampun, aku juga.
Kalau jangan diserang.
Tolong dong Kanita VGMC. Oke.
Itu gemes banget.
Rapat hancur.
Follow.
Kita bikin circle apa waduh.
Circle grand final. Aduh. Mari guys.
Almicin. Hai Almicin. Hai Amanda. Hai Firly Hafid. Bagus juga. Gaji lu bagus. Thank you so much teman-teman. Sebenarnya ini udah sih. Boleh keluar kalau nggak
ngobrol juga boleh.
Mau nanya-nanya tentang ITB misalnya. Kalau mau keluar nggak apa-apa banget, nggak ada yang ngelarang. Mau kenalan boleh. Ini mah real guys.
Santai aja. Gak perlu pakai bahasa Inggris. Tenang aja. Sudah selesai lambanya.
Makasih. Yang mau keluar boleh. Yang mau stay juga boleh banget sih.
Ntar malam enggak ya.
Kita berbel. Thank you virtual.
Boleh aja nih, boleh aja.
Oke, thank you Anastasia. Instagramnya.
Lu langsung travel.
Puter lagu aja.
Puter lagu, orang mau ngobrol masih puter lagu. Ada nih.
Ya, hai Amanda lagi sama siapa itu? Berdua. Cewek. Temennya. Itu punya Amanda. Mau ikut. Kenapa Nafi? Nafi.
Tetekan gitu.
Gak nyaman sama panitia nge-follow, langsung di remove aja ya. Iya, langsung blokir aja nggak apa-apa. Jangan masukkan diri. Udah kasihan mau buka. Oh iya.
Gue diserang kayaknya itu.
Buset, hati kali gue aja.
Parah banget. Thank you.
Thank you, dadah.
Thank you.
Much love. Thank you everyone. Thank you Anastasia.
Thank you kakak semua.
Sudah beda. Kalian tahu?
Semuanya.
Dadah. Terima kasih. Panitia lagi malu-malu pada di follow. Iya, pada di follow kalian. Langsung aduh di follow. Udah. Dadah. Syarifa, makasih.
Cibangan berapa cibangan?
Tunggu ya di on mic dong. Kenapa nih? Gak deh, enggak. Lucu aja. Ya, lucu. Gemes.
Masalahnya Dad, gimana? Jadi agak malu, tapi ya.
Mana sih orang? Mana? Yang nanya orang mana katanya?
Orang mana?
Dari mana?
Oh, dari Bogor.
Kalau di follow IG namanya Bagas dan merasa tidak nyaman. Ini kalau kamu bisa tidak nyaman bisa di-remove.
Ya, noted dicatat dalam benak tapi nanti lihat aja.
Ada Bagas.
I hope you had a lot of fun ya Syarifa.
Ya, jangan kamu ikut lomba.
Yes, it's actually very fun experience, terutama kalau disuruh belajar yang malam-malam itu actually very fun. Soalnya kayak, this actually happening in the real life itself. Jadi kayak, nambah pengalaman juga sama, aku sempat tanya-tanya temen juga kan tentang fenomenalnya. Soalnya kan dia juga suka kebumian gitu kan. Jadi kita juga ada conversation baru gitu. So, in the end of the day, it's really a fun experience and really unique because actually like every speech competition I have seen,